internet connection, everything is worse for me.
Well, to be honest, the least you actually have the good viewer time now, the good the good viewer attention time for the people to stream it, watch.
I guess kind of, yeah. A lot of people are asleep at that point if they're on
No,
the East Coast.
actually not. No, well, unless you're streaming late.
No,
But if you stream
no.
early enough, you actually get a good decent time. Because if you stream midday, you get the evening. You can get the evening people from the UK as well.
That's true.
Yeah, if
When do I
only
start?
time zones were so much easier to deal with.
Yeah. We should just make one. That will make nothing confusing.
Yeah, just make the Earth flat at this point.
Yeah.
Come on, Earth flat. Come on. Come on,
Yeah,
flat earthers.
the ice
Figure it
dome.
out.
Yeah. I like when the flat earthers do science experiments to prove it, and then they prove that it's round on accident. It's like,
Ooh.
oh, okay. Good experiment.
Good job.
Such a
Slow clap.
revelation for them.
Round?
Wound? What you mean? My planet isn't wound.
It's not supposed to be wound.
Whee.
Oops. Oh, I turned off all my volume again. I keep doing that. I
That
keep
happens.
clicking outside of Left 4 Dead. It turns everything off.
Yep, does that.
Blew, blew, blew. I'm running a annoying ad so that it's done by the time we play again. Lol.
Lol.
Funny. Lol.
La Mao.
El Mao.
La MalO.
Rufflecopter.
Oh, I forgot about those. I haven't seen those in forever.
Yeah, it makes me feel old now.
Same. Remember Arby and the Chief, and I watched those and I was like, oh goodness.
Oh my god, I was such a fan of that.
Then I'll talk to people and it'll be like, what? Do you remember like watching these things like Homestar Runner as a kid? And they're like, no, I watched Jaden Animations as a kid, and I was like, you're a kid when those came out? Oh, is that how that works? That's what this is.
If you want to hear how old I am, I watched Homestuck.
I watched Problem Sleuth and Homestuck. I remember. I was there. I was there for it all.
Oh yeah.
My favorite thing to bring up how old someone is do you remember Jetix?
Oh my god.
Oh jeez, that takes me
That
back.
was a hotel only show for me though, because I didn't have cable. It was cool. Check out all this stuff.
How about Rocket Power?
I always, yeah. Holy shit.
Rocket Power.
I always went to my grandma's house because she is the one that had cable TV back then.
Oh my god, me too. Went to grandma's to watch SpongeBob and Lloyd in Space. That was my shit. Pew, 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 pew.
Pew pew.
Meow meow.
Meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
It might as well turn into the furry on screen. Very much better.
Probably.
Meow.
Back to the
well, lucky
furry.
my cat would decide if I had my cat in the room, he would literally just decide. Well, this whole time we were playing, just decide I'm just going to stand in front of the screen. You can't play a game.
Oh, yeah, I love when they do that. My cat likes to sit on the keyboard, and it always hits this button combination that makes my mouse stop working. It's really great.
Yeah, when your cat jumps onto your keyboard, immediately your screen goes like this.
Yeah, your cat hasn't planned it out.
My favorite thing is was my friend. He was doing a Elden Ring boss rando. I think it was.
Ooh, I love those.
And he walked into a fight room. Right? Oh. He walked into a fight room, and the fight room went. Oh, we have the cat went. I'm now going to jump on the screen.
Yes, now I'm going to become your problem.
Have fun fighting this boss, and he has a standing desk as well, so it's like a one that you can lower and thing. So he had it raised up so the cat wouldn't jump on it. No, the cat still decided, no, I'm jumping on it. I'm going to be mute for a second to talk did the chat.
Oh yeah. I remember that one video of the cat that like is playing with someone's monitor and then it like sits on the monitor and it just cracks the whole monitor and just destroys the whole thing and you can tell it's like a nice one.
Oh
You
no.
can't get mad. How do you get mad when it's a little cat though? Or maybe you
Yeah,
can.
it's a fur baby. Just doing fur
Yeah.
baby things.
Or maybe the ones
Right,
where someone. Oh hello.
Oh yeah,
Welcome.
sorry, I just need to explain to the chat that there's a bit thingy.
Nothing. I'm just talking about that time that the cat that there's that reel of the um person cleaning their whole house and it's a time lapse and then as soon as they finish you see their cat like walk into the middle of the room and throw up and it's like, oh thanks. That's what they love to do. Bagels.
Yep. I like bagels.
Bagels.
Yay, bagel.
Bagels.
See, I'm actually not even like a
Deagles?
big bagel enthusiast, even though they're kind of good, but they're not. I wouldn't pick bagel for if I had to choose.
It's an easy snack, so I can't complain.
Actually, I like bagel chips, like when you make them into the little ones, and then like they're all like crunchy. That one's good.
Oh yeah, that is very yummy.
Yummy, yummy.
Yummy, yummy. Oh, I forgot to do my
Oh.
Wordle.
Wordle! Okay.
Everyone get,
Fucking proper
hop
left
on
and
the
string
Wordle.
through the Wordle.
Everyone get
The
your Wordle
Wordle?
out.
Oh my.
I know
Wordle is
I have like a bunch of dailies to do later. I have
Oh, yeah,
like
don't check
FNAF,
Uma's
guess the
today either.
character daily for FNAF. Guess the
Let's
Marvel
see.
characters.
Oh no, Dark Carnival.
Dr. the
I know,
Octopus.
this is the one
Blah.
with all the Dr. Animus.
This is all the
This
ones
is
with a lot of the drop points.
Oh
Does this
no,
one have
Dark
the drop points?
Carnival.
Oh, I guess the roller coaster, huh? It has that.
No, the roller coaster's actually not that bad. It's that's just a long track. It's the whole motel has like 2 drops.
I don't
They
even.
have a
Oh,
drop
you know, I
before
think I
the
remember.
hotel and
What a
the
knock.
thingy.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
So
yeah.
you
You
need
figured
to
out.
need to
Oh, it disappeared before I could click it, MalO. Where'd it go?
I
don't
hit
know.
accept.
S.
Oh,
So-
okay. We're all in it together. I see. Someone sing that song now. Because I
I
don't.
am the king of this collab now.
This is
No.
your
I decide.
collab.
I am the
What?
captain. Look at me. I am the captain now.
Thanks for
Oh.
inviting me to your stream.
You're so welcome, man.
Blum, blum, blum. Okay, how do I? Bum, bum.
Oh, no,
Who killed Captain Alex?
It is a more thing about.
Still trying to figure out the Wordle.
I've just launched it on my stream.
Like, mine's in a Discord server, so I can't put it on my screen. Chat, you're just
Nah.
gonna have to imagine what it looks like.
Okay, we gotta.
Imagine
always a good opening.
15 different
Ooh.
witches all screaming as they throw letters at Cup.
Ah, sounds so scary.
That makes sense. Oh shit! I could pull up the FNAF guess the character.
Is it like I've played the Zelda character guess where it just gives you like a bunch of traits, and is it like that with all the FNAF?
Yeah, similar. I'll quickly pull it up and share in the DC.
I used to know about Freddy, and then they added like that one game that added like 20 different characters, and I was like, I can't follow this anymore. It got too hard.
Do you believe in the
20
power
different
of magic?
characters?
Believe in power of Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear?
Yeah,
Hola. Is that Freddy Fazbear?
Freddy Fazbear when he twerking.
Or
or
No, I don't want to
Twerking,
show.
Freddy Fazbear.
Yes, have you not seen it?
bears.
This is
Where?
what
So I
it is.
just
If you want to look at, if you look at my Discord stream.
I heard twerking Freddy Fazbear, and then I heard like a screen share go live, and I was like, "What are we sharing here?"
Yeah, that's what
This,
I'm asking.
that's what it is. It's
Oh,
basically
I
you put in a
see.
name, and then it gives you traits.
So it's like that Zelda one, basically. That's
Yes,
cool.
it's like the other one, yeah.
All right, now do this Wordle while also playing Ultimate Custom Night, and do it at the
No.
same time. Easy.
Good. This is not actually that
Easy
hard.
mode.
This is actually very easy. Yeah,
Wow.
or easy-ish. Until you get to cupcakes. So I'm going to stop sharing that. I'm going to stop sharing that. I just wanted to show you what it looked like
I look cool.
because I don't want Left 4 Dead to break.
I know mine already broke from like trying to open that. It went like it freaked out. What do you mean you don't even know what they're talking about? We're talking about Fatty Fazbears.
Not you. Somebody in the chat. I have no
Well,
idea what
yeah,
the
the
heck
chat-
we're on about.
The chat is also our chat because it's shared.
But you
can
can
see
see
everything.
you can see what somebody complaining about me, and I'm like, what the hell are they on about? What do you mean? Who's banned? Who the frig are you talking about?
Who's talking about the twerking Freddies?
What does that mean?
Why is Twerking
I'm
Freddy
just
banned from my
lying.
stream?
Yeah, we should always allow twerking Freddy.
Oh gosh, he's like, hey, I'm just vibing here. I like twerking Freddy Fazbear.
Twerking Freddy. Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy
Gazy
Fazbear.
with you? Blam.
How is going setting up the game, MalO?
Yeah, we're just
What?
waiting for MalO to do their intro and stuff.
The game is opening. The game is
Okay,
open.
okay.
The game is loading.
The game is
The game is crashing.
The game is
No.
gaming.
Game is gaming.
I hope my mods are still working because the last time they all super crashed super hard.
It'll do that just randomly.
It
It'll
broke.
decide it's done.
Yeah, it broke all my
Yeah.
mods. I was like, oh.
Well, they had a big thing where they got rid of a lot of the mods where had malware.
Oh yeah, that happens sometimes.
It
No, I
does.
have to fairly agree.
No,
with you.
that it deleted all of my mods. It went from all the mods to know the mods. So unless every single mod was a
No, what they do is the best way to get rid of them. They just get rid of all the mods on your account because they just shut the workshop page for like a for a thing to check everything. They just remove everything, and then you got to put them back because it's just easier for Valve to do it that way.
wow, what a concept.
Oh yeah, speaking of mods, did you see that they made like the tiniest update to Skyrim that broke all the mods and it was like the nothingest update? But now
What,
everyone
you
has to
mean-
repair their mods.
Just
You
like
mean
I was
the-
gonna
just
mention
like
that,
Fallout
yeah.
4. It happened to Fallout 4 right before the
the
Fallout England fell.
They always
Fallout.
have to go in and remove the load-bearing coconut.
I haven't played this game in months, and it broke all my add-ons mostly, so I have to go through them again.
Hold on, I'm
Yeah.
fixing my.
Well, the Left 4 Dead update like a couple years ago made everything silly.
What is it? The last
Now it's-
stand update?
Yeah, like everything stopped working after that.
Yeah.
The last stand isn't even that bad, but I was just like, why did we make these changes? This game's so old. I don't like change. I want everything to be the same as it was when I was a kid. That's my
To be
complaint.
fair, there was a problem with people getting into lobbies with like somehow, even if you're playing friends only.
I don't think they fixed that because someone did that to
No,
me
that-
during a collab
no.
on stream.
No, that last time that happened, it happened to us the last tournament we did. It happened like multiple times. It
They just
basically
fixed that one.
people can just glitch their way into stuff.
Chris.
It might be the
Chris.
same group. It might be the same group that I know because they've been doing it with me and TF2.
Oh yeah, I remember some of those came to me too. It's just it's stream snipers. They always do that.
They'd always
a
go
lot of-
on do that.
So the reason why they do that is
just-
because they want attention. They want to be. They just do it
Yeah,
for attention.
that's why it's easy to just block them. Hehe. Also, I think everyone's in the party.
We're
Um,
missing somebody.
Are we missing somebody?
Yeah,
Does someone still go away?
Mimi.
We should have
They're
had. We
pointer.
should have
Did they,
8.
did they say? I haven't heard from them. Let me.
I haven't heard anything.
Oh, hey, welcome in.
Oh hi ho.
Oops.
Hello.
Thought somebody. Yeah, I
Hello.
thought for sure we had 8 people because there was 6. Then somebody came in, and there was 7, and now I'm here. Should be 8.
I just
There
said
could be
hello.
8.
Like I wrote that like a work email. Why did I do it like that? I said hi. We're gonna start. Let me know
Hello
if you're
there.
going. That's like how I would message like my boss.
Hello
Well,
there. Hey, how's it going? I
not
really
speaking
love
English.
being
Bad work. Just seeing down this week.
Yeah. Why did I do it like that? But honestly, from my experience with the last Left 4 Dead one, usually some people are just not gonna be able to make it, so we're likely gonna play with 7, and then like
I'm
before we
okay
can
with
have them hop in.
I'm okay with 7.
Yeah, so
Also,
what I was thinking. Mhm.
I should share my mods with you guys later to show you what kind of like nonsense I deal with on mine.
Well, it started without me. I guess the game's starting.
Oh,
The
hey,
game
we
was
love
like,
this
fudge
nonsense.
you.
Everyone voted without me, which is perfect.
Oh,
Let's
gosh.
see if we
Screw you, Cup. Yeah, right. No, yeah, Cup.
I mean, we could practice
Yep.
this round.
Oh, cool. Kind
Oh yeah,
of
Cup.
same team, but kind of randomized teams.
Here, I'm
Put my
gonna
question mark and it gave us kind of the same.
gotta do that redeem.
Cup. Wow. Yep.
Oh yeah, Cup. Wow.
Yeah. Cup. Wow. So many happened at the beginning of stream, and I didn't get to say hi to them. All the Stewies were wasted this morning. Oh, just kidding. There's yours.
Cup. Wow. Yeah.
Cup. Wow. Cup,
That's my
wow.
4th Cup Stewie.
Wow.
Good. The 4th Stewie. Wow.
Yeah.
This
Wow.
loading screen
Wow.
always scares me because I think it's gonna
Claire?
crash every time.
The loading screen is the scariest part of this game.
I know, right? It's such a
I
jump
see.
scare.
I see what
Made
this
it in, like,
game. I see
had a
what this
giant
game
face
is
staring
trying
at
to
me.
cook.
Man, my anime mods aren't
See what
loading
they're
in.
cooking up
I'm
down.
sad.
Yes, game. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it must be like the versus thing where it like turns it off for some reason.
Yeah,
Nope.
probably.
Probably.
Yeah. Apparently, if you go on the config and go to the add-ons and just put versus 0, it will fix it.
Alright, good luck. I hear a
think
spitter
when
and a
I'm, like-
hunter.
A spunter. But you hear a. Whoa.
I did it. I did my job. I came from behind the
it.
bus. I bussed it really good.
I'm in a bad spot right here. I shouldn't have been here.
Oh, sorry, chat.
Oh, it's okay.
I thought you meant move in the game when you guys kept saying move.
Aha, I found you.
Oh, you little rat!
Oh, you little. Oh, you
Hello,
little.
friend.
Oh, you lovely person, you.
Help!
Uh-oh. Ouch. I got spomped.
God damn it, Cup!
Haha.
I lunged, but I hit you. What? Cool game. Yeah, very cool. Very, very, very nice.
Ow.
Appreciate that.
Cool. Game cool, wow.
Yeah, very cool. Cup. Yeah.
Game, wow.
Game. Wow.
Game, cool, wow.
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 No! Damn
Well,
luck.
Oh man. By the way, I miss playing this game so much.
It's so good.
Hmm.
Oh shit, I fucked up. They're juking me. I can't even hit them. Get me out of here.
It has been.
I was
Dude,
juking you for so long.
I couldn't hit you.
Brother, please. Have a chill.
Aw.
Oh my god. I like when it gets this chaotic and it's just noise in the game.
Yep.
It's been like a decade since I played this game mode.
This is
Like, straight
I'm
up.
obsessed with this game. I play it too much.
It could be like years since you played, and yet it still fits in like a glove.
I think I have like 20 hours in this game. I have not played this game all that much. I'm
Oh, I played this game a lot.
I'm scared to check my hours in this game.
My hours aren't not that bad because I played a lot more on the Xbox than I did on the PC.
Same.
I was so jealous.
I
All
used
my
to be
friends
a
had
console
Xbox
gamer,
and I had a Wii. I wanted to play
and I
this.
played this game the very first time when it came out on Xbox.
Okay.
This game is so... I wanted this game on Xbox so bad.
Sure do like game that tells you something different.
No! Get off me!
Mine.
They're attacking from above.
I am not
Hello, I'm
yours.
behind you.
You have a fancy suit. I want you.
I know I have a fancy suit, but I don't want to be touched.
Why
I
is
want
my
piggyback
channel...
rides.
I think your MalO bot got confused. It's in my channel.
Charger.
I was just
Brother
watching a
has
charger
3,000
walk
hours in
before
this
people.
game.
Well, I
I gotta
literally
check this
ran out of
out.
charge. Shut up. I literally, just before I hit somebody, I ran out of charge. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I guess I get to do nothing except for die and wait again.
The fucking nothing game.
No, it's okay, Ivy. You don't have to kill me. Just let me kill
Literally,
Coach, it's
Jack,
fine.
I've
It's fine.
never played this gameplay before. I've never played as the zombies, ever. This is
It's so
literally my
much
first
fun.
time.
It's so
The
good.
zombies are my favorite part.
I missed it so
No,
much.
please don't kill me.
I am
Did we
trying
just?
to
I
help
just
everyone.
we did just play a random game of just dodge, dodge the shotgun.
Please
someone's
have
dying
mercy.
over
I tried
here.
doing speedrun strats.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Uh-oh. Well, that was a good... That
Oh,
was a good, like, jump.
Hello,
person to
Coach.
person.
Think Coach is dead.
No!
I'm sorry.
Oh no, not
I watched that as well.
okay.
I became a camper.
Bring him that. Bring him to the left. Ivy,
wait.
what are you doing?
Let me
Put
go to
left,
the-
left,
let me go
left.
to the
There you go.
Ah, shit. Good job, infected.
Okay, I'm checking my Left 4 Dead hours. Oh wait, only 300. I'm a casual. I thought I had more.
How did I die?
Yeah, I saw you were
Nine.
going for the speedrun strat, but you didn't go up the up the stairs. You went to the pool, what meant I could you were in a corner. You went up the stairs, I was catching you.
I thought they
I was
patched some
too
of the
busy
speedrun
with
spots.
Hunter.
Wait.
No, you can still do them. Because the speedrun strat is mostly about just running fast to block the thing, but it's mostly
One
for
second. Something's broken.
PvP.
Oh, hey.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
So, all of my mods still aren't working, by the way?
They shouldn't be working. They shouldn't be
I
working.
think
They reinstalled
think
and they're
that
still
versus-
not working.
no, for versus mode, a lot of times it
the
turns
vers-
mods off automatically.
It turns
for your
mods
TV.
off unless it's like very localized mods.
Yeah.
It's like
So
very
they'll work in
localized.
like regular campaign, but not versus because
Yeah.
of the patch, which is
Yeah.
I
annoying.
can.
Aw,
They will
man.
work
I
in
had to
co-op
be careful.
campaigns. They'll
That's
work in
just
co-op
silly.
campaigns, but they won't work in versus.
Oh, yeah,
It-
just because
it's
people
blocked.
complained. They said the
It's
Gaston
blo-
mod, they're shooting me because I'm Gaston. It's too easy for them
It-
to see me.
Well,
Why are you punching my face?
This is shame.
It's just so punchable, you know?
It is. Watch this.
I wouldn't go that far.
Sometimes the
Alright.
simpler solutions are the
Crab.
best.
Yeah. Bow, bow. Wait, were we still? Oh, you disappeared. Okay, yeah, we are waiting for you. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I was checking the thing. Now that the thing has been
Yeah, I
checked,
think
this is sad.
I think they'll work in everything besides this mode.
Yeah, every mode is set from this one. They will work fine. The
I
other
see
ones
you.
you have to do a configuration.
I saw you up there.
I see a bunch of jumping people all over the place.
Yeah, they're spitting behind you up there. They are.
Floating up.
They're spitting
Oh,
behind the
billboard.
sign.
Get 'em.
They're all up.
Except I hear a tiger growling. I think I shot someone else.
You did. You shot me.
Sorry. Shot a friendship instead. Get him. I'm
Shoot
so
gun.
confused. Why does it say the MalO bot is in my channel?
Remember,
Says it's in mine as well.
it's stream. Remember, it's stream. It's stream together. So the bot's gonna. It's gonna do
but
all
it
the things
usually-
together.
Look at you.
But it tells you which chat it's coming from, and it says it's coming from mine. I'm like, what's happening?
Okay, I think that just means you're broken.
Your chat member MalO bot wants you to know.
They'd
But
want
MalO's
you
streaming right now.
screaming in pain. Ah!
Have a good lurk, Crexicwood. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, I heard a
Oh,
tongue.
dang zombie!
Are there any
No, you
secret
did not.
items here? Oh. Oh no, I hear a barf.
Boomer.
Oop. Oh no, Rochelle!
Yeah, you need to say when you're running.
Don't
By
worry
the way,
about
that's the way
Michelle,
to
you're
slow.
fine.
That's the slow path, by the way.
Explode.
Just to inform you, that's the slow way.
God, how
You
could
just
you
run,
shoot
Yeah,
just
me?
go,
I can't believe
just
you.
go down the thing. They're not worth it. It's only it's only melee weapons possible.
There was a cool boomer bile, but I forgot to pick it up, so oops.
Yeah, but you can just go up the path from the road here.
Oh
Yeah,
my
but
god.
it's so much cooler to do a flip over everything. Uh-oh.
Okay, melee, let's bash this off.
No, we gotta do it the epic way.
I
Shoot
saved.
him.
I
Let's
saved
bash it
both
over.
of you.
That's less damage.
I just killed 3 of you.
Oh, damn it.
Dead. Get him. Punch. Punch.
Get the. Get off me.
Chat, do you think I know how to use this sniper rifle? I don't. That's why I didn't pick it up. And that's the end of that story.
And that's the end of my TED talk.
Life.
Thanks for
Yeah.
joining, everyone. There goes a charger.
Going to my TED talk. Uh-oh.
Spit.
Ooh, there's poo-poo. I'm stuck in it.
Oh, I'm
Get out of here.
Save me.
No, I'll shoot you from afar with my
Get-
shotgun.
Stop lagging, you
Oh.
piece of shit. Lagging
there's a charger
zombie.
here. Alright, I'm taking this. This is my
Why?
specialty, propane. It's gonna blow up a zombie once. Check this out. I'll take it to the zombie exploding chamber.
Penis exploding chamber.
Oh,
Yep, you definitely
you
exploded, a
exploded
zombie in that
me. I
chamber.
wasn't even the zombie. Oh, I rolled it out the window. I can't even use it anymore. Oops. I messed it up. Oh wait, no, it's still here.
Onto
God.
Come here!
Oops, I went too far ahead. Oh no.
Nah, I don't think so.
Not
Uh-oh.
today.
Uh-oh, I'm in
Behind us,
danger.
behind us,
I gotta get out
smoker.
of here. Oh.
Well, I fell.
Oh, someone got like laser sights.
We did just
I gave myself fall damage for
we
no
just
reason.
gave a
Hey, help, help, help,
save
help,
you.
help, help.
Hey, don't worry about
Hey,
him.
help.
No.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Oh.
My chat is trying to distract me, like, completely by throwing a million pies at me right now.
well, why not?
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for following Trickster. I'm currently dying.
Oh,
Thank you,
Your
John.
Okay.
cat is part of our
Save.
team.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
what happened? Why am I on the ground?
Oh shit.
Thank you.
I have
I was hoping one of you were close to the ledge so I could charge you off the fucking ledge.
Yep.
Would that do fall damage on this one? Because I know this is like a scripted falling area.
No, it doesn't do a full script. Doesn't do full fall damage.
Yeah. Oh my god, the clown music is something. There's a hunter.
Got him.
It's not anymore.
What? I literally pumped 2 shots into him. You know you could say something. You're on the ground.
Access
So
denied.
fast. Stop it. No!
Please
It's trying
hold
to
still.
punch you. It's still
There you go.
alive?
No! I'm
No, get
happy.
out of here. Hunter's been alive for too long.
There's a smoker. On the left.
Charger.
Uh-oh.
Oh, not again!
Oh, goodbye.
Alright. I'll take that.
Oh.
I got good.
Get good
Help.
on.
Help.
Still alive?
Somebody help. I can't see nothing and I'm surrounded by zombies.
I'll save you. Shoots gun. Pew. Uh-oh, goodbye. I'm also tongued.
Got him.
Damn it! I was in the bushes. I thought you couldn't see me.
I could see
I
the
can see
tongue
it.
where the tongue was coming from. Jockey. I'm down. I'm down. The hunter's got me.
Charge,
Hunter's got me.
jockeyed.
Yeah, I think we're.
Wait, we need to kill this charger. His punches are too strong. They're gonna do like 25 damage each. Get out of here, jockey.
Quick, pick us up before they all respawn. That was all of them. That's all 4 of
I
them.
wanted to give you a hug.
Ouch.
Quick, quick, quick.
Ouch.
Go, go, go. Thank you, thank you, thank
Now
you.
we're better. Uh-oh, I hear a boomer. This is gonna be bad in 5 seconds. Oh!
Don't shoot the boomer.
over.
You're gonna just bop them. You're gonna just bop-
Oh no. There's only one way to deal with this.
Don't on me.
Goodbye.
I just healed.
Yeah, but I'm blind. I can't see.
How you
Hey
doing,
guys,
Kyle?
Oh,
I'm over
God,
here, by the
spitter.
way. There's a big tongue on me.
And there's a
Do you enjoy this?
spitter.
access
In
you
case
have?
anyone wants to save me.
There you go.
But I'll also
Oh,
just
got a
here.
jockey. I got a jockey. Ooh, thank you. The jockey's
you
still
guys wanna go
alive.
to
Okay, I'm down. There's a defib
I'm
on my
having lots of
corpse.
fun over here.
Help.
That's
Okay.
okay. I'll just die.
Help. Help. Help.
Peppa, hope you enjoyed the hug.
Thank you.
enjoyed
Thank
the
you.
hug.
the good
No
one.
one else is
Help.
alive.
Help.
Everyone's down.
Your respawn rate is too ridiculous.
The
That was
respawn
crazy.
is 20 seconds. It's always 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds. It's always 20 seconds.
20 seconds to live.
To be honest, what you're trying to do is just maximize your cone of view of your team to block them from spawning.
Yeah, but what if you fly off with the charger? It'd be so funny. Be so
Then
awesome.
that's your cone of view. The
It
charge.
would be so cool.
My team is winning.
Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot. We already did one. I was really confused for a second.
When you wonder why the scores were changed.
I was like, what happened to like
Oh.
my... I forgot we did infected first. Now I understand. Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow.
Don't worry,
Mustachio
guys. You have our
rule.
friendship.
Any zombies
Okay.
outside?
How many do we expect to top this roof?
Oh yeah, true.
15.
No, we should go to that one room where all the
zombies.
zombies are.
One. 4.
I'm gonna have a look.
Here, I'm gonna go
Hello?
check the instant death room.
No.
The room of instant every zombie cornering you room. Just
Boomer!
for pills.
Oh gosh.
Oh, pills and a crowbar actually in here. That's kind of good.
Save me. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, There's actually a whole thing to keep let the person who's a smoker stay alive. Cause the smoker's the worst, actually the weakest.
I love smoker.
Roger behind us.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! I'm hit. Thank you.
Everyone dodged it and then it like got dodged into MalO.
Oh my god, the hunter just attack me? Yeah, they did. I didn't even get the chance to get up. All of a sudden, the hunter was on me.
You're getting bullied a little bit, Mal.
Just a wee
No.
bit.
Yep.
Maybe just a little bit.
Alright, let's take our time to get the gnome and then we'll carry it to the end, yeah?
Yous are really going to get
Oh,
the gnome
guys.
in person.
You're getting the gnome. Nice. That is a
Really
flex.
important.
We got distracted.
It's all-
Yeah,
So,
that's
multiple
definitely not
multiple
gonna get us
souls.
killed or anything. Charger,
Pistol
charger,
and
charger,
trumpet,
spitter, and
Eat.
yeah, about that whole we getting murdered thing.
Can
I
you shoot the
mean-
charger?
I mean,
No, you were the one playing the game on the game, the game and the game. Therefore, no. Smoker.
All got like super killed right there.
I will enter your house and
Man,
explode.
these humans
I
have
will-
no chill. They just shoot us immediately.
Well, you do jump on us and rip our guts out, so that's.
I was
that's
trying to
fine.
get the gnome.
Yeah, but no.
Trying to gnome it.
How could you leave the gnome behind? I can't believe you.
Because we failed the thing and no
Oh.
thingy sets.
I got blubbed on. Wait, I should get inside
Hunter,
the building.
hunter. Oh, nice one. Oh, now there's another hunter. There's two. Thank you.
Oh my god,
No,
double
no,
hunters.
just
Lots
the
of
one.
Spitter,
people.
spitter, spitter.
Well-
No, I'm not going for you. I'm not soloing the spitter. That's a dumb idea.
no, it's a great
Uh-oh.
idea.
Please, go for it. Oh,
Hey,
what the
Raleigh.
Oh, that's
Hey,
right.
Rally.
I was ready. I was waiting.
I thought it was a witch.
Good job, I'll give you that.
Anything in here? Nope.
Oh, a charger.
Oh, I'm stuck at a door. Help. Okay.
Boomer.
Yeah, there we go. That works.
Oh my god, everyone's out here. You really wanted us here. There's a lot going on right here. Let me out.
That was really dumb. That was extremely dumb. Could you not hear the ticking of the booms?
Whoa. Ticka, 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 ticka. Cotton candy.
Ticka, 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 boom, boom, boom. Damn, damn, bam, 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 boop, bam, hey,
Get
po.
punched.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, I heard it to a.
You good? You good? Hold on. I'll
I might.
save you.
I might.
I see you.
I hear a charger.
Ah!
Oh.
Spitter. Spitter is on the over there
I
next to
see
that
that
building.
Any tank spawns around this corner?
Smoker.
That's why
No,
I'm thinking
surely
about it.
it
That's
will
why I
be
have to.
fine.
That's why I
Smoker and a
bought my
boomer are
grenade
coming.
launcher.
They're coming from behind us. Get in, go, 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 before they get to us. Force them
In
around the
narrow
corner.
hallway of getting killed. Oop! Get him!
I've been vomited
They're
on.
trying.
Oh my goodness, there's a lot
I'm-
happening. I need these pills.
I'm gonna die. I'm dead unless somebody
I'll
saves
save
me.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
I saved you and then shot you on accident.
I'm on fire.
Ow.
Why am I on fire?
You're on fire.
Let's someone shot head. Someone put up
There's
shot
pills. I'll
propane.
take the pills then.
Oh.
No, not this.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
thanks
no, no.
game for having to pull up the gun first. Like 15 minutes to pull up the gun.
I'm
Yes.
getting fucking trapped up this ladder.
Yeah, no, the ladder is a bitch.
This is the choke spot. This is the worst.
So I tried to get up this ladder quick enough, but
Oh, hello.
Nice
No.
explosion.
I have a
Keeps
grenade
blowing
launcher.
up. Oh, you're dead.
So I'm down still.
There's a clown up here. And
Hi.
he keeps.
Someone hit the.
Hey. Get the jockey. Yeah.
Oh my god, there's a guy in here. What's
Back in the
happening?
saddle. I got an
Okay.
achievement.
Thank you.
I love this game. The thing I hate the most is when zombies run in a circle so that you can't hit them.
Okay, where's
Okay.
that witch?
Okay. Okay, we gotta go get friend.
Oh, wow, that was bold.
No, that's not good.
Well,
Boomer,
There's a bomb
boomer.
there.
I killed it.
How dare you, shouldn't he?
Oh Another charger.
Oh.
Whoa, we gotta watch out. This is a bad spot.
Oh, really? Guys, it's falling apart. Get him off me.
Oh, fuck.
Like, zoinks. It's still. No! Fucking scary, dude.
Stop.
Wait,
Right.
where's Ellis? Take this.
Oh.
Stop licking us. I'm going down this slide.
Smoker.
downhill.
Oh no. Okay. Well.
Okay, game. I put 5 rounds. I know it's a shotgun and it's from a distance, but that was 5 rounds. At that point,
I got dragged.
Interaction.
no, I literally put 5 rounds into that smoker and it did nothing. I might as well have been gently hitting it with a fan.
This game has the best hitboxes.
The fan
made
is
out of
very
green.
fluffy.
Thank you. I wanted to go over this way.
This is
You
so
brought me closer.
stressful.
Help, I got a hunter on me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I really just need to get rid of this. I need to find a
Oh my
gun.
god, get off of me, normal zombie. I'm coming. Guys, help. Help! You left me behind.
We all left you.
I literally can't move. I cannot move. Please, for the love of Christmas.
This is my off.
Please get me up. Get me up. What are you doing?
You're green with it.
Standing there. Just standing there. Menacingly.
What?
I'll save you now.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Unlucky.
I will start shooting all this. You guys. Let me in. Oh my god.
Do you want to get out of that room as fast as possible?
I am down again.
Hi, down again. My name is Delilah.
I need pills. There.
Pills.
Anyone have pills? I don't have.
There was more pills in that room. I took 1. That's all I had the time for.
Wait, did they get left behind?
I got you.
No,
I got
thank
you.
you. Oh,
You need to get out of
I'm
the
split.
spit.
They're behind us.
No.
The spitter's behind us.
Don't matter.
No,
Just
I'm not. I'm not behind you.
Oh, we gotta go in there.
we're gonna get you.
Nobody
gonna
tells
help
me these things, but I don't know the levels. I'm dumb.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
You went way too far ahead. Way too far ahead.
Okay.
Oh my god!
You
Well,
can't
we're
go
dead.
far ahead
Yes, sir.
because if you don't go too far ahead there, they can camp that fucking corner.
Oh.
Oh shit.
You're gonna have to shoot for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm down.
It's not gonna work. It's not
Oh,
working. It's
there's a
not working.
tank.
I can't move.
Hi.
We got really far.
Oh my
To,
goodness.
to be honest, I forgot you
Christian,
don't
take
know
the
to
ball.
just run through that tunnel as fast as possible and don't shoot. You just run through there to get to the other side because if they get time to spawn that other side, they can just camp a corner and just kill us.
Yep,
okay.
no idea
I would
that
try.
was a thing.
Oh my
I
god.
tried to go fast because I do like that's a thing that happens.
Alright, team, let's do this. It's time for the pep talk. We must use the power of the cards.
Use the pog.
The cards is bullshit.
Behind.
Yeah, that's cool game. I love pressing and mashing the attack button, and there's a cooldown.
You're learning the scuff of this.
So
Of
scuff.
versus mode.
Our coach has to carry us with his aimbot anyway.
Nobody's
Alright,
coming in
team,
this room?
huddle up. We need to kill Coach at all costs.
You don't want to see if there's an item in here? Because there is an item in here. It's for you. I missed! No! I hate the hitboxes. Charger hitboxes make me feel things.
Oh goodness
I was wondering why
gracious.
you were sitting there, Cup, for like the longest time. They're not in the safe room, Cup.
No, I have to despawn.
Do you mean no target game?
There's 4 of them, watch out!
Game. Game. Piss on your grave, game. You scuffy bitch. No target. It's right in
No,
front of
help
me.
Thank Thank you.
I swear this game is trash. Fuck this
Oh, yeah.
game.
One advice for verses is the hitboxes are actually like fucked. You have to aim like slightly in front of where they're gonna be for your thing to connect sometimes. It's
In
really
front,
bad.
or you just gotta be right in front of them.
Yeah, because it's like the like connection is like counting where they're gonna be.
They were
as the
standing
hitbox.
still.
Oh, no.
So them telling me I had no target 5 times in a row makes me want to put my fist through a screen.
Help!
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Get them points. Get them points.
Ouch.
Hide them in the corner.
Ow.
Oh my god. Dude.
I punched myself.
I
in the
knew it.
ears.
I knew it. I knew I was being an idiot. Stupid. Dumb.
Keep running.
Pop, pop. Gong. Okay, I have some evil ideas for here. Hmm.
I spent a long time at that spur.
Dang, this would work, but I'm too far back.
Yeah, I think you're trying to think too much, Cap.
Alright, I'll think less. Oh, I thought too
YouTuber
little.
Thinking? Say it isn't so.
I thought too less. It's Kittyland.
Ow.
Good kill.
I managed to distract them a bit.
I've just been a smoker the last like 4 spawns.
Yeah, you.
Fun.
Yeah, To be honest, the problem is they had Charger, Jockey, Hunter like 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
Next time is everyone.
You missed.
Fuck.
I'm healing. Oh, you motherfucker!
Hello.
Help!
No, no, please, please. I
The
just
bot
want
just
to
hung
live. I
out
just
for a
want to
while.
live.
Hello.
Nice try. Nice fucking try.
You were trying to sneak up on behind you.
You
Thought
tried.
you weren't paying attention. I went, I can
Safe
sneak up
room
on
is over here.
Burger Tank. So my coach is the best character. 1 man cheeseburger.
Do we have anyone near Nick?
Wait for what? I don't have much of anything.
Oh my god!
Nah!
Hi.
Hi! Come
Get
around here
pooped on.
often?
Oh my goodness!
Oh no, not the goo.
The goo.
Go under.
Might have found the perfect goo for this.
Thanks, coach.
No, you can't come up here. You can't come up here. This is my spot. Get out of here.
Ah! Almost got me, Val. Almost. Coach, what are you doing?
No.
Coach?
No, this is my spot. You can't come up. No. Ah.
Woo,
Oh
woo.
gosh. I got a knife in that face.
Oh!
Oh my goodness. A lot happening.
Coughing on the ladder.
Oh my, it's a witch.
Yeah, I love my knife.
Fuck, I mistimed it.
Wow.
Oh good. Oh, I saw that.
Whoops.
No one mentioned it.
Let's avoid the witch.
Oh shit. Okay, I made a
Okay,
problem. I made
well, Matt.
mistakes.
I'm just being sneaky back here.
Oh fucking.
Yeah, I made a
Not real.
mistake.
Better.
Okay, but let's all imagine a reality where that charger push actually got someone off the building, you know?
That would have been crazy.
It would have been great reality. You did just really mistime it.
Shh! No one has to
Just went
know.
all over. No, wait, not here. I have an idea.
Cool.
And a day
good
is
idea?
good.
Here's my idea.
Oh, I was looking where you were looking! You rat!
Man, I don't.
Don't
didn't-
shoot me! This is my corner! Youch.
Game, please.
You did. Your spit might have been
It's
cooled
pretty
down.
good.
Grabbing pills. Oh.
Oh my
Whoa.
fucking god!
Oh my non-existent god.
Wait, I'll wait for the third person.
Uh-oh. Mistake. Get me out of here. I gotta
We
get
got
out of
this.
Alright,
here.
they're at the thing, so they're they're gonna run through.
Unless.
Do we not get? Are we not getting our tank?
No, it's coming.
I didn't want to jump. I didn't want to jump game. I fucking hate this game. I'm starting to really hate this game. Really starting to hate it.
Nope.
I get the idea.
Oh, nice Molotov. Get me out of here. Oh, I'm fucking this up. I'm messing this up.
Yeah, you
Don't
are.
worry about it.
No.
You should have went. You should have just went after Rochelle and Coach.
Hey, don't close the door on me.
Oh.
Don't you
Out of it.
dare. No. Alright, it's you now.
How dare you? Oh no!
Unburdened.
Help me, coach!
Hi, coach.
No, Gothic, just stay in the
run.
safe room!
Just run away!
Gothic,
Just
go
run
back
away!
to the
Shit.
Just go
Come
back
out of the
to
safe
the
room.
safe room!
Come out of the safe room.
You gotta rescue your friends, guys. Come on. Open the door.
Oh,
It's
messed up. I walked
fine.
into the fire.
Inside, it's fine,
Gosh,
everything's
that must be
fine.
pretty close.
Think how tempting it would be to go save them, though. Think
What
about
friends? I
it.
don't have any
friend.
friends. I have no friends that you speak of.
Because
I mean, this is a post-apocalyptic era. You have to make sacrifices.
Yeah.
So what's the glitch where you can go spawn in the safe room?
You can't. You
I
can't
know,
do it.
right?
Do it.
No. Just open the door. Ow.
Yeah, do you not know you could shoot for the door?
Ouch.
Hi, Vish, you're annoying. Can you bleed out faster, please?
Yeah, who's still alive?
Coach.
Coach,
Oh,
yeah.
Nick, no, Nick.
Ivy, kill Nick.
dead.
Let the round end.
If I'm
You
dying,
guys
I'm
are sure
taking
taking
you
your
with
time to bleed
me.
out.
If I'm
Yeah, no,
dying, you are
yeah, Coach,
I'm
Coach.
taking you with me.
I'm surprised.
Open the door.
Yeah, coaches left. He's like miles away.
Okay, it's just Coach.
There we go.
Give him a moment, he'll die.
Probably punch him once as the charger and he'll explode.
He's undergoing his last moments. Thank you.
Yay.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's still
Yeah.
pretty close.
I wonder what you were doing. It's like I would have just like you just start chasing.
I should have.
people.
I honestly should have just left you. Just stayed in the safe room and just
Ah,
let you all
that's
die.
funny.
Mhm.
I
You,
didn't
you
do
ran after those two. They were going to get away. You should have
I
just
thought I
dealt with
could
the other
catch
two.
them eventually.
No, you can't. They can outrun you with beehawking. You
Damn.
need zombies in front of them. As long as we didn't have like a jockey or charger to slow or a smoker to really catch
Oh
them.
my, we're doing infected now.
Yep. That's what you do. You swap.
Bundum, bundum, man. Put this guy next to the peanut.
It's
Oh.
the love room. Hooray.
It went on this one single texture. He's so messed up.
peeking out.
Perfect.
He's like, oh, Minecraft mod. It's me. It's me from me. All right, let's go to Kittyland.
Oh, you must
Oh, it is
you
a
must
pretty
get
land.
your ticket.
Oh, this is already terrifying.
This will be difficult.
I'll save you.
Hey, you're not allowed in here. Damn it.
Oh, I'm saved now. Is there anything in here?
Why did you shoot me? I just wanted a hug.
Not allowed.
Get off me.
Uh-oh, goo.
Go.
No, I just spawned.
I knew there would be one back here. I felt it.
Well, that jockey just went flying. Oh, this is bad. I forget, do pipe bombs work after, like, a boomer? Will it send them away, or is it, like, it's too
It will.
much happening? Oh, okay.
Hunter.
Also, I'm getting kind of tired of the one zombie hitting me.
Love when there's just one zombie. Throws pipe bomb. Go that way. Oh my god. There's PP.
Eat my
right.
goo, please.
There's so many clowns here.
Oh, there's ammo here.
I want this. I want this. Give me that.
Stop it! Stop it!
Wait, who's back
Okay,
there?
that was a good kill. That was a good kill.
I got so
Why
scared.
did I
thought somebody
get
was
shot? I was standing on a stairwell. No zombies were around me, and I got shot by someone.
like...
Get this?
Here I come.
I don't approve of the tonguing, sir.
Sorry,
Oh, shit.
Hunter. Sorry, Jockey. I have a big chainsaw. I got the chainsaw.
Wow.
Hey, you didn't pay for your ticket.
I think something scary will be here.
Okay.
Oh, Spinner, we should go down. Okay.
Okay, we're going down. We gotta go down together. Wah!
Yeah, you need to tell us when you're going down. That was
Had
very
to.
bad.
We were kind of getting gooed.
I mean, going down to get, like, as long as only one person does it, not. Ow!
If a
Should've probably
jockey
got
and
ammo.
a charger show up, that
There's a
could
jockey
just
behind us.
that too.
Ah!
Uh-oh.
Save me! There's a boom.
Yeah, no.
No, get this. I don't have time for that.
Thank you.
Damn it, come!
I really wish I had a gun. I just have this pistol.
Oh my god, I was in the middle of
Oh my
healing.
Oh my god.
Okay,
No, so much violence.
There's a gun here.
I need that gun. I need a gun desperately. I am 6 shots. That's
shit, I
all I
got
got left.
Oh
I got
no.
boom boomed.
Uh-oh, I'm getting chomped. Hello, everybody. I'm dead.
there we go. Thank you.
Does
Okay.
anyone want to save me? I'm still over here.
Bye.
Goodbye. That was so fast. What the fuck?
Are you just a...
Don't mind
I
me,
have
I'm
a. I
fine.
don't have any good guns, so you're screwed.
I think I
You're
got
all
a second
screwed.
kill.
You basically literally just stopped shooting.
Like I literally, this hunting rifle is garbage. Like literal
No,
garbage.
I hate those guns.
Yeah,
Literally,
it's really
I
nice off
shoot
sometimes.
these guys like 5 or 6 times. I ran out of ammo. I needed a better gun, and all I had left was these dumb rifles that are garbage.
Say, dude, that hunter killed me so fast because like all the
GG.
infected were there too.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
those are the best place to attack.
That's a good spot. All these zombies are going.
Huh? Oh, he spawned right in front of me.
Also, special infected. Please don't attack me. Pretty please with a cherry on top.
No.
Not.
Oh my
Tell me
God.
what
No,
character
oh,
you are,
would
and I
you-
will
would
not
you-
attack you specifically.
We'll sacrifice Coach. You can have Coach.
Okay,
I'm no shame.
I'm coming for him. I'm the jockey. Let me get him.
Yeah. Go for it.
Oh, Coach got you.
Coach killed you. The one you were after. He still got you.
Ow!
I got shot by like 3 different people. I got shot like 3 different times before Toad shot me.
I don't think my strat's gonna work.
I just watched Coach just shoot.
Oh, fuck.
It didn't work. Dang it. I was so close.
Hey, you can have Coach.
Oh my god, there's so much going on. Uh-oh, get me out of here. I messed that up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Coach, stop standing in front of my shots, you bitch!
Who's going through the vents? What are you doing?
Hey,
Stay in the goo.
Oh, that is
promise,
dirty.
Coach.
That is very dirty.
And then the bot just watched it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The bot
I'm
just
doing
wanted to see
nothing in
what
the vents. I
happened.
don't know what you're talking about.
Get back. Heal.
Give us the
feel like
one
I'm
they
getting
call
bullied.
Coach.
Help! Help!
God damn it.
This might be the
Fucking
worst place to be
dumbass
in.
I am.
it's
Help me, I'm
technically
getting
it's,
bullied.
it's technically a little bit quicker than the other way.
It's so scary in this room. I've never even used this spot.
Oh, you
At least the bot is
lucky
healing me.
shit!
Not that time.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought I was a hunter.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Into the goo.
Oh god.
Blur. I messed that up, kinda.
hello, pretty.
Die,
No.
die.
Not the chainsaw.
Leave our bot alone.
I
He's
have a
a big bot.
chainsaw.
It hurts.
Actually, we should just let you lead because you have the chainsaw.
Hell yeah, chainsaw goodness.
Here we are, perfectly innocent zombies, using our right to protest, and you're just chainsawing us down.
Can't believe they've done
Damn,
this.
So rude.
No, let them have Coach. Let them have Coach.
We were after him for a while.
We don't want Coach.
How are they not? How are they not? What's happening? Why are they still stuck? I guess
I
that's just how
murder.
it is with Coach.
Coach's own sacrifice.
Ribbon is
No.
Oh,
Oh, so
whatever.
close. I need to despawn.
I was using the chainsaw, and how did the chainsaw not hurt? Are you? Are
Oh
you
my God.
fucking with me?
Demand the chainsaw.
Things are looking dire.
Get him! Get him!
No!
Yeah! Through the
Yippee.
power of bullshit.
There's a lot of bullshit. Yes, I agree.
Power of bullshit and distractions.
See, what happened is you lost coach and your whole team fell apart. You know.
Yeah,
Your
see, Coach was the
center-
glue that held you together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
probably.
the heart.
Without him, you crumbled.
Can we do
Yeah,
without
that was a problem.
Yeah, that was
Yippee. Oh god, this map. This one's. I'm so bad at this one.
Oh,
Barnes aren't that
boy.
bad.
You
Barnes
know
aren't
who
that bad.
else is bad at this map?
It is the thingy trains though. So
Is this the finale?
no, this
No.
is the pre. This is the before. This is
Okay,
roller coaster.
okay.
This is roller coaster and the lift, the open
Oh
the gate lift thing.
gosh.
Oh my god, the fucking roller coaster. Oh,
I have so many bad memories with the roller coaster, even in single player.
Roller coaster.
Roller
Grody
coaster.
coaster.
Roller coaster, yay.
roller coaster.
Roller coaster of love.
Roaster coaster.
Are we ready? Are we steady?
Go
There's
grab.
ready.
4 arms sticking through this door.
They
I'm
are,
not the
you
only
know,
one
they're
who died.
practicing their rights to bear arms.
Ah.
Like with bears?
I think they're more zombie arms though. Oh, help,
Uh-oh.
help, help.
Whoa! Whoa, that made it?
Hi.
I thought I'd
you're
count you.
You're fine because the smokers don't do that much
Help.
damage until the pool.
I'm dying, by
I'm-
the way.
I'm kind of being mauled by, you know, a boomer bile, so I
gotta
can't
go
see
back in
anything.
here.
Alright. Close the door.
I gotta heal myself.
Well, there goes half my health.
It's all of my health. Alright, let me out.
How's there so
wanna
many
be-
fucking zombies? Jeez.
I don't want to die
Boomer
in
bile.
the safe room.
No, there was just more zombie. Even with the boomer bile, before the boomer bile, there was already so many zombies.
Yeah.
Bumper
There
cars.
really are.
Rocky and Hunter.
Oh. I'll save you.
Okay,
I'll
just
save you also.
yeah, it was, you just
But
okay.
leave MalO to die.
You left me to die. Whatever. Whatever.
That's a cool name for a game.
Why are you?
It's almost like we left you for dead, you know.
Oh.
MalO, don't go that way.
I'm going this way. I don't care.
He's gone.
You wanted to leave me to die anyway, so whatever.
Come back, we're going to play the bumper
But-
cars.
Because all you're doing is giving
My
them more
birthday
time to get
party.
more people here.
It's
I get to
fine.
pick bumper cars.
Well, you are left for dead.
Ouch.
No.
Alright, I hope there's a charger in here. Or
Really?
that.
Bummer.
I need to get out of this room. This is such a bad choke point.
Yeah, but the spare's dead, so we won't give a spare for 20 seconds.
Oh, goodbye. I'm so
Okay.
fucking scared right now.
Come on. What is with this sticking?
Oh. Oh no.
No. You get katanaed.
I'm up katanas, thank you.
Wave the freaking warrior over here.
Oh, it's so early.
Me and MalO need to heal before we
I
can
need
really go
ammo
any
or
further.
something to fight
I
this.
am
I'm
legit.
out of ammo.
And a tank. Take me.
Get me out of here.
And a tank. Yeah.
I made a mistake.
Excuse me, sir.
Don't judge me, I'm just playing nice.
Okay, Cup, just run forward.
Alright, here I go.
Cup,
There's a
run
boomer over
forward.
here,
There's a
though.
tank. You're not gonna kill it in time.
I hit him really hard?
Run, Cup, run.
It won't.
All right, goodbye,
Go on
everybody.
for us.
I don't
Leave
have
us
any-
for dead.
Oh fuck! I don't know where to go.
Run
is the
through
wrong
the
route.
barn. Look for the light.
Damn! I'm in the barn. Ooh, a gun. A gun in the barn.
Hey, I got the achievement.
By the
Hey,
way, the tank stopped pummeling me to death, so you're in trouble, Cup.
Come, just please wait. I want to play
Get
with
out
you
here.
too.
Fuck this guy.
Ivy, I know,
Get out of here.
I know where you are, Ivy, because the
I come!
Murphy.
Nice.
No! Yo! Oh no!
Oh my God.
The map, this is very short. It's just the problem. The thing was just here's a tank. It's like I know
Crazy.
me think you need to heal, and then it just oh tank. Okay, Cup, just run.
Hey, it's a thing. Yeah.
Alright. I know. I was walking and I turned and everyone was red. It's like, oh.
Mhm.
Blah.
Oh, you can't jump on that, huh?
This could be potentially rough for us, team. Just so you know.
It's gonna be scary.
I've got myself
But not for me.
slightly stuck.
Uh-oh, they see us. This is a bad choice.
Help me, I'm getting tongued.
Ah! I
By
didn't
the
think that through.
By the way, when you either try and just to the goo, not trying. You're trying to just throw on the people who are getting downed.
By
Yeah,
the
no,
way.
I was gonna put it underneath
not
the
in the
smoker.
people.
I was gonna put it on the smoker, but then like,
I was trying to spawn that entire time so I could actually help out. But every time, like
hate it.
literally every angle I tried, somebody kept moving to get in my view.
That's literally like my
Yeah, it
rage in this
happens.
game. Is that happening?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay, they got.
We. No.
Oh my
Don't shoot
god,
me.
I cannot see shit.
If you can spawn and go into the room, it'd be great.
I'm such a fucking asshole,
I'm
idiot, moron.
Because I definitely left it from someone.
This happened.
Fucking shit.
Blah.
Okay.
Also, I really like just being in the same VC so we can hear what both teams are doing. This is cool.
Yeah, this has been a great time.
This is
It's
fun.
nice hearing the panic and the maniacal laughing at the same time.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sorry, Cup.
you ruined my boomer.
We got a boomer, folks. Inbound.
Right. Here come the scary.
Well,
Oh shit.
I heard the tank coming, so I assumed that the tank was going to be there.
Yes.
Tank was not there yet, so I prematurely went
Well-
forward with that.
Okay, I think the tank spawns like far. Oh shit, this person's getting destroyed. Bonk.
Yeah, you're getting destroyed because you're trying to.
Good job, team.
I was shooting you in the back so much.
Hmm.
Brother, let me heal.
Did I
Don't
stop
heal.
the heal?
Brother.
Get up, get up, get up, get up there.
I can never land those far chart hunters.
Yeah. By the way, even if you're a tank, don't charge in by yourself.
Unless you're
Because
super
all
cool.
it means is they're all just going to shoot at you.
Tank
you
is
can-
so
you-
hard to do.
It's not that hard to do it. The problem is if when they're just you're by yourself.
I didn't know I was by
Yeah,
myself.
but some areas are pretty rough for it.
Yeah, it becomes so helpless when you're by yourself.
No! Are you
Oh,
fucking
no.
kidding me?
This is fucked
Oh,
up.
no.
Someone got monkeyed.
This is fucked!
Oh, coach is confused
Keep
by
on
the
that
ladder as well.
water.
Are we just all going in here?
That was fucked up.
No,
Oh
help me.
no.
I saw you going up the ladder. I was like, I have to.
Cup, protect me. Cup, protect me. Cup, do something.
Oh, I fucked up. Damn it.
Thank you.
I'll just punch them. I'm not
that
good
was
right now.
that was a valiant effort. That was a valiant effort to protect your teammate. It's like
I
no,
keep
no,
charging
no.
into weird things.
I need help. I've got no bullet. Now I have bullet. Coach, please.
Oh my god,
Very scary guy out here.
you're cooked. You are actually legitimately cooked.
I got you, man.
Now we have to get
We
through.
got this. Believe in the power of friendship.
Ow. Famous fast forwards.
Use the heart of the cards.
Oh.
Damn it! Did I miss him? Yeah. I missed
Yeah,
him.
I was watching that
I got-
charge. That was close.
Damn. Fucking aimbot, man. He wouldn't have been able to hit me if he didn't have aimbot, you know? I'm not like a giant target or anything.
Oh no, no. Oh yeah, I became the sacrificial lion. That's fine.
Uh-oh, I'm in danger.
You can't get into that. They patched that.
Damn.
Oh, got him!
Oh,
That's not good. What about this?
Oh my fucking god.
Aw.
I'm
Good kill.
Dude, I hate this part of the game. It's so
Damn, give me life.
stressful.
help!
Oh man. Oh no, I can't spawn either.
Damn it! I didn't get through the
Oh my
thing.
god, I cannot spawn. There's nowhere to spawn.
You. What?
No! How could you do this? Run, Gothic Phoenix, run!
I'm dying.
Give me
Oh,
coach. Give me coach.
Run, obviously you're annoying.
Run,
Don't
Nick!
get above
Run,
me.
Nick! Get in
No,
now!
you're behind.
No! It's okay, we got so many.
I survived!
Yo,
This is oddly
good
familiar to
work.
what happened last time.
It's alright, come outside, Ivy. It's fine.
Nope, just stay inside.
Ouch.
Don't worry.
Wait,
Just
I
wait for your
killed
friend to
Chuck?
die.
How?
How'd you do that? Oh shit, the turntables.
Yeah, because our tank we didn't get our tank wasn't.
Yeah, we
wasted
super
the tank.
exploded.
They knew where the tank was showing up, and the tank basically just got isolated. So there was nothing really
We
to
got
do.
ultra killed our team.
Yeah, good job, team.
But it's nice and tied almost for this last one.
No, this one pretty much it where
Mhm.
it's basically first. It's not going to be that. It's not that thing. Mostly. Once you get to the stage, basically, it's just going to be chasing who can survive the first big wave.
Unless we kill them super good and fast.
Alright, good luck and have fun.
Oh shit. Yeah, wait, maybe maybe the first wave is gonna be hard.
We got picked up.
Coach is now Heisenberg.
How dare you kidnap me?
I wish I would have
beg
gone
your
further. The
fucking
fucking
pardon?
pole got in the way.
You're gonna have to move
Oh
forward.
god, there's
you're
already
just
a
gonna-
tank.
You're just gonna wait to take damage.
Ow! How fucking dare?
Oh, are you serious?
Oh shit! I got.
Oh no!
I only have a pistol.
Well-
I can only do so much.
I guess coach
Who's
is
that,
here.
Who was that joint?
Oh,
Well,
Well, I
that
guess
was
we're
quick.
gonna have
That's
to
brutal.
figure out how to get past this part.
we just peg
Yeah,
it.
but we need to get all the way to the stage and survive 2 weeks.
Yeah,
win.
I
We
don't think
literally
we can
just
do
breathed
that.
and then we just died.
We'll figure it out. Now it's really tense.
Hey guys, why do you just stay there and just die for us, please?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, wasn't worth asking.
Oh my god! Like right when the door. Oh my god.
Why did you run forward when we know there's a tank coming?
Because this is a death trap, a literal death trap. We cannot stay here. We need to
get
move
over.
forward as fast as possible before they can set up.
Uh-oh, tank is here. Okay, I'm epic and I'm jumping over the tank. Oh, there's a rock. Woo! Oh my god, we did it. We did it. We gotta get out of here.
Do nothing.
It's because it just charged the fuck in before they had a chance to set up. They were like, what? What's going on? Oh god, they're already here.
Oh my god, I set myself on fire. That's not
Oh
good
my
for us.
god.
Success.
Oh, no, Chandra, please, I'm healing.
I heard like a big punch. I don't remember how to start this.
We can,
Is it
do you want
this
to stop?
I got a hunter here. I got a hunter on me. I got.
We have an
Hey,
AI
hey,
hacker.
hey, whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Oh,
can
you're
see
so
you.
far
You
away.
were you went into a corner.
I was
had to kill
trying
the
to get
smoker.
to you, Callum, the entire time. I'm like walking towards you,
Yes,
and
I
you're
know,
walking
I was
away.
watching you because I was trying to kill the smoker. Was trying to attack you.
There was no smoker. There was only a hunter.
There was a smoker.
There was no
That's the
smoker,
thing.
unless he was on the other side of the arena. There was no smoker.
Oh, he
you
was
died?
right. He was,
I thought you were
he was
alive
at the
still.
stairs. I literally watched him climb up the stairs,
I-
going straight towards you.
It's okay, we're still gonna win. Not really, but we in our
Can someone
spirit.
cover me instead of all of us just running a mile away apart from each other?
No. I like running. Ah!
Okay,
Oh
I
no. My tongue. My tongue gone.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Goodbye.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, there's a boomer here. Get out of here. Get away from me. These bullets are not going into the jockey. Goodbye.
You shall not escape.
Where's the ammo? Okay, there it is.
I heard a slurp.
Oh, I'm lagging so bad.
I
I've
am
got-
lagging.
Ingram is, yeah,
Yeah.
Ingram
Yeah,
is just
I'm
completely
We gotta start shooting
destroyed.
the-
Like, Ingram
What a
can't even
box.
see the enemies in front of them.
Oh, I fell down too now.
yeah.
It's over.
Okay.
Oh, I got peed on.
I just pinged.
Yeah,
them.
I was lagging massively as well.
Yippee.
I was wondering why I was having to enter.
We won by 7 points.
Damn.
Oh
Well,
my god.
would you look
that
at
was
those
close.
points?
Wow.
GG, y'all.
crazy.
GG.
GG. That was crazy. Wow.
It was that initial push that did it for
Song
you
is so
guys.
scary.
Yep.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hell yeah. It's been such a good time.
It's really fun.
This again.
I'd be down to organize something like this again. This is
Hell
I
yeah.
love versus. It's so much fun.
Hell yeah.
Like, here's the
Mhm.
thing: we just probably just need to just find 8 people and just fuck around.
Just like it's messing around casually.
Mhm.
I think if I pick like a different day, I think this just day ended up being where nobody could do it. But I'm really glad we managed to get 7 people because it was so fun playing with such a big group. It
Mm-hmm.
was cool.
For sure. It's been great.
Well, I realized I didn't realize I'd be this tired by the end of just 2 rounds, but I think I'm definitely good for now. But thank you guys so much for coming and playing this. This was fun and chaos and
Yeah.
crazy.
Should we just stay in this and
Hell
keep this as
yeah.
our versus server?
Yeah, I could just
Good.
keep this one up actually.
Yeah, that'd be
fun.
great.
Mm,
Me perfect.
yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
I guess next time we organize one, we could just add more
But
people if we want, or just see what's going on.
If not, like, we could invite everyone to the collab server.
Oh yeah, there's multiple collab servers. Each person
The-
here,
the-
I think, is from like a slightly different collab server. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
there's a few collab servers from my understanding.
There's the one I've been running.
Yeah, we could ask from yours too.
I think I'm in
'cause
most of them. I'm only from one of them.
I'm in so many now.
The
Just
one
like-
I'm in.
I know the
was in
feeling.
a bunch, but a bunch of them just died.
yeah, well,
like,
that happens too. So
Nothing
Gotta
happened. Nothing, like they all they do is like arrange a Minecraft for like the first 3 weeks, and then like the first month, and then everything just dies.
It seems
it
that
becomes a
happens a
Minecraft
lot.
Discord sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine
Right.
mine kind of died, but it still gets used sometimes.
Yeah. I was looking at it. I do remember coming thingy from there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a who is.
It gets used time to time.
I just used the club server that I got the cup got
Yeah.
me from. I do use another
me-
one, but the other one is just for British viewers. But I haven't actually
Mm,
put
Now we
the
know
thing
that
into it.
the new best collab server is this one we're in right now for Left 4 Dead.
The
I
Left 4 Dead server.
see.
Yeah, you can set
Yeah.
up collabs here, but only for Left 4 Dead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna
No,
be
no.
really annoying about it.
Left 4 Dead or very specifically similar games.
What about the
Yeah,
more
except
room and
Back 4
help
Blood, and
too?
you get banned. Or Left 4 Dead 1? How controversial.
Back for Blood. Ooh.
No,
Would you
you
not
can't
talk-
say that.
Back from
We do
blood,
not talk
gosh.
about Back for Blood.
Mods,
We don't
Think
talk
about
about that one.
We do
We'll
not
never
talk
do that.
about Back for Blood.
It's so just nothing.
No, it's absolutely nothing. It did have a good like ideas. It just was terrible.
It was
just
just
didn't
executed
do-
poorly.
The
Yeah,
maps were just
exactly.
really badly, and the overpowered the verses were just bad.
Well, also like it's the reason Left 4 Dead's so good is because a lot of the voice lines are super reactive to what's going on, and then Back 4 Blood was like, "Damn monsters! Ah, get it out of here!" And it's like, who
Hey,
cares?
Cup, when you're debuting as a voice actor, man, that was just.
Yeah, it's so good. You already heard my look at this net. I'm so good at it.
Look at this net
Incredible.
that I just
I'm
found.
right there.
That
Yeah.
I just found. What did I
Right,
say?
I'm gonna head off to head out and say goodbye to chat. So I think
Me
I'm going to go
too.
and do a randomizer.
Yeah.
Do some randomizer
Ooh.
stuff.
Maybe we'll go into that. All right. Well, same here. I'll say goodbye to my chat, and thank you all
See
for
you all. It's
joining
fun
this.
meeting you.
Yeah,
super
yeah.
Thanks for
It's been
saying up.
Mean
fun.
flown by.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for
Goodbye.
having
We'll do this again
us.
soon.
Yeah.
Yee.
Until next time.
Until next
Yeah.
time, when we all perish by zombie infestation.
Until
Hell
next time, and then until
yeah.
next time, threateningly. All right. Goodbye,
Squeak
everybody.
noises.
Only slightly threateningly.
All right. Hey chat. So, how's it going, everyone? If you give me a moment, I am going to do a long stream today. I think I'm gonna check out a wire. I'm gonna check some things here, chat. If you would let me also check some things. So actually, hold on. Do I have an idea? What can I let you guys do while I check some hardware issues?
Wow.
Wow. A great style. Um let me I'm just looking to see if there was anything I could like play for you guys. Hmm. How about a Warhammer 40K video? How about that? No, I don't want to join Cup in the game. Cup I don't want to think wants to play the game anymore. Hi, Morning Cup. Oh my god, rating. Oh my god, Cup. Oh my god, you got rated. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, oh, oh my god. Like, oh my god. Yes, 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 Bruce. I don't know why I did that. I just thought it would be funny. Like, oh my god. Oh. Ah. I mean, I had a video. I just had one. There.
Gork and Mork, the twin gods of the
Okay, everybody, I'm gonna put on a Gork and the Blork and Mork from Warhammer 40 Glork, so I can check out some audio issues.
the orc race. One is brutally cunning, while the other is cunningly brutal. They are two of the most talked about and mysterious gods
Such
in
low
all
audio.
of Warhammer 40k. So I thought it was finally about time a fallen cow took a swing at power scaling these big green gits. And hey, if this video hits over 1,000 likes and 300 comments within the first week, I'll make a follow-up
great
video
start.
power scaling the great green prophet himself, Gazgul Mak Uruk Thraka. So make sure you smash that like button and drop a comment below. But in today's video, we're focusing on his benefactors, Gork and Mork. I'm going to break down who they are, their powers, weapons, and abilities, their greatest feats across the setting, and finally where they scale compared to the rest of the 40k universe. So there's only one thing left to do. It's time to wag out and jump headfirst into the cow hole. It's time to power scale. Gork and Mork are the twin gods of the orc race, born from the collective traits, emotions, and beliefs of the greenskin race. Just as Khorne is a manifestation of violence, anger, and bloodshed across the galaxy, Gork and Mork are the ultimate reflection of the orcs themselves. Every orc's love for battle, violence, cunning, and conquest feeds back into the warp, empowering the twin gods. At the end of the day, Gork and Mork are pretty much the purest expression of what it means to be an orc. And the same same gestalt psychic energy that empowers Gork and Mork is also responsible for many of the strange abilities and unexplained phenomenon surrounding the Orc race. As the 10th edition Orc Codex states, when orcs gather, a very strange phenomenon manifests. A kind of gestalt energy builds a supernatural charge like the tension before a thunderstorm, exciting the orcs' rocktious and violent tendencies even as it feeds off them. Some amongst the Imperium have hypothesized that this energy lies at the heart of the many inexplicable facets of the orc's essential nature. Orcs, for their part, couldn't care less. To them, this is simply the power of the wag. This wag energy is the psychic force created by the collective thoughts, emotions, and beliefs of the greenskin race. The more orcs gather, fight, and believe in their own unstoppable nature, the stronger this energy becomes. It is the same force that connects the orcs to Gork and Mork, and allows their race to perform many of the bizarre feats that defy normal logic. This is also what makes Gork and Mork so different from the Chaos Gods. While the ruinous pantheon are fueled by the emotions and actions of countless species across the galaxy, Gork and Mork are almost entirely the reflection of one race, the Orcs. They do not seek souls, offer mutations, or care about the grand schemes like the other 4 Chaos Gods. Instead, they simply embody everything the Orcs are: violence, conquest, and the endless pursuit of a good scrap. In fact, they spend most of their time in the warp physically punching each other in an eternal stalemate, which you have to admit is a pretty damn orky thing to do. Now, the difference between the 2 gods is very subtle. One of them is brutally cunning, and the other is cunningly brutal. The orcs often disagree over which is which, and they have even started wars over this matter. But thankfully, we do have a definitive answer on which is which, as seen in the 10th edition Orc Codex. Gork is said to be brutal but cunning. He will not stand for anything he sees as mucking about, which is generally interpreted by the orcs as anything from bothering to formulate a battle plan to using high-tech weaponry or fighting for any reason other than the simple joy of violence. Gork is the divine equivalent of a boot to the teeth, a brace of stink bombs through a stained glass window, or a rocket-propelled asteroid dropped onto an enemy city. In short, he epitomizes the most fundamental essence of what it means to be an orc. So if Gork represents the idea of a straightforward fight, smacking, bashing, and whacking anything in his path, Mork, on the other hand, represents the other side of the orc psyche, cunning, which is also seen in the 10th edition Orc Codex. Mork is said to be cunning but brutal. Rather than just bash his enemies over the head, Mork would rather sneak up on them with his enormous club behind his back than bash them over the head. He is, of course, still a deity of loud and apocalyptic destruction. He just likes to be a bit sneaky about it. We're hunting Chaos Gods.
Check,
Mork
1,
is the
2.
orc's bestial cunning personified.
Check.
The glee of the greenskins.
Hello? Check 1, 2. Hello? Would you look at that? Upon changing the wires, I don't hear that buzzing sound no more in my background. Well, it's not changed so much as I moved the wires around to make them less tangled mess. And listen to that. Less audio buzz that nobody else but me can hear because I have the clearest audio in the game. But it seems like that was the issue. As I thought, it was something to do with the wires getting crossed. I don't know what to do to fix them, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to reposition some things, move some things around, try to get them a little less coagulated. Yeah, it's a good term, I guess. Coagulated. But yeah, I will do that really quick here.
Species to shock
Let you guys
and
finish the
confuse
video.
their luckless foes. So essentially, Gork is the guy who comes up, yells at you, and smacks you in the face. While Mork is the guy who comes up behind you, yells, and smacks you in the back of the head. Now, naturally, the next question we must ask is, when did Gork and Mork come into being? And while the answer is rather complicated,
It's
as
because of
always
Orc.
in Warhammer 40k, Since the warp exists outside of normal time, technically speaking, Gork and Mork have existed forever and have never existed at all. Yeah, I know, confusing, right? Though, in the book The Beast Must Die, when Vulcan absorbs the pure gestalt energy of the WAG, he sees Gork and Mork fighting at the dawn of time. That power echoed back through time, past the Horse Heresy to the primordial origins of the orcs themselves. He was one with the nature of the orcs, and saw for the briefest moment two green-skinned behemoths battering each other
You hear
with their
that?
fists at the dawn of time.
I don't think you
before
did, but
even
I did.
mankind was born. So it does appear that Gork and Mork have existed, or at the very least, were born within the warp sometime in the very ancient past.
Warp
The
and
most likely
Flork.
theory is that this occurred around the same time the Krorks came into being during the War in Heaven. Now, for those who don't know, the Krorks are the ancient orcs, and were created by the Old Ones during the War in Heaven to combat the Necrons and the Catan. Now, I will admit there is no direct evidence that the Krorks specifically worshipped Gork and Mork, or that they had a direct hand in their creation, so I can't outright confirm that they were the Krorks' gods during this era. There are even some theories that, similar to the Eldar gods, Gork and Mork were created by the Old Ones to empower the Krorks with their gestalt psychic energy, since you know they were literally fighting star gods. If that were the case, then theoretically, they could also be capable of manifesting in the material realm, just like some of the Eldar gods did during the War in Heaven. But like I said, unfortunately, there is no direct evidence to support this incredibly cool theory. Curse you, Games Workshop! Curse you! In addition to that, there is
Guys,
also
so
some rather
cheesy.
conflicting information from older Warhammer lore. As in the 1990s Orc WA Codex, Gork and Mork are described as awakening and beginning to influence the orcs across the galaxy. But with more recent
Galaxy.
lore establishing their existence as ancient warp deities tied to the very nature of the orc race, this older codex appears to have been retconned or heavily reworked. But what I can say with confidence is that Gork and Mork have existed for a
Check.
very, very long time, potentially dating back to the earliest origins of the orc race. As for their appearances, Gork and Mork are warp entities, so technically speaking, they do not have one standard physical form, though they are most commonly depicted as gigantic orcs, which is supported by the fact that the orcs build their colossal,
Check.
gargant, and stompa war machines in their image.
Check.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
So now that we know who Gork and Mork are, it's time to move on to discussing their abilities, weapons, and feats throughout Warhammer
Check.
40k.
Check. Test. Check. 1, 2. Check.
So I know we
Test.
just discussed where their powers
Check. 1, 2. Check. Test.
come from, but I'm going to briefly
Oh,
summarize.
it's not that you can't hear me. I'm just listening to hear what I can hear in the background, if I hear buzzing or fan noises or that sort of thing.
It because it is important when discussing Gork and Mork's abilities. So, as I said earlier, it does appear that Gork and
Inspection
Mork
check
only
1,
gain their
2.
power through the orcs, and the orcs alone.
What the
Essentially, how this
Zolg?
works is as more and more greenskins fight across the galaxy, screaming their cries of war and death, charging into battle, and simply getting into a good scrap, the more empowered their deities become. Every single orc, grot, and snotling acts as a tiny psychic transmitter and receiver. When millions of orcs gather, fight, and chant together, their collective subconscious thoughts
check.
coalesce into the WoW.
I don't hear any buzzing in the
feeding raw,
background anymore.
belligerent psychic energy straight into the warp and empowering Gork and Mork. Now, before moving on, I do want to touch on if the orcs actually empower the Chaos Gods as well as Gork and Mork, which is a very surprisingly controversial subject, since we do have sources that suggest they don't, and we do have sources that suggest they absolutely do. So, just like usual in 40k, it's a confusing mess. For example, in the book Brutal Cunning, a demon of Khorne has this to say about fighting the orcs. The abhorrence, living, thinking beings over which the true powers could hold little influence. Resistant to the hated changer, resistant to the grandfather disease, and resistant to the snares of excess cast by the Dark Prince. Even the Blood God, mightiest of the ruinous powers, could not offer them any outlet for their warlike nature that was not provided by their worship of their own brutish gods. The abhorrence proliferated, vermin with an infuriating inability to acknowledge the power of chaos. So from this, it appears that orcs are inherently resistant to the powers of chaos, or at the very least, highly resistant to corruption, as their souls appear incapable of being influenced by the ruinous pantheon. And the demon makes it appear that Gork and Mork are the main reason for that. However, Ark of Omen's Angron presents what seems to be the exact opposite.
I feel like that's kind of like a catch-22. It's like it's like, oh yeah, Gork and Mork are protecting them, but if they're powered by the other orcs and whatnot, wouldn't it basically mean that they are protecting themselves through their own devotion?
While describing the kinds of battle that empower Khorne, which is, spoiler, it's all of them, it includes this example. They strike in anger. The brawl in the fighting pit has been long and bruising, but at last the challenger lies bloody and broken. Giving full vent to his fury at this upstart, the orc hefts a boulder in both hands and brings it crashing down upon his enemy's skull. Now, Ark of Omen's Angron was published in 2023, while Brutal Cunning came out in 2021. Whether that's an intentional shift in lore or simply another contradiction is difficult to say. Personally though, it honestly makes more sense that orcs would be able to empower chaos. I don't think intent is what matters. It's the emotional and psychic output of sentient beings. What makes the orcs unique isn't necessarily that they don't feed chaos at all. It's that they are incredibly difficult to corrupt. Their devotion to Gork and Mork, combined with their unique psychic nature, makes them exceptionally resistant to the influence of the ruinous pantheon. In addition to being empowered by all orc kind, Gork and Mork are of course warp entities, meaning they possess many of the same fundamental abilities as the other warp gods, like we see in the 4th edition Chaos Demons Codex. The realm of chaos is a place of dreams and nightmares, where cause need not follow effect. Within its bounds, anything is possible. Here, there are no physical laws akin to those that dominate the mortal world. Within its confines, hopes and fears become real, and reality is reborn as fevered hallucination. Gravity, shape, space, and reason all are in flux and utterly mutable to the will of the Chaos Gods. So like I just said, Gork and Mork, as warp entities, should be able to manipulate any concept within
Give me your teeth.
that includes time, space,
Yummy
reality,
teeth.
causality, gravity, pretty much anything that is a fundamental aspect of our
Oh
world
no,
is at the
Malcor, I'm
complete
sorry to
mercy
hear
of
that.
warp beings like Gork and Mork. In addition to this, like the Chaos Gods, Gork and Mork can create their own realm within the Immaterium. Just as Khorne rules over his brass citadel and Tzeentch commands the crystalline labyrinth, Gork and Mork preside over their own domain, the Great Green. As described in Gazgul Thraka, Prophet of the Wag, the Great Green is the spiritual fungoid realm where Gork and Mork reside. It is also the destination of every green-skinned soul after death. They're the spirits of orcs, snotlings, and other orc subspecies remain until Gork and Mork decide to reincarnate them into new bodies. Just like the Chaos Gods, this realm corresponds to the power, will, and essence of Gork and Mork. So depending on how powerful they are at that current moment in time, their realm size will shrink and expand depending on how empowered they are. So say for example during the War of the Beast, Gork and Mork's realm was probably gigantic, but after the shattering of the orc hosts, their realm probably shrunk due to the loss of so much Wog energy. Outside of these standard warp abilities, Gork and Mork have also been seen aiding the orcs within the physical world through multiple means. For example, they appear to influence where orcs travel, and may even offer them a degree of protection while journeying through the Immaterium. In fact, in the 7th edition Orc Codex, they seemingly possess a group of Gazgul Thraka's weird boys.
Check. Okay, that's just the background, a little bit of the background, but other than that, no more buzzing. Yay, I know exactly what was causing the buzzing too, and I fixed it.
And through
I figured it
they
out.
command Gazgul that the material realm must be conquered by the orcs. After this, they seem to send Gazgul across the galaxy to fulfill their scheme. Their message delivered, the weird boys explode in ripe showers of what?
Oh.
viscera, and a tide
One
of great
second, chat.
power rolls outwards from them, frying every system on Gazgul's ship and crippling his pursuers. Kill Rekka is immediately hurled into warp space, emerging somewhere and somewhen else entirely. Now this warp jump drops Gazgul into the heart of the powerful orc warlord Urgok Dust Slayer's territory. So naturally, Gazgul immediately heads to the center of his empire, teleports aboard Dust Slayer's warship, kills his bodyguard, and claims his Wag, resulting in what the Codex describes as the stirring of an orc migration on a scale never before seen. So it definitely appears that Gork and Mork can manipulate warp travel to further their own goals and desires. This is further supported by the 10th edition Orc Codex, which states that as orc ships travel through warp space, they are protected by Gork and Mork. As they enter warp space, the text states they trust to Gork and Mork that they will emerge from the Inferium near, if not on top of, some settled planetary system that they can invade. This once again suggests that Gork and Mork both protect the orcs as they travel through the warp and influence where they emerge, ensuring they almost always find themselves heading towards a fresh scrap or a new battle. Gork and Mork also seem to have the ability to empower their champions in the material world, especially when they are in need of it the most. Most notably, Gazgul is greatly blessed as their direct champion and prophet. For example, in the 9th edition Orc Codex, we are told, to face Gazgul Thrak in battle is to die. This ironclad engine of destruction is not only terrifying in combat, but he is also a totemic war leader of great cunning and terrifying presence. If this was not enough, Gazgul also enjoys the personal protection of the Orc gods. Not that he seems to need it. And there are multiple statements like this one throughout the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th edition Orc Codexes, all of which directly show that Gork and Mork can bestow their power and strength upon their chosen orcs. Most of all,
My
Gazgul
chosen
Thraka, who they
orc
quite
children.
literally speak to guide him towards their goals. Not only can they do this with whichever orc they choose, but it also seems to correlate with their ultimate goal, for the orcs to wage so much war and slaughter across the galaxy that their Wog energy grows so fierce and ferocious that the barrier between real space and the warp begins to fail, allowing Gork and Mork to finally enter the fray in the material universe. As the 7th edition Orc Codex states, at their behest, Gazgul is beginning his greatest work. He will travel the galaxy, subjugating every warlord and gathering every orc to his banner until the stars themselves shudder to the thundering footfalls of his horde. Gazgul is gathering the Wog of Gork and Mork themselves. A Wog that will drown the galaxy in a war so great that the gods themselves will tear their way out of the warp to join the fight.
That's
So
terrifying.
this does appear to support the theory that Gork and Mork may be very similar to the ancient Eldari gods, like Asurian or Cain, and that they may actually be able to manifest within real space if their power becomes
Why did these orcs look like monkey? They look like gorilla monkey.
great enough. Meaning that if the orcs become the dominant species within the material universe, Gork and Mork could potentially swell in power, at least if this codex entry is to be believed, enough to breach the barrier between the warp and real space, enter the battle themselves, and take the galaxy for all orc kind. Will this ever happen though? Probably not, since the orcs are a far cry from the main characters of the setting. But it doesn't hurt to dream, right guys? Right?
Why not make it so it's like the rat apocalypse? It's the orc apocalypse. And then all the entire universe has to stand up against the orcs or die.
So now that we've talked about their abilities, do Gork and Mork wield any weapons? And this is kind of a weird question because technically, it has never been outright confirmed what their weapons are called or what exactly they can do. However, in the 10th edition Orc Codex, Mork is described as sneaking up behind his enemies and hitting them with an enormous club. Gork, on the other hand, is also described in the 7th edition Orc Codex to use a giant spike club the size of a comet to destroy his enemies. So truly, these are the perfect weapons for a good scrap. But unfortunately, we don't know the full extent
Very
of
unga
their
bunga.
club or what they are able to do. But we can assume, as they are a god's weapon, that they are quite powerful. But there are no feats or statements that give us a clear idea of their actual power or how destructive they are, which absolutely is a bummer. But that is the reality of the orcs in 40k. Always yelling, but always forgotten by Games Workshop. Moving on, let's next talk about Gork and Mork's feats.
Even though they're hands down the best race in the entire series. Tyranids are mid as shit compared to everything else. And the orcs just stand above everything. But we gotta make more Marines, more Spoos Marines, because they're so popular.
Across 40k. And I'm going to admit that too is a little confusing. First, in the 7th edition Orc Codex, we get this excerpt, which on the surface looks quite insane. The orcs say that Gork is brutal but cunning, and Mork is cunning but brutal. Gork and Mork are divine powerhouses. Deities so strong, they are never truly defeated. They simply shrug off the attacks of other gods with a raucous laugh. So at first glance, this codex entry makes it appear that Gork and Mork are so powerful that they can simply shrug off attacks from other gods. However, when you look at it,
Imagine being hit by Korn, the god of blood and death and murder, and shrugging it off. It was like literally the guy that you send in to do unga bunga things. It's like, you call that a hit, you weak ass god.
a little bit more closely, it never specifies which gods it's talking about.
That's an interesting art piece. The Outsider. Void Dragon, Nightbringer, Isha, Gork, Mork. The Deceiver, Kane. Kigorach and the Deceiver. Weren't they the super funny Eldar gods? The Emperor Malal. I don't know who Malal is. Yeah, he doesn't exist. Never mind. There's Korn, Slanesh, Nurgle, Zinch, the Emperor. What am I even doing here? I told you I am not a god. Yeah, Emperor keeps saying he's not a god, but he is a god. I feel like humanity has accidentally made him into a god.
And this is consistent with pretty much every single Orc Codex, since Games Workshop is apparently too lazy to change the description, as every single codex has just stated gods. This is seen from the
Also, I'm making a race arc and I need help. Racing arc, help with the gimmick. Besides, the main plot point of the arc is going to be they literally stealing stardust of the stars to power the vehicles. Also, recently found out I'm trans femme. Good job. Glad that you're discovering things about yourself. Also, this picture goes hard. What the hell?
4th edition all the way to the most recent Orc Codex, which is the 10th. We don't know whether that includes the Ruinous Powers, the Emperor, or anyone else. It just says gods. Now, for all the angry Orc fans out there, this is like saying I could beat any soccer player in a 1v1. Does any player include my grandma, who can hardly walk? And does it also include Messi, one of the greatest soccer players to ever play? You see what I mean? There are dozens of gods and godlike entities within the warp, and some of them are incredibly powerful, while others are random, obscure, or barely even known. So we simply don't know which gods this text is referring to. Now, this excerpt does state that Gork and Mork are indeed divine powerhouses, and are powerful enough to exist within the warp while never truly being defeated, which is still impressive as hell, as they are sharing a space with the Ruinous Pantheon, as well as the God Emperor of mankind. I will say that
choosing that image of all images to choosing this one, that's quite the interesting pick.
this is about it in terms of recent Codex feats. But thankfully for Gork and Mork, older lore does them a lot of favors. As for example, in the Rogue Trader Wog, or Codex, that came out in 1990, we get this statement. In Orc mythology, the two gods, Gork and Mork, regularly confront the powers of chaos. And the gods of the other alien races, Gork and Mork, are never defeated. They simply shrug off the blows of the other gods and laugh at them. Then Gork grins, bares his teeth, and lands a mighty blow on the head of his adversary with his gigantic club. Similarly, Mork, the master of low cunning, clobbers his foes when they aren't looking. It is not surprising that the Orc gods are seen triumphing over chaos powers, because in battle, the Orc Weird Boys triumph over their demonic and human servants. Demons and Psychers are frequently laid low by the psychic attacks of the Weird Boys. So yeah, this 1990s codex seems to change exactly what the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th edition Orc codexes state, as it actually does elaborate on which gods Gork and Mork are facing, stating that they regularly confront the ruinous powers and other alien gods, which would include the God Emperor, stating that they shrug off their attacks and laugh at them.
I'm the guy!
Stop saying you're the guy. We all know that you're not the guy.
He's not the guy.
I am.
So, does that mean Gork and Mork are easily overpowering the Chaos Gods and even the Emperor? Well, hold your horses, as there are a couple of different ways you can interpret this statement. One interpretation is that since the later Orc codexes do not include this additional context, you could argue indeed that because the Rogue Trader Wog 1990 Orc Codex is more specific, the codexes that follow are simply condensing the information. Therefore, the gods mentioned in later codexes could potentially be referring to the same entities described in this older 1990 codex. But of course, there are other ways to view it, as the codex entry itself begins by saying this is Orc mythology. And orcs are hardly the most reliable source of information when it comes to accurately describing the power levels of their gods. Then there is also the obvious fact that this codex came out in the 1990s, which, if you're good at math, came out almost 40 years ago. Yeah, I can't believe that either. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be 2030 soon, fellas. Oh my god, I am old. And since then, a lot of Warhammer lore has changed. Though I will say nothing outright contradicts this older lore, but newer codex entries provide a very different perspective. For example, in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex, we get this. The most powerful and dangerous of the Warp Denizens were the 4 great gods of chaos: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, and their legions of demons. They desired only the destruction of the galaxy and longed to possess every living soul. So this becomes a classic case of old lore versus new lore. And obviously, newer lore generally takes precedence when discussing the current state of the setting. Ultimately, it comes down to how you want to interpret this statement. And that interpretation will become a huge part of scaling Gork and Mork later in this video. So make sure you remember that statement. Outside of this, Gork and Mork have a few more feats from that 1990s codex, including one involving Nurgle, the Plague God. This feat is titled The Hunt, and it goes something like this. Gork and Mork go looking for a gigantic squiggly beast and find it at the bottom of a huge cesspit. Also at the bottom of the cesspit is Nurgle, who has eaten all the snotlings. Gork and Mork clobber Nurgle so hard that he spews up all the snotlings who are still alive. Nurgle shrinks and becomes a squiggly beast. The snotlings then turn the squig into a feast for Gork and Mork. This myth clearly represents the orc triumph over Nurgle. The orcs have no fear of the realms of Nurgle and happily thrive on squiggly beasts that breed in their cesspits. So for all of you orc fans tweaking and saying, oh my god, there you go, Fallen Cow, Gork and Mork did indeed fight and beat a Chaos God. Eat it, cow, eat it. What are you gonna do now? You gotta place him at the top of your pyramid. And I'm just gonna look at you a little strange for a moment and say, well, hold on to your squigs, lads. Because, as the orcs would say, this scrap isn't finished yet. The Codex outright says, look at it closely, this myth, yes, this myth, clearly represents the orc triumph
Smithy
over
Withy.
Nurgle. The orcs have no fear over the realms of Nurgle and happily thrive on squiggly beasts that breed in their cesspits. The key word here is myth. This is clearly a symbolic story about how orcs view chaos, and specifically how they have no fear of Nurgle and his domain. It is not necessarily a literal account of Gork and Mork jumping Nurgle and kicking the shit out of him. So unfortunately, no, orc fans, Nurgle did not canonically lose to Gork and Mork. I apologize, but facts are unfortunately facts. In that same 1990s codex, which honestly seems to be the only piece of lore where Gork and Mork actually receive any major feats,
someone cooked here.
We get another story called Here We Go, which also has another pretty cool feat. Gork and Mork look up into the sky and see another planet shining among the stars. Mork challenges Gork to knock it down with his club. Gork hurls his club for all it's worth, but forgets that it's tied to his wrist. The club sails towards the planet with Gork following after. Mork grabs hold of Gork and goes as well. So besides sounding like a skit straight out of Dumb and Dumber, this does indeed imply that Gork and Mork are potentially able to destroy planets with their weapons. However, we never actually see them accomplish this, and the feat is only once again featured as a tale, so it may not even be true. And that is about it when it comes to major feats for Gork and Mork, which if you're an orc fan has got to be pretty damn disappointing. How the hell are the orcs twin deities, who are arguably probably some of the most powerful entities in the entire setting, getting most of their feats from a codex released in 1990? Seriously, GW, what the hell happened here? Even in recent lore, for example in the book Godblight, Gork and Mork are strangely absent when Gilliman and his advisors are talking about warp beings. They mention the Chaos Gods, the Emperor, and even the Tyranid Hivemind. Yet despite being some of the oldest and most powerful warp entities, Gork and Mork are sadly left on the sidelines and are not even brought up at all. But that is besides the point. If anything, I hope Games Workshop sees this video, see how unfairly they've treated the Great Gits, and give them some new lore. But now that we've talked about their abilities, weapons, and lack of feats, finally we can get to scaling them against the rest of the 40k universe. Before we talk about where the two biggest gits in the warp sit, Gork and Mork, we need to lay out the almighty, wog-powered, green-skinned, probably held together by duct tape and pure orc belief, best part of this video, a cow's power pyramid, with the same tiers as always. At the bottom, we have the Chapter Master tier. This is where you'll find your standard orc war bosses, Elder Exarchs, and Space Marine Chapter Masters. Above that is the Enhanced tier. Here you'll find your standard Adeptus Custodian, the Swarm Lord, along with the greatest mortal warriors of the galaxy, like Lilith Hesperax, the Queen of Knives. And sitting at the very top of the Enhanced tier is Trajan Valoris, the Captain General of the Custodes, who I view as the true gatekeeper of the Enhanced tier. Next comes the Primarch tiers, and I do need to clarify something here first, because a lot of people got confused last time. When I say base Primarch, I'm talking about the Primarchs at their standard Great Crusade era peak, when they are unamped, unaltered, and operating at their normal baseline. So this is not counting Primarchs like Lionel Johnson in the current setting with the Emperor's Shield, or Sanguinius during the Siege of Terra, when he practically can't die due to his impending fight with Horus Lubercal. So our first Primarch tier is the low Primarch tier, which includes the mightiest named greater demons like Skarbrand, Angarath, or Kugath Plaguefather, as well as most avatars of Cain and the weaker base Primarchs like Lorgar, Alfarius, Omegon, and Rabute Gilliman. After that comes the high Primarch tier, where we find the stronger base Primarchs like Sanguinius, the Lion, Horus, Leman Russ, Conrad Kurz, Vulcan, and Angron. After that, we reach the planetary tier, which includes Transcendent Catan Shards and the Demon Primarchs. Above that is the Cosmic Tier, where we find beings like the Silent King and the Emperor and 30k. And finally, at the very top, we reach the newly titled God Tier, the absolute peak of Warhammer 40k. This is where we find God Emperor Horus, the Chaos Gods, the fully formed Catan, and the Emperor upon the Golden Throne. These are entities whose influence and power stretches across realities, timelines, possibilities, fate, and the very structure of existence. But now comes the real question. Where do the twin gods of the orcs fit into my Gauss power pyramid? Well, instead of really dragging this out, let's try to get everyone home for dinner. Since Gork and Mork are gods, and are empowered by an entire race of beings, I don't think any simple chapter master or custodian would be able to stand against them. So because of this, they easily scale above the chapter master, enhanced, Primarch, planetary, and cosmic tiers.
Of course.
Meaning, the real question we need to ask is, where do they sit in the god tier? And to be honest, I think they sit at the very bottom. Yes, I know what you're thinking. What the hell, Cal? Doesn't that 1990s codex say they are easily fighting the Chaos Gods? Well, first off, listen to yourself. The 1990 codex, you're saying the 36-year-old codex is going to support them being higher than the Chaos Gods?
No.
Now don't get me wrong, that lore is worth discussing. And it gives Gork and Mork some pretty insane statements. Because you know they have no other feats outside of that book, apparently.
You can't keep getting away with it.
But when we look at more recent lore, multiple codexes consistently establish that the Chaos Gods are the strongest entities within the warp. For example, the 5th edition Warhammer rulebook states, secondly, warp space is not empty, but inhabited by many strange and dangerous beings. The most dangerous of which are the great gods of chaos and their terrible legions of demons. So no, the Chaos Gods are still likely beyond Gork and Mork. And honestly, even without those codex statements, the scaling argument just makes more sense. While Gork and Mork are fueled by the emotions, beliefs, and the psychic energy of the entire orc race, the Chaos Gods are empowered by the emotions, beliefs, and actions of all sentient beings across the galaxy. Their domains are not limited to one race. They are empowered by universal concepts that affect all beings in the galaxy. So no, the Chaos Gods are not weaker than Gork and Mork. Next, the Emperor is another very interesting comparison, but based on the statements I recently found in the End and the Death trilogy, combined with his feats throughout the Plague Wars, the God Emperor upon the Golden Throne has a very legitimate argument for being stronger than the Chaos Gods, at least individually. I know that sounds like quite the truth bomb, but you're just gonna have to wait for my power scaling the Emperor video coming out later this month.
I mean, it makes sense because the belief of all the humans in the universe believing that the Emperor was a god basically would empower him so much that if he wasn't on the Golden Throne stuck there as a corpse, I'm pretty sure if he started walking again and living again, he probably could shit stomp those Chaos Gods.
And it may or may not be 3 hours long, and it may or may not have some really crazy statements and feats within it. So keep your eyes peeled on the horizon for that video. But regardless, Gork and Mork just don't scale above him. We've never seen them calm the warp on such a scale like the Emperor does throughout the Plague Wars, and we've never seen Gork and Mork outright wound a Chaos God, like the Emperor did in Godblight. As for the Catan, I've already discussed this issue before. Gork and Mork are warp beings, and so they can't truly interact with the material universe in their current state, meaning a direct comparison between the two is rather difficult. However, if we are judging the two based on the current feats we have, honestly I think a fully formed Catan still has the advantage. The reason is quite simple. We just don't have enough feats for Gork and Mork. We know the Catan were able to destroy star systems and races on a whim. And while I'm sure Gork and Mork could do similar feats, we don't explicitly know that, since we never see them in action. I have seen many people argue that the statement, calling them divine powerhouses who can shrug off attacks from other gods, must mean they are automatically on the same level, if not stronger, than the Chaos Gods, or the Emperor and 40k. But even taking that statement at its absolute highest interpretation, it would only prove that Gork and Mork can withstand the attacks and conflicts of other gods. It does not necessarily prove they are stronger than them. Still, at the end of the day, Gork and Mork are absolutely among the strongest beings in all of 40k. They are still ancient warp entities empowered by the entire orc race, and powerful enough to exist within the same conversation as the greatest gods in the setting. But based on the feats we currently have, they sit at the bottom of the god tier. And there we have it, the power of Gork and Mork. The twin gods of the orcs, the embodiment of everything that makes the greenskin race what it is. Brutal, cunning, violent, and absolutely balls to the walls. While they may not have the endless list of feats that the Chaos Gods or other top
Don't mind me,
entities
Chad. I'm
like the
just trying to
Emperor
find
have,
something.
there is no denying that Gork and Mork are some proper gits. Maybe one day we'll finally get to see what happens when the Great Green Gods truly enter the battlefield. But until then, they'll sit at the bottom of the god tier. And speaking of other orcs, remember if this video hits 1,000 likes and 300 comments within the first week, I'll make a follow-up video power scaling the Great Green Prophet himself, Gazgul Mak Urak Thraka, the greatest orc war boss of the modern era, the chosen champion of Gork and Mork, and quite possibly the closest thing the Greenskins have to a mother frickin' Primarch. As always, a huge shout out to my Patreon and
biggest, mightiest orc D's. Let me see here, chat. Hey, sure, we'll listen to Lord of Zinch. Lord of the Zinch.
the Chaos God of Change.
Not much is talked about him because most of his stuff is steeped in mystery, whereas, you know, there's a lot about Nurgle, a lot about Khorne, a lot about Slaanesh. Zinch does not get a lot of hype because a lot of his lore is steeped in just like, oh, we don't know what Zinch wants to do. Oh, he's so mysterious. But also, Zinch is so insanely powerful, he can literally change reality at a whim.
Fate, sorcery, ambition, and making
Let me
every
see.
Warhammer
I think I
fan
found what I was looking for, chat.
need a conspiracy board to understand what the hell is going on. Unlike the other Chaos Gods we've covered so far, like Khorne,
Don't mind me,
who
chat, as I've
solves every
opened up
problem by hitting it
Photoshop. Uh-oh.
over and over again with a giant axe, or
Life gives you lemons.
who turns
Blood
every
for the blood
hobby
god.
into an unhealthy obsession. Zinch, on the other hand, solves problems by creating 6 new problems and then convincing everyone that was the plan all along. Hello, my wonderful herd. We're back with my
I thought for sure in this art piece, Slaanesh was biting her lip, staring down at the Lord, the Emperor. Don't. Hey, Han. It almost does that not look like that Slaanesh is biting her lower lip a little bit? At first, that's what it looked like. It's kind of blurry, so I thought at first, huh? I thought she was. I looked like her lower lip was pulled up a little bit.
Where I'm breaking down every single one of the Chaos Gods and seeing just how powerful they are in the current setting of Warhammer 40k. By the end of the
What? Not me, no, definitely not. I mean, for Slaanesh, I mean, she probably would be down bad for the Emperor of Humankind. No, not me, no. Not Slaanesh, gross. That's gross.
month, I'll rank them all from
Have you
weakest to
seen when she opens her mouth to let out that tongue? Ugh.
strongest based on their power in the 42nd millennia. But in today's video, we're covering the big bird himself, Zinch, discussing who he is, his abilities, weapons, and his greatest
You know nothing?
before
You know
finally
nothing?
scaling the Architect of Fate against the rest of the 40k universe.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to save face, even though this me trying to deny it only makes me sound more friggin' guilty. There is no winning. No matter what I say, I will not. I'll come out a loser in this situation. Touche. No, you have not. Corn. You've seen my corn. Yeah. Seen all of my Kansas corn.
Just remember, folks, if at any point during this video something doesn't make sense, that's probably because Zinch planned it that way. Now, just like usual, let's dolphin dive straight into the cow hole. For the changer of ways, all is dust. So just like usual,
I want to
let's
send
start
this
with the beginning.
here.
Who exactly is Zinch? Zinch is the chaos god of change, ambition, fate, sorcery, and manipulation. He is essentially your gaslighting ex-girlfriend, meaning he is the
Ew, gross.
embodiment of this concept across all time, space, and reality, as seen specifically in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex. Zinch is the cosmic manipulator. He feeds upon the need and desire for change. That is an essential part of all living things. Most mortals dream of prosperity, freedom, and a better tomorrow. These fantasies are not just the preserve of the impoverished or powerless. Even imperial planetary governors and battle fleet admirals dream of further riches or perhaps of an end to their responsibilities. All these dreams create a powerful impetus for change, and the ambitions of nations create a force that can change history. Zinch is the embodiment of that force. This is similar to all of the other Chaos Gods, as so far we've covered Khorne, who feeds on violence, and Slaanesh, who feeds on excess. But Zinch differs from them as he draws power from something almost every living creature experiences: the desire for a better tomorrow. The poor dream of wealth, the powerful dream of even greater power. Every ambition, every hope, every scheme, and every dream creates a desire for change, and that desire is Zinch's domain. In many ways, Zinch is the embodiment of history itself, constantly moving forward. Entire civilizations rise and fall because people want something different than what they have today. Revolutions begin with ideas. Empires are built on ambition. Wars are fought over competing visions of the future. Every one of those forces empowers the architect of fate. This is why Zinch is known by titles such as the Changer of Ways, the Great Conspirator, the Master of Fortune, and the Architect of Fate. He is the god who sits behind every plot, every political scheme, every secret society, every revolution, and every grand design. And of course, Zinch does not simply observe these events. He actively interferes in them, as the Chaos God is constantly manipulating the strands of fate, nudging events towards outcomes only he can truly understand. His plans are so absurdly complex and layered that they often appear contradictory. One scheme may undermine another. Entire wars may be fought simply to set the stage for something thousands of years later. Beyond change and fate, Zinch is also the undisputed master of sorcery. Magic is fundamentally an act of imposing your will upon reality and forcing it to become something else. In other words, it is pretty much change made manifest. And because of this, Zinch stands as the single greatest sorcerer in the warp and reality, as stated in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex. And because of this, many of his followers are psychers and sorcerers, granted supernatural abilities in exchange for their service. So yes, Harry Potter is a worshipper of Zinch. Somebody get the blowtorch. Let's torch this nerd.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Die, heretic!
I don't know about you guys,
Burn
but
the
in the world of
heretic.
Harry Potter, did no one consider bringing a gun to fight Voldemort? Like, imagine if Harry had brought a desert eagle to his
messed
final
that up.
duel.
Shoot.
I'd love to see Voldemort bury that American piece of metal. Sorry, I've always had that on my mind, and speaking about Harry Potter kinda made me fall down that cow hole. And before I move on, I briefly want to revisit a point that I've already covered in my Khorne and Slaanesh videos, because it's rather important for understanding Zinch.
Crying out loud.
As discussed previously, the Chaos Gods are both sentient beings and
I don't like what she's holding on to there. I don't like what she's using. Chat. This is an interesting concept for the 4 Chaos Gods, because I've never seen. Well, I've seen Nurgle before. Like, this is obvious Nurgle, but I've never seen Korn or Slanesh like this before. That's an interesting concept, but Jesus, the artist had a thing going for this god, don't you think?
Concepts made manifest in the warp. And yeah, it kind of sounds a little confusing, but let me explain myself. First off, according to the 6th
There's that
edition
tongue I was
Chaos
talking
Demons
about.
Codex, the Chaos Gods were formed from the accumulated emotions, thoughts, desires, and beliefs of all living beings. As these psychic energies flowed through the warp over countless millennia, they gathered together and eventually became self-aware entities. This is also seen in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex, which states, "In the warp, similar thoughts and emotions gather together like rivulets of water running down a cliff face. They form streams and eddies of anguish and desire, pools of hatred and torrents of pride. Since the dawn of time, these tides and waves have flowed unceasingly through the mere realm of the warp. And such is their power that they form creatures made of the very stuff of unreality. Eventually, these instinctual, formless beings gained a rudimentary
Oh, hi, Rio.
consciousness."
Sorry, I didn't look at chat. We were watching a video about Tzeentch, who is one of the 4 Chaos Gods of Warhammer 40k. This is the god of political intrigue, sorcery, and the fate itself, apparently. So we're watching that while I was working on something on the side here. I'm trying to get something to run on for the stream.
The Chaos Gods were born, vast psychic presences made of the fantasies and horrors of mortals. These are the ruinous powers, and each is a reflection of the passions that formed them. As the races of the galaxy prospered and grew, so too did their hopes and ambitions, their anger and wars, their love and hatred. This burgeoning flood of raw emotion fed the Chaos Gods and nurtured their power. Before long, the gods reached back to their makers with curious and hungry sentience.
Not really.
Planting seeds of corruption in the souls of those whose dreams they passed through. So in summary, the Chaos Gods are both sentient
I mean, I
beings,
used
and
to
the
play it when I was a lot younger, when it first came out back in 2012. But I think I played it once or twice since then. I don't really much like Minecraft that much.
living embodiments of the emotions, desires, and beliefs that created them. For Tzeentch, that means he is not just a god who
Not that I
schemes
don't
and
not that I don't mind it as a game. I think it's an interesting game. I see people who make some insane stuff in there, like literally making a computer inside Minecraft with redstone, which is wild. I think it's an amazing sandbox game, but I need a goal. I like if I don't have a goal in mind, I just get bored and kind of wander off.
manipulates fate. He is the very embodiment of change, ambition, hope, and transformation. He can think and act with purpose, but he is also forever bound to his own nature. Tzeentch can't stop scheming any more than Khorne can stop waging war. Moving on, I hope you guys understand the big picture at this point. Even though Tzeentch is technically a warp entity, meaning he does not have a fixed physical body or true material form, like all of the other Chaos Gods, when he does choose to be perceived, he consistently presents a recognizable and terrifying shape, as seen in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex. The skin of Tzeentch crawls with constantly changing faces, leering at and mocking onlookers. As he speaks, these faces repeat his words with subtle but important differences, or provide a commentary that throws doubt upon his words. These lesser faces appear and disappear quickly, but the puckered visage of Tzeentch himself remains low down in his chest, so that the head and body are one. From above Tzeentch's burning eyes spring two sweeping horns, the spiraling
I am the aura
extremities
former.
of which crackle with arcane fire. The ferment surrounding Tzeentch is heavy with magic, and it weaves like liquid smoke about his head, forming subtle and interwoven patterns. Forms of places and people appear in the mist as Tzeentch contemplates their fate. What this shows is that Tzeentch isn't really locked into a single stable appearance. Instead, his form is almost a visual manifestation of his own nature. The multiple faces speaking over one another reflect his domain over schemes and conflicting futures. And since we just talked about his appearance, it's only fair we next talk about Tzeentch's domain. And honestly, calling it a domain almost undersells what is going on here. Like Korn has his fortress of endless war, and Slaanesh has her palace of pleasure, Tzeentch's domain, on the other hand, is far more alien. A living paradox built out of magic, possibility, and pure conceptual instability, as described in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex. Of all the outlandish landscapes of the warp, Tzeentch's domain is the most bizarre and incomprehensible. His realm is woven from the raw fabric of magic. The Crystal Labyrinth, as it is known, sits upon an immense iridescent plateau, its presence felt across all of the demonic realms. Shifting avenues made from crystals of every color crisscross Tzeentch's realm, as it contorts through 9 dimensions at once. Hidden pathways built from lies and schemes infiltrate the domains of the other gods, binding together the fractionist realms of chaos the better to direct them to Tzeentch's will. And at the heart of this ever-shifting maze sits the impossible fortress, the inner sanctum of the Changer of Ways. This is where things stop behaving like anything recognizable. Buildings reconfigure themselves endlessly, corridors collapse into new geometries, and scale becomes absolutely meaningless. A single chamber can stretch endlessly into infinity or compress into something microscopic, depending on perception alone. Time, space, distance, and orientation lose consistency entirely, meaning navigating Tzeentch's realm is more of a psychological test than a physical journey. Inside this shifting core lies the hidden library. It is described as an infinite repository of information containing every fragment of knowledge, every idea, every possibility, and every thought that has ever existed or could exist across all time and space. But it's not just a calm library you'd find in your local town. It is a constantly shifting library. Even attempting to comprehend it is said to risk unraveling the mind, because the act of understanding something here means also understanding every possible version of it across time and space. So rather than being a place you would simply enter, the Crystal Labyrinth is something you get absorbed into. Your homework may be very difficult right now, but trust me, you don't want to venture into the Crystal Labyrinth for answers, because you'll probably get lost along the way and become part of the ever-changing library. Now, when it comes to alliances and vendettas among the ruinous pantheon, Tzeentch is no different from any of his brothers, as he too hates one of his brothers more than the others. This is
you
seen
from
in
an
the 9th edition
alternative
Chaos
reality
Demons
inside your own
Codex,
head.
which states, similarly, Tzeentch and Nurgle, respectively the manifestations of hope and despair, need little spurring to come to blows. Nurgle resents Tzeentch for there is no fatherly care in the mutations he wrecks, and Tzeentch feels equally antagonistic towards Nurgle, whose capering ways and jolly diseases lack the scheming and far-sighted plans of which the Changer of Ways is so fond. What this really highlights is their conflict isn't just personal, but also ideological at a fundamental level. Nurgle's gifts are static and comforting in their inevitability. His corruption spreads like a slow, nurturing decay that accepts stagnation as a form of twisted peace. Tzeentch, though, is pure instability, as he is change made form. He doesn't offer comfort or acceptance, he offers change for its own sake. Constant transformation without guarantee of an outcome, which immediately puts the two gods at odds with one another. But don't get me wrong, people. Both of them are absolutely out to get you, and are going to try to turn you into some unstable pile of goo. The difference between the two is that Nurgle will do it lovingly, like a warped act of kindness, while Tzeentch will do it on a whim just to see what happens. Yeah, but both of them really do suck. In terms of worshipping the big blue bird, he doesn't attract your everyday warriors or cultists in the traditional sense. He pulls thinkers, seekers, and most of all, nerds. These are mortals with enough ambition to push beyond accepted knowledge, or enough curiosity to ignore the warning signs. They often find themselves drawn into his influence long before they even realize it. Scholars chasing impossible answers, scientists probing forbidden theories, and philosophers trying to decode the structure of fate all become prime candidates for his attention. What starts as a curiosity slowly turns into dependency, as solutions, insights, or breakthroughs
One moment,
begin
chat.
appearing
I'm gonna
from
do a
seemingly
thing.
out of nowhere, always with strings attached, slowly but surely corrupting these mortals into becoming the followers of change. And from there, his most notable champions emerge, each reflecting a different form of his endless scheming and mastery over change. We have Magnus the Red, my Pookie, who was once a Primarch that did absolutely nothing wrong. And now, after several other decisions that were definitely not his fault either, he is now a demon Primarch of immense psychic power and quite possibly the strongest among his corrupted kin. Alongside him are demons like Karos Fateweaver, the Twisted Oracle of Tzeentch, and one of the biggest frauds I've seen in my cow life.
You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
The Changeling, a master of deception whose identity is never truly fixed. Azek Araman, the infamous sorcerer of the Thousand Suns. The Blue Scribes, a pair of iconic blue horrors. Or even, and I'm going to butcher this, Gargalothoth, the Prince of 1,000 Faces, whose name is as confusing as trying to pinpoint which face is truly his. Each of them embody one of the many fragments of the Changer of Ways' impossible will. So now that we know who Tzeentch is, we can move on to discussing his abilities, his weapons, and most importantly, his feats across the wider 40k universe. Let's start as always with going over the Big Bird's more specific abilities. First off, as we discussed earlier, Tzeentch is the living embodiment of change itself. Every ambition, every revolution, every conspiracy, every scientific breakthrough, every political upheaval, every dream of a better tomorrow, and every scheme across time, space, and reality ultimately feeds into his power. So say, for example, if the material universe enters a particularly turbulent era, or if there is an unusual amount of scheming, plotting, and ambition taking place across the universe, there is a very good chance that Tzeentch's power grows alongside it. In extreme cases, this could even allow him to become the Ascendant Chaos God within the Great Game. And part of this stems from his almost incomprehensible awareness of fate and possibility, as seen in the 8th edition. Tzeentch is aware of the visions and plans of all mortals. He takes great delight in the plotting and politicking of others and favors the cunning over the strong. When the inner voice in a person's head speaks when the desperate whisper their prayers into the night, it is the architect of fate that listens. He perceives every event and intention from this information. His unfathomable mind can work out how each will influence the future. The intertwining latticework of probability, hope, and change is Tzeentch's meat and drink. Without it, he would eventually fade away. Now, when you think about it, this is an absurd ability. Tzeentch doesn't even need to react to events as they happen like any other normal loser. He is instead constantly observing the hopes, fears, ambitions, and plans of countless beings across the universe and using that information to map out potential futures. But beyond simply being the embodiment of change, Tzeentch is also the god of magic. Or did you forget? In fact, the 8th edition is very clear on this point, saying Tzeentch is the undisputed master of sorcery, the most potent of all agents of change. That statement alone places him above every other powerful psyker in the entire setting, such as Magnus the Red,
This was
or
16 by
Azek
9.
or every Lord of Change. And beyond that, Tzeentch is not merely a powerful sorcerer, he is the ultimate expression of sorcery given form. Every spell, ritual, mutation, and act of arcane manipulation ultimately falls within his domain. And if that wasn't enough, people, Tzeentch's mastery over fate appears to extend across all of time, as seen in the 9th edition Chaos Demons Codex. Tzeentch perceives every event and intention, and from this information, his incomprehensible mind can determine how each and every strand will serve to influence the future. Only Tzeentch can see the tapestry of potential futures weaving forward in time like multicolored threads. Tzeentch's plans reach through time and space and can carry through untold centuries. Now in 40k, some characters can predict the future to some degree, such as Elder Farseers, who look into the skein for potential futures. Other powerful psykers can do it as well, such as Malkador or the Emperor. Even certain Necron technologies can glimpse possible timelines. Tzeentch, however, doesn't just see one single future, but every possible future all at once.
That's
And
gotta
even
be
crazier,
insane.
he can manipulate events across centuries in order to steer reality towards whatever outcome best serves his plans. And speaking of long-term planning, a great example of Big Bird scheming comes from the 8th edition Codex, when Tzeentch foresaw the rise of the Emperor long before the Great Crusade even began. The mysterious figure known as the Emperor rises upon Terra and unites the techno-barbarian tribes. As the Emperor's creations near fruition, Tzeentch senses a chain of events that would one day cause the downfall of the Chaos Gods. Influenced by the Master Schemer, the Dark Power sees the nascent Primarchs from the Emperor's sanctum, casting them across the galaxy. Now admittedly, this is almost as much of an Emperor feat as it is a Tzeentch feat. The fact that the Chaos Gods considered the Emperor enough of a threat to intervene at such an early stage says a lot about how powerful he was.
I told you
And
the
more
Emperor of
importantly,
Mankind was
implies that
powerful.
Tzeentch foresaw a future in which the Emperor could potentially bring about the downfall of the ruinous Pantheon. Whether that was through raw power, some grand plan, or a chain of events that would only unfold thousands of years later, I can't say for certain. But what we do know is that the Dark Gods felt compelled to act before that future could come to pass. In a way, the Primarch scattering itself is evidence that Tzeentch's vision was taken seriously by the Chaos Pantheon. Because if they didn't believe the threat was real, they would have no reason to intervene at all. However, there is an anti-feat for this precognition, as it appears that the Emperor on the Golden Throne could partially block it, as it is implied that Tzeentch did not see the revival of Rabute Gilliman. The blind spot in Tzeentch's precognitive sight clears, but too late for the Chaos Powers to halt the revival of the Loyalist Primarch Rabute Gilliman. So yeah, we have another feat in a Tzeentch video that upscales the Emperor on the Golden Throne. Sorry guys, maybe this video is secretly Emperor propaganda.
Leave me alone!
Damn, he's sexy though.
But seriously, it appears that there are some limits to his future sight. Now, let's talk broadly about Tzeentch's abilities as a Chaos God. The powers he shares with the rest
You
of
what?
the Pantheon.
Your way
Like
or
his
whatever. You
siblings,
wow
Tzeentch exists within and can manipulate higher dimensions beyond conventional reality. He can influence concepts, realities, causality, and the very laws that govern existence. More importantly, he can reshape the warp to his will, as stated in the 4th edition Chaos Demons Codex. The realm of chaos is a place of dreams and nightmares, where cause, not need, follow effect. Within its bounds, anything is possible. Here, there are no physical laws akin to those that dominate the mortal world. Within its confines, hopes and fears become real, and reality is reborn as fevered hallucination. Gravity, shape, space, and reason all are in flux, and utterly mutable to the will of the Chaos Gods. Few mortals are capable of perceiving the realm of chaos in its true splendor, for the living mind recoils from its otherworldly landscapes. Thus, no two visions of the realm of chaos are exactly alike, and are often contradictory. This is one of those statements that is easy to skim past, but is actually kinda nutty when you sit down and think about it. We're not just talking about simple reality warping here. We're talking about a realm where cause and effect don't have to exist, where time, space, gravity, logic, and even reason can be rewritten on a whim. And because Tzeentch is one of the dominant powers within the Immaterium, he naturally has authority over these forces. We already saw this when discussing the Crystalline Labyrinth, where dimensions fold over themselves, distances become meaningless, and reality behaves more like a fever dream than a physical location. But here, once again, we see that within the warp, Tzeentch has supreme control over reality, time, space, shape, causality, and pretty much
Square hole.
every other concept.
Don't mind
in the
me, I'm just
Immaterium
working.
is his
That's
to mold and change.
we're just
But
working
that is
today
not
right
the
now.
only thing Tzeentch
I'm just
can
fixing
manipulate,
things.
since he also has influence over the scheme. Now, I covered this in my Slaanesh and Korn videos, so I'll try to keep this a little brief. The scheme is essentially the vast web of fate, possibility, and potential futures that underlines reality. And if there's one Chaos God you'd expect to have his claws buried deep into that system, it's Tzeentch. Unlike, say, Slaanesh, who influences fate through temptation and obsession,
Those are
Tzeentch
nips.
manipulates
I'm going
the
to get
Skeen
in
through
trouble.
schemes, knowledge, deception, and long-term planning. He constantly nudges events towards outcomes that benefit his incomprehensibly complex plans. For example, we see evidence of this in the book Scars, when a shard of Magnus the Red speaks to Jegatai Khan on the burned out remains of Prospero. Magnus laughed. "You don't want to know. That's always been your weakness. I know it all now. I could tell you the Emperor's name, and it would surprise you. I could tell you that the Fates decreed Fulgrim to be sent to Takoris, and you to Chemos. I could tell you which arcane force in the universe prevented it." The Khan looked at him warily. "You told me I had a choice. My fate, all fate, is still to be written." Magnus grinned. His eye seemed to be weeping, though it was hard to tell whether it was with tears or blood. Stories may meander, but the endings never change. "Believe me, I have witnessed the authors," he shuddered. "They are terrible," he whispered. So pretty much Magnus is essentially claiming that there are forces that are able to influence where the Primarchs ended up, how events unfolded, and how entire destinies were shaped long before the people involved ever realized it. Whether Magnus is completely correct is up for debate, but the important part here is that he gained enough insight into the workings of fate to glimpse what he calls the authors behind the story. It paints a picture of Tzeentch not
Oh, they just
simply
saw
seeing the
reality.
future, but actively participating
So basically, he just saw the writers of this universe writing them into the world, which is hilarious.
in the webs that create
It's
it.
really
So
meta.
yeah, Khorne can kill you, Nurgle can make you shit your brains out, and Slaanesh may corrupt you, but Tzeentch may have already manipulated the circumstances that led you to this moment 10,000 years before you were even born, and you don't even know it. Now moving on, as a Chaos God, even with
There
all
we
these
go.
absurd powers over fate, sorcery, and reality, Tzeentch still can't simply stroll into the material universe. As
There's a reason. There is something that I noticed, chat, while I was working. It makes me want to explode and die, and I hate it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. Thank you, YouTube, for showing it to me. I appreciate that. Go die. Especially with how many views it has. It has an insane amount of views. Has over 100,000 views, and it's this. I fucking hate that. I hate that with everything that I am. Every piece of me hates that. I don't know if you saw it. There. 2 weeks ago, almost 200,000 views for this. I will find you. I will hunt you down. And then I will take you and I will teleport you into a middle of a forest at night. And the game will be afoot. And then I will chase you down in the forest, playing with you like some kind of chunk of meat. I will let you get away like a mouse, and I am the cat. You will suffer. You will suffer greatly.
the sheer scale of a Chaos God is far too vast for real space to properly contain. So instead, Tzeentch breaks off a fragment of his own essence, creating lesser beings that can enter reality to enact his schemes, spread mutation, and further the endless plans of the Architect of Fate. This is how the process is described in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex. The Chaos Gods are not alone in warp space. They have created servants from their own essences, the creatures mortals call demons. Demons are beings of a somewhat different nature to their masters, and are the most numerous of the warp's inhabitants. A demon is born when a Chaos God expends a portion of its power to create a separate being. This power binds a collection of senses, thoughts, and purposes together, creating a personality and consciousness that can move within the warp. The Chaos God can reclaim the independence it has given to its minions at any time. This ensures their continuing loyalty and means although some wayward demons may not act entirely in accordance with their master's commands, even the greatest of them would not dare outright defiance. So essentially, Tzeentch can create countless variations of himself, which are fragments of his own power given unique personalities, forms, and purposes that act as extensions of the Changer of Ways. These demons range from lesser entities like blue horrors of Tzeentch to heralds and even powerful greater demons, such as the Lords of Change. Each very dramatically empowered depending on how much of Tzeentch's essence was invested into their creation, but all ultimately serve the same purpose, carrying out the endless schemes of the Great Conspirator. So those are Big Bird's specific abilities, along with the broader powers he shares with the other Chaos Gods. Next, let's move on to Tzeentch's weapon. And well, just like Slaanesh, Tzeentch doesn't really have one, nor does he really need one. As the Chaos God of Change, Sorcery, Fate, and Manipulation, his greatest weapon has always been his mastery over magic. However, according to the 4th edition Chaos Demons Codex, there was a period during the Great Game when Tzeentch stood supreme over the other Chaos Gods, and during this era, he wielded an artifact known as the Crystal Staff of Tzeentch, his mightiest tool of power. Now don't worry, I'm going to circle back to this story in a moment. But for this part of the video, I'm mainly focused on this weapon, the Crystal Staff of Tzeentch. And when Tzeentch was finally brought down through the efforts of the other 3 Chaos Gods, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Khorne, Tzeentch's staff was shattered. And the Codex states this upon its destruction. With the great sorcerous explosion, the staff shattered and its uncountable shards were flung to every corner of space and time, irredeemably lost. This way Tzeentch made sure that nobody could wield as much power as he once did. Each shard of Tzeentch's crystal staff took the form of a different spell, a tiny fragment of his ultimate control over change. This event coincides with the birth of magic in the universe. For what is magic if not mastery over change? And yeah, folks, the implications of this passage are pretty damn nuts. The text is essentially implying that the destruction of Tzeentch's greatest artifact scattered fragments of his power across all of reality and time, and with every shard becoming its own unique spell. Meaning, if taken at face value, this means that every sorcerer, psyker, wizard, demon, and magical practitioner throughout history is effectively drawing upon tiny pieces of what once was Tzeentch's ultimate weapon. But what's even crazier is that the destruction of this staff was significant enough to knock Tzeentch down from his position above the other Chaos Gods. Just think about that for a second. We're talking about an artifact so important and so powerful that losing it helped drag the Architect of Fate back down into balance with the rest of the Pantheon. You really could make the argument that if the Crystal Staff really was tied to the birth of magic and not just some silly metaphor, then it may very well be one of the most powerful weapons ever described and used in Warhammer 40k lore. But of course, the Burple Nurple does not wield this weapon in the current setting. So I guess I probably shouldn't have gone so in depth on a weapon that has already been destroyed. But I guess hindsight is 20/20, fellas. Now let's finally talk about Tzeentch's feats. And first off, just like the other Chaos Gods, Tzeentch is one of the primary contenders in the Great Game.
Thirsty ass
war
image.
fought between the Chaos Gods for supremacy over the warp. And this conflict has raged since the dawn of time, with the gods battling for power across the warp, while seeking to expand their influence over reality. With the ebb and flow of energy within the warp, the power of a Chaos God expands and contracts, and his realm will shift accordingly. For long periods, one god may dominate the others, fed by its own success and leeching its foe's energy for its own growth. Eventually, the other gods will ally against the dominant force and through combined efforts reduce him in power until another of their number rises to prominence. This pattern is played out again and again through eternity, and it seems unlikely that any Chaos God could ever truly be victorious. And it is unthinkable what might happen should such an event ever occur. But it certainly is not for the lack of trying. That same codex goes on to describe that the battles between the Chaos Gods shake the very foundations of the Immaterium, with the repercussions even spilling into real space, causing warp storms and demonic incursions. In other words, their wars are so destructive that entire regions of space can suffer the consequences. This is also an important feat for Tzeentch specifically. Simply being a major player in the great game means he possesses enough power to contend with Khorne, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, without being overwhelmed or destroyed outright. Now, I don't want to spoil exactly where Tzeentch currently ranks within the Ruinous Pantheon, because I'm going to save that for the conclusion of this series, but it's important to remember that the strength of the Chaos Gods fluctuates depending on what's happening within the material realm. Periods of rampant warfare empower Khorne, ages of despair feed Nurgle, civilizations collapsing into excess strengthen Slaanesh. And whenever the galaxy enters an era of change, ambition, deception, or political intrigue, that's when Tzeentch starts rubbing his bird hands together and climbing the leaderboard of the great game. In addition to this, the 9th edition Demons of Chaos Codex suggests that Tzeentch possesses a unique advantage over the other Chaos Gods, not necessarily in direct combat, but in the endless political and strategic maneuvering that accompanies the great game. But it is devious Tzeentch who is truly the master of this game of bluff and bargain. To the changer of ways, the designs of his brothers are as transparent as crystals and as manipulatable as clay. It is a rare day indeed when the great god Tzeentch is bested in the Court of Covenant, and he has more than once reversed the course of the great game from within its confines. So while this isn't necessarily a feat of raw power, it is absolutely a feat of influence. Tzeentch may not always be the strongest god in the room, but he is very often the smartest.
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd.
What is that? What you're wearing? What the fuck is he
Now,
wearing?
across the extent of the great game, there have been countless wars, invasions, betrayals, and battles for dominance between the Chaos Gods. Unfortunately, most of these conflicts aren't fully recorded, and there are likely thousands of victories and defeats we simply have never heard about. Still, the sources we do have paint a pretty insane picture of Tzeentch's influence and power across the extent of the great game. First off, in the 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex, this codex notes that if the Chaos Gods had truly worked together following the formation of the Great Rift, they may have been able to consume reality itself. Had the Chaos Gods worked in unison in the wake of that terrible event, it is doubtless that real space would have been utterly consumed by the sprawling madness of the warp. Yet true to their nature, the Dark Brothers saw the anarchy as an opportunity to fulfill their own agendas. To kill, to change, to pollute, to bathe in excess. So divided, they were unable to overcome the fierce resistance of the galaxy's inhabitants. So from this, we can see that the Chaos Gods had the potential power to wipe out reality. Though I kind of assume you already knew that. But when it comes to Tzeentch specifically, one of his greatest historical feats comes from a period where he was allegedly the strongest Chaos God to ever exist. Now, we don't know exactly when this occurred, because the warp is an absolute dumpster fire of nonsense where time doesn't function. So it's kind of impossible to know when this really happened, but the feat still stands and it's absolutely insane. There was a time when Tzeentch ruled supreme over the warp. His power is vastly superior to those of any of his brothers, or so maintain his followers. In their envy and arrogance, the other dark gods set aside their differences and joined forces to overthrow the Architect of Fate. Territories too vast and maddening to comprehend were devastated in the cataclysmic conflict that followed. During the final battle, with defeat seeming inevitable, Tzeentch cast a great conjuration upon himself, crystallizing his thoughts and body even as he was lifted up from his perch and hurled against the endless mountains. Upon impact, his mighty form was shattered into 10,000 pieces. This is what I like to call Prime Tzeentch. And notice how the wording in that excerpt doesn't say Tzeentch was slightly or marginally stronger. It says his power was vastly superior to any of his brothers. And it literally took Khorne, Slaanesh, and Nurgle putting aside their endless rivalries and jumping him together just to bring him down.
My favorite too.
And it gets...
Yes. I have no fear, for I am here, the root of all evil, so I actually have lots of fear. I have fear. I have fear of the Dookie.
Even crazier, as that same codex states that if
My
Zinch
fear.
were to somehow recover
I'm afraid that one day I will be forgotten.
that lost power,
True fear.
he would once again dominate the great game and rule over all creation. Wow, folks, that's just ballistic. Now, unfortunately, for me and for the Purple Nurple, this version of Zinch no longer exists. As his crystal staff was shattered, his power fragmented, and the pieces scattered across all of existence.
No.
But it does show us that Zinch's ceiling may very well be the highest of any other Chaos God we've ever seen. In fact, when I made my top 15 most powerful characters in all of Warhammer 40k list, I ranked Prime Zinch at number 2 overall, only behind the Dark King, the literal embodiment of apocalyptic ruin and destruction. So yeah, Prime Zinch was kinda moving different, just like LeBron in Miami, my favorite metaphor to ever use.
You are my sunshine, my only
Don't do that.
sunshine.
Don't do that.
Moving on.
You're going to get me VOD muted.
On from that insanity, after the fall of the Eldari and the birth of Slaanesh, we
And
see
the birth
Zinch
of
involved in
birthing.
another major conflict, as he sought to overthrow an ascendant Khorne. And to do so, he allied with both Nurgle
Metalhead.
and Slaanesh to get the job done. Glutted upon the souls of the Eldari, the Dark
I have
Prince
fear of MalO
expands
being
his
actually
domain.
evil and not
Such
just a
bold
chill
move is
stalker.
met with great
Luckily, we are not evil. We're just mentally unstable.
opposition, and the Chaos
Which I
Gods
don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
turn their attention fully to the great game. Meanwhile, Zinch allies with Nurgle and Slaanesh to gain ascendancy over Khorne. Yet it is short-lived. The Blood God's immense rage at being usurped leads him to reclaim his lost
Usurp.
territory and more besides. So technically speaking,
Syrup.
Zinch and his allies, Nurgle and Slaanesh, did manage to gain the upper hand against Khorne, at least for a portion
syrup.
of time. The problem, though, it took 3 Chaos Gods to accomplish this. And even then, Khorne eventually got angry enough to take
I like how Khorne, the way his armor looks in this artwork, it looks like he's just got a mouth inside his chest, and it's just one big goofy grin. I'm the blood god. I love skulls. Skulls for me, please. Oi.
everything back. Thankfully, we get even more context for this war later in that same
I'm just a funny little chaos god.
edition, as seen in the Skulllands. There, Zinch manipulated events behind the scenes, luring away vast portions of Khorne's army with illusions, while encouraging Nurgle and Slaanesh to launch a full-scale invasion. And the plan worked for the most part. Khorne's forces were pushed all the way back to the walls of the Brass Citadel, and victory appeared
To the walls.
certain. Then somehow a stray spark of Zinchian warp flame ignited Nurgle's garden, which had since spread across all of Khorne's domain. Sure,
Karn.
a stray spark.
Oh Khorne, you are so absolutely fucked. Once my blue lilies sprout and release their plague, this game is so over. What the hell?
From one of Zinch's demons, you know, the god of schemes. I'm sure that was a total accident. The resulting inferno engulfed Nurgle and Slaanesh's forces, shattered the alliance, and gave Khorne—
You know, I did ask somebody who knew more about Warhammer 40k about the Slaanesh claws. Because I was like, why do, like, lesser demons, a lot of the lesser demons of Slaanesh, and people who are converted into demons, have these claws? Like, it didn't make sense to me with the God of Access. And she told me that the reason for that is that Slaanesh considers the idea of claws to be the most excessy kind of like grippy thing. Like basically anything that could be used as a means to grab something. Because it is both something that can be tender and gentle, but also be completely destructive in excess. So it could be something that holds you there, like keep you stuck there either through gentle means or powerful means and crush your bones. And that's why that's the reason why they are like that. But also, pardon me, I never really liked the design of how the Slaneshis only have one boobie. I don't know why. It just irks me because it makes them asymmetrical. Either have no boobie or have boobie. One have both. Maybe, have if I don't know why, but it's always with the female bodies. I like maybe one or two could be a specialty type and have one boobie, no boobie, but it's always one boobie, no boobie. It's every time, without fail. And it just irks me because it should be like maybe one specific demon has that kind of look to them. Because a lot of the demons do have that capability. Like there is the six-armed snake one from the fantasy series. She's literally a Naga / Lamia. So her followers have the special like Naga Lamia look to them. So shouldn't that kind of be generally like what everybody should be? Instead of everybody most of them looking the same? I don't know. It's just something I've noticed in the Warhammer 40K game.
The opening he needed to reverse the
Also,
invasion.
I apologize today, chat, if I'm a bit quiet today. I am kind of tired. I don't know. I've not been feeling well today. So I have just been kind of quiet. But I am also waiting for this video over with, so that way I can show you guys what I'm planning, what I'm working on. Right now I'm working on this. I pulled a top hat. I was looking at a top hat and, maybe utilizing a top hat as a sort of thing for stream. I thought that would be really cool. I did wake up early. I even forgot. I forgot what time it was. In fact, I thought it was going to be at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was taking a walk when that all happened. If you were in Cup stream, you would have heard me taking a nice stroll. So my microphone quality was absolute dog water. But I was trying to get some exercise. Also,
This really demonstrates, though, is Tzeentch's true strength. He doesn't really need to overpower his enemies. He can manipulate them into besting each other. Outside of the great game itself, Tzeentch has orchestrated countless schemes across reality. Events such as the Plotter Plots, which saw his demonic legions spread madness and corruption across entire subsections, as well as Tzeentch playing a major role in provoking conflicts like the War in the Rift, and the battle surrounding the Scourge Stars, which helped escalate what would become
I forgot that my human. I forgot when you make the emote large, there's a new sound effect that comes with that. I totally forgot they made that a thing. I'm like, what? What? Where? Who?
Largest chaos conflicts ever dispelled directly into real space. One of the most insane examples comes from the battle.
I still hate this. I hate this. I don't know if you all saw this earlier in stream. I hate this. I fucking hate it. I don't want to be a rubbery object. I don't want MalOs to become a rubbery object for your self-pleasure. Especially since y'all fucking dirty motherfuckers. That ain't supposed to be soft. Our skulls are hard. They're not malleable. You would basically be scraping your dick against bone. Why? This is incorrect. I will make you eat that piece by piece. Leave me alone. Leave my MalO people alone.
Battle of Vergrid, described as one of the largest manifestations of the great game ever witnessed in reality. The titanic engagements between the Chaos God's legions take place across 100 fronts, but one single battle stands above all others, for none can match the sheer scale of slaughter that occurs upon the planet of Vigrid. Armies clash and powers of such magnitude are released that the planet, now reshaped into a demon world, is shattered and the debris shifting into the warp where the surviving combatants continue their battle as they float upon the formless seas of the Immaterium. It is a maelstrom of conflict unending, with each side sending a constant stream of new legions. Yeah, so let that sink in. The fighting became so catastrophic that an entire demon world was literally torn apart, and the armies just kept fighting afterwards while drifting through the warp. Man, that is a badass image. Eventually, Tzeentch proposed settling the conflict through a contest of champions. Confident in each of their own victories, the other Chaos Gods agreed. And surprise, surprise, Tzeentch selected the fraud master himself, Karos Fateweaver.
Yeah, he would.
Severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
Unfortunately,
the worst
because
one.
Karos is a professional fraud, the battle wasn't exactly going as planned, as Khorne's champion was dominating the fight until the Fateweaver somehow emerged victorious through trickery, deception, or whatever nonsense he had prepared beforehand. The Codex never actually explains how he won, but the result is quite clear. Khorne got so angry that his roar literally shattered every illusion on the battlefield, blasted apart the surrounding war zone, and shook reality to its core. So while Karos technically secured the victory for Tzeentch, it definitely wasn't through raw strength. But still, Tzeentch would probably count that as a win with double points since he rage baited Khorne. Now that we've covered Tzeentch's many abilities,
I mean, of all the people to rage bait, Khorne is probably the easiest one. Also, hey up, I just noticed, why is Tzeentch, like, giving his tongue a foot job?
his non-existent weapon, and his feats across 40k, we now need to, of course, do the most important thing. Scale him against the rest of the Warhammer 40k universe. Before we talk about where Tzeentch scales specifically, we need to lay out the almighty, the fabulous, the very cool, the ever-changing, and the probably already out of date by the time you finish reading it, best part of the video.
Me, I'm the best part of the video.
Pyramid, with the same tiers as always. At the bottom, we've got the Chapter Master tier. This
I was
is where
gonna
you'll
say
find
that.
your standard Orc War
That was my
bosses,
second guess.
Eldar Exarchs, and your standard Space Marine Chapter Masters. Above that is the Enhanced tier, where you'll find your standard Custodians, the Gene-Enhanced Warriors of the Emperor. Then we have the Swarm Lord, the supposed pinnacle of the
Swarm
Hive
Lord.
Mind,
Sperm
who's
Lord.
apparently a big fat fraud. And at the top of the Enhanced tier, we have Lilith Hesperax, the Queen of Knives. One of the
Queen
greatest
of
mortal fighters in the entire galaxy, who I
crimes.
see as the true gatekeeper of the top of the Enhanced tier. Next comes the Primarch tiers. And just like I did in the Slaanesh video, I need to clarify something here before moving on, because a ton of people got confused last time. When I say base Primarch, I'm not talking about AMP versions like Lionel Johnson in 40k wielding the Emperor's Shield or Sanguinius during the Siege of Terra, who basically couldn't die until he fought Horus. I'm talking about the Primarchs
Damn,
at
that's
the
a
height
hat.
of the Great Crusade, when
It's a
they're
huge
unamped,
hat.
unaltered, and at their normal baseline, hence the word base. The low Primarch tier includes most named greater demons like Skarbrand, Kugath, or Angarath the Unbound, as well as most avatars of Cain and the weaker base Primarchs like Lorgar, Alfarius, Omegon, and Gilliman. Then we have the High Primarch tier, where the strongest of the base Primarchs sit. Here we find Sanguinius, the Lion, Horus, Leman Russ, Conrad Kurz, Angron, and Fulgrim. After that, we reach the Planetary tier, which includes Transcendent Catan Shards and the Demon Primarchs. These are beings who can threaten or outright destroy an entire world. Above that is the cosmic tier, where I
That's
place
kinda
entities
cute.
like the Silent King or the Emperor in 30K. These are
Oh
beings who
man, I
operate
look
on a galactic
adorable
and
in one of
metaphysical scale
these.
far beyond even the Primarchs. And finally, at the very top of the entire 40K universe, we reach the multiversal tier. This is where you find God Emperor Horus, the Emperor on the Golden Throne, and the fully formed Catan. These are entities whose influence and power stretches across realities, timelines, possibility, fate, and the very structure of existence. And with all of that firmly established,
I'm just waiting for this video to get over
where
with.
the architect of fate, the changer of ways,
I got done with the work that I was working on, like, probably fucking, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. So I kind of just waiting to get this video done since I started it. Everybody's probably still watching it right at this moment.
the big bird himself truly sits in the hierarchy of Warhammer 40K. Well, at this point, I'm basically just doing a remix of my Khorne and Slaanesh videos, with a different color filter slapped on top of it, which is kind of the Chaos Gods in a nutshell if we're being really honest here. Same problem, different flavor of apocalypse. Anyways, just
You know
like
what I
with the
could
other
do?
two degens, we're dealing with the exact same structural issue here. Tzeentch has obvious reality manipulation, access to the Skeen, and
There you
warp
go.
control. And on top of that, he exists across multiple realities,
Oh yeah,
affecting
you're
countless
right. I
timelines
am
and
Left
parallel
4 Dead.
outcomes all at once. So by definition, he immediately sits in the multiversal tier, easily scaling over everything in the Chapter Master, Enhanced, Primarch, Planetary, and Cosmic tiers. And the real discussion starts after that, because once again, we have to talk about the upper end of the setting, and trying to figure out where exactly Tzeentch sits. Because in this tier, like I said, we
Sits
have
at the
Horus,
on your
his
mom's
form, the other
bed,
Chaos Gods, and
the
of
edge
course,
of your
the fully
mom's
formed
bed.
Catan. Let's start with the bald menace, Horus Lupercal. Even at his absolute peak,
Horus
in the Siege of
Lubricant?
Terra, Horus is still essentially a demigod overloaded with fragments of chaos power. He doesn't fully comprehend. Sure, he can manipulate time, space, reality, and even the Skeen, but it's more like handing a child the controls to a collapsing star engine and hoping for the best. On top of that, he's only ever wielding a fraction of what the Chaos Gods actually represent.
I just want to pour. I want to pour like liquid. I want to pour like liquid brimstone into his little cup of a helmet here, where his like everything's missing. I just want to pour something into, like, I want to teleport on top of him, just with just a horrible stinky diseasey fucking smell, and just watch him fucking squirm as he tries to get it out. Ah, fuck! I'm a demigod, you piece of shit. Yeah, I deal with demigods all the time. Don't care. Find it funny.
A sliver, a drop, but not the ocean. Meanwhile, Tzeentch isn't a fragment of anything. He is the ocean. The full concept.
Ah, yes, my favorite mouth, the knee mouth.
Actual embodiment of magic, schemes, and change across the warp. So if this turned into a full-on warp fight, Horus doesn't really scale so much as he gets completely overwhelmed by the difference in their power.
What a boiling milk into one of his funny tubes. I love that idea. It's not gonna work. Come on. What about the funny tubes that goes into his body? You know what? You know what? You know what? I know something that would fuck him up. Is them some massive Horus knockers? Or are you just happy to see me? Oh, these Primarchs make a circle. Imagine Horus with massive mommy knockers. Just thinking about that. Probably it exists, but here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. It's more of an annoyance than anything else, because Horus would then have to deal with constant milking every day. Literally every day. Imagine Horus, the guy who nearly killed the God Emperor, has to have his daily tits milked underneath the armor. And he don't look good. He's not feminine. He'll still look like a dude underneath all that. That's the horrible. That's like the scariest part about that is that the milk doesn't make you look like a girl. It just gives you boobs. So imagine like this dude with all these pipes and other like things inside his body because he's like been messed with by the chaos gods and he just has tits. There. 3 female Horuses, pre-Harris. There's 3 of them. Wow, internet, you would outdo yourself.
Meaning Horus gets absolutely.
By the way, I'm working on this.
Next, we have the Emperor sitting on his very expensive, very rotting golden throne. And for additional context, the Emperor is arguably the most powerful individual psychic entity currently alive in this setting. Well, if you want to say alive.
Okay, we are cooked.
Even in his crippled state, he projects enough psychic force to sustain the Astronomicon, shield humanity from countless warp threats, and keep the Imperium from immediately collapsing into a screaming extinction event. But more importantly, he has one feat that the Chaos Gods absolutely can't just ignore. He burned part of Nurgle's garden inside Nurgle's own domain. And the craziest thing about that is the Emperor may not have been acting as a single focused being, as according to the 5th edition Warhammer rulebook, his immense psychic powers envelop and protect mankind across the entire galaxy. His consciousness wanders through warp space, warring against demons that inhabit it, keeping closed the doors between this world
a Kardashian, burn it with fire.
Trilogy, where we see Gilliman converse with the Emperor, and it takes an immense amount of effort to gather enough of himself to converse with Gilliman. Well, if you want to call that conversing. So the Emperor possessing Gilliman may not have been the full weight of the God Emperor's power. So what we're dealing with
I don't
here is
know.
a single
I don't think that would work too well.
Fragmented and distributed across the galaxy, as his consciousness appears to extend across real space, the warp, and time itself. And when we bring Tzeentch into this equation, things get a lot more uncertain. On one hand, the Emperor represents an anathema to the warp, a force that chaos entities are instinctively repelled by, making
It
him
looks AI generated. I hate it.
their greatest enemy. On the other hand, Tzeentch is the literal embodiment of
Okay, no. Okay, all right, sure, all right, Jack. Let's go with this. Okay, you know what? Hold on. We'll pause the video for this for a hot second. I'm gonna open all these. I might have to do this. Hold on. Where'd that open in? Ah, there it is. Okay. And I'll open this one. And then I'll open this one. Okay. Oh, no. I pressed the wrong button. Actually... God damn, I hate that one. I swear that's AI generated. Okay. Go with the second best one out of the 3. This one's not bad. I don't know why she looks like a male anime protagonist from a Shonen Jump. Or maybe not even the main protagonist. She just looks like a side character that the main protagonist has to overcome, and then they eventually become the like part of the squad that just sits back and watches the main character do all the hard stuff. I don't know why she looks that way, but not bad. You get a A. The half AI, the original is him as a man. They used AI to make it a she, a girl. I'm not surprised. Here's my favorite one, personally. Not because of how good the art is, but I like the style. Because, in all honesty, this is my favorite because of the way they drew the character. Obviously, them being a Primarch, they would be as big as a fucking bear. So the character drawn like this instead of drawn like this, don't mind. This isn't bad by any means. This is not a bad look, but this is better because now she looks like she could literally choke slam a normal dude with just a pinky. which, good job. I kind of like it. Also, she doesn't look like an anime character. Really good. Like that. Like that a lot. And then you have this abomination. I hate this. I hate this. This is something you smash with a rock until it stops moving. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna be like Cooler. I'm gonna kill it. Kim Kardashian one day in the gym. Her skin starts, she does workouts and her skin starts to tighten. You know a female Primarch is built like a hyena down there, and not the fantasy hyena that the community also likes to do. No, that's gonna be the full-on, like, thing that's not it's not a dick. It's like whatever the hell that hyena has, that's what she has. The hemipene. Such a weird evolution for a creature. Weird, weird, weird.
Change, fate, sorcery, and possibility within the war.
Almost as weird as the four-headed penis.
Time, probability, and countless branching futures via the scheme. Now, unfortunately, we don't know if the Emperor would be able to replicate his feat of burning Nurgle's garden within, say, Tzeentch's crystalline labyrinth, since Nurgle may have been at his lowest due to the events of the Plague War. But speaking realistically, though, Tzeentch and the Emperor sit in a very similar bracket of power. If, say, we stack them against each other in a series of fictional, highly cinematic battles directed by Michael Bay, in some of their fights, Tzeentch's mastery of fate and foresight could give him a slight edge, but in others, the Emperor's nature and resistance to the warp's influence might let him push back against the purple.
Yeah,
So
I
rather
need to
than focusing on
kind
the
of.
hard
I'm kind of always I'm not super caught up. I just kind of like keep up with it a little bit here and there.
Is this.
I should be getting caught up on it because well, there was huge news. I'm not sure when it's supposed to come out. It's supposed to come out soon, but the Warhammer, there's two things. The Warhammer 40K Total War game is coming out soon. And the Warhammer 40K Fantasy is getting, I think, like 4 legendary new generals. Like legendary generals. One of them is the funny rat. What was the name of the funny rat? What was his name? It was like Theragon or what or something? Something like that. I can't remember. Mr. Crimblopop? I don't know. No, that's incorrect. I mean, heck, TikTok is trying to tell me, hey, you want a Warhammer? Buy these figurines. Buy now. I can't remember what his name is. Pretty sure it started with a TH.
very slightly above the Emperor.
He was a Grey Seer, if I remember right. Thanquil. That's it. Yeah, the Great Seer Thanquil is coming to the game. He is known in the Warhammer community as the funny rat because Thanquil is the chosen one basically of the Great Horned Rat, which is their god. And Thanquil is like he survives through the dumbest means possible. He would be one of the best competent like rats out there if, you know, he was competent. But he's not. And all his schemes ending up backfiring all the time because Thankwol always ends up destroying himself and his tactics through like always trying to get a get himself into a better situation. So he's always trying to one up everybody in the wars and the battles that he does, and it always ends up coming to bite him in the ass. And if it wasn't for that, he'd be actually threatening because he is so strong as a wizard that he has gone toe to toe with some of the strongest members in the Warhammer Fantasy series. Regular size Space Marines and the Terminator style those are expensive too. The big ones. What's your fun fact, Osa? I mean, I'd love a Titan, but aside from me not knowing how to paint, yeah, I don't know how to paint, man. Also, would also not know where to put it themselves. Be huge. They're huge, yeah, they're massive, man. Göbekli Tepe is one of the oldest human settlements we have ever found, dated back in 950 to 800 or 8000 BCE from the pre-pottery Neolithic era and the modern day Turkey. Ooh, that is interesting. Very old human settlement. I don't mean like the giant tower ones, the ones that they send out where they're going to destroy the place, but they want to collect the artifact there. I don't know. I again, that's beyond me because I don't know which group that is. Not sure. Also, yeah, Thankwol's a part of it. The Vampire Queen is going to be a part of it. Vampire Queen. All vampires are getting a revamp. Ha 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 ha. Neferata, that was her name. So Neferata is going to be a part of the game. Yeah, her. So she's going to have her own like tree, her own ability tree and everything. So that's going to be really interesting. She was the one that made the Lamian Sisterhood. And also the Nurgle faction's coming. Nurgle brothers? I don't know these brothers. I had never heard of these three brothers before, but apparently they're getting released. Is it called the Glotkin Brothers? Our upcoming, yeah, warrior, yeah, it's the Glotkin Brothers. So they're getting thrown in. They have an interesting style of abilities comparatively to the rest of the Nurgle faction. And the one and only oh god, I had his name. I really had his name in my head, and then it's gone. It was gone. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I had it on the tip of my tongue and it was gone. The Glorp Shido brothers, pretty much. And then there was Nagash. So Nagash is coming to the Warhammer series. He is finally getting released. There was a mod for a while there that brought Nagash back, but Nagash is getting his own faction where he gets now basically all the undead. Nagash literally gets everybody. He can have the Tomb Kings. He can have the vampires. He can have the Vampire Coast all fighting for him. Because he's literally the undead lord. He is literally the god of the undead. The god of death. He is the sixth chaos god. Pretty much. He is about as close as getting to be a god as you could be in that series. Space Wolves. Most everybody loves the Space Wolves, even though It sounds like it'd be a nightmare to be a part of that Space Wolves. Ew. Why would TikTok have a shop? I don't understand. I would just buy the pieces from Games Workshop, or better yet, here I don't care what these schmucks say about like the battle things. Like you gotta buy official Game Shop Workshop pieces. It's like no, fuck you. I don't care. I'm getting my own 3D printer and printing them because I am not spending $40-$50 on a set when I can't paint for Jack Diddley. And instead, I would get 3D printed pieces and paint them myself because
Please.
most sleaze. Yeah, I agree. Flowery agrees. Speed Freaks. That's the orc game, right? That's that one where you're playing the racing game with orcs. I've been wanting to play that one. That one looks like a lot of fun. But yeah, it sounds interesting what they're bringing to the Warhammer 40K series, or well, fantasy series.
Effectively relative to him in a way where neither can be cleanly said to overpower the other, or very slightly below the Emperor. And on the
You know
pyramid,
what?
that's exactly.
We're good. I think we're good. I think we are good on that video. So now I can actually do what I was planning on doing, which is just play videos in this tiny little screen while I work.
Lovely party.
Yes, but don't you detect an odor?
Must be the litter box.
The litter box? Haven't you told our hostess about Arm & Hammer baking soda?
Oh.
It absorbs odor naturally for days and days, so the litter box smells clean. 1 part Arm & Hammer with 3 parts cat litter. The litter lasts longer, so she won't have to change it as often.
Oh, Jessica, you're so sophisticated.
Arm & Hammer baking soda for a cleaner smelling litter box.
I don't know. I just found that on my front page. I was using it for work earlier because I was trying to figure something out. The type of shit my cats play in my ears while I'm doing things, while I'm sleeping. What? Does anybody got a video they want me to play? Well, like in the small little corner there while I try to work on 3D. As you can see, I'm working on me. I'm working on myself. I'm watching and seeing how well this object, this funny little hat would work. It does mean that I'd have to move a lot of the hair in order to kind of facilitate the cap. I just don't know how to properly do it. Like, I can move all this stuff if I want to as a blend shape. I can make this all a blend shape. I was told that it'd be also a better idea to use it as a prop. But the thing is if I use it as a prop for, Vignon, then it becomes a problem because how the heck do I make it look nice with the ears and the hair and everything? Because it's just going to clip through the head, obviously. So yeah, if you want to look something up, Jack, for me to watch while I try to figure this stuff out, it'd be nice. I got other things that I kind of want to look through. So that's not a big deal. While I work on something else. Just need to open a new blender. I can open multiple and hold this one open while I work on something else. Error? Error? I'll give you error. Error. Just open another. It's already launched. It's big. I've done it before, where I open a new one. I want to open multiple blenders because I need to. I don't want to just keep jumping from load to save to load. That's just silly. Oh, hold on. What is this?
Whoa. What's
Oh
that?
yeah, I forgot that this shit has commercials. Die.
This is Firestone. It may not look like much to the average gamer, but if you played the original Borderlands, it's iconic. If you're like me, you can hear this footage. The ambient buzzing and reverberations, the rhythmic sauntering of the lonely guitar strums, the thrumming of hand drum synthesizers, all accompanied by the sound of occasional roaring skags and stray gunfire. That's how powerful the atmosphere of Borderlands was in 2009. The starting town is so ingrained into the minds of Borderlands fans that the mere visual of it is enough to instantly transport us back to a whole new world. Now, let's fast forward a decade and a half. This is the Launchpad. On paper, it shares a lot of the same characteristics of Firestone. It's a modest town that's a foothold for the Crimson Resistance and the first hub town you encounter. It's aptly named because it's the start of your journey in Borderlands 4, and yet it's not nearly as immersive. Ironically, the town that launches the story and has a full community of people feels so lifeless compared to the original Firestone, which was occupied by a single doctor and random robots. I couldn't help but question why I felt this way. By all accounts, the Launchpad should feel more like a
doesn't make
living
sense.
town, and yet I always found myself more drawn to
By all
Firestone
accounts, it doesn't
for
make
reasons I
sense.
found difficult to articulate. And if I couldn't articulate why Firestone felt more immersive, was I even right to feel that way? Well, maybe I was. After all, I'm not alone. A lot of longtime Borderlands fans feel like something is missing in recent titles, even venturing as far as to say that Borderlands 4 doesn't really feel like Borderlands anymore. But it's hard to know how much we should take these observations to heart. It's pretty easy for longtime fans to be stuck in
No,
the
listen,
past.
okay.
So,
as a fan who has played both Borderlands 1 a bit, quite a bit, Borderlands 2 a lot, and a bit of 3, I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, there is a reason why people feel that it is different. Because it is. It's different writers, and those writers are fucking schmucks. Like, outright schmucks. They are bad at comedy, bad at humor, bad at writing characters, and just bad overall. Because that was the one thing that... There was two things that were really important to the Borderlands series. That be the gunplay and the characters. The characters in Borderlands 1 and 2 were interesting, and they were memorable, especially in Borderlands 2. The gunplay was really fun in both games. Borderlands 3, the only thing it had going for it was the gunplay. But even then, they mess it up because you get legendaries about as often as I get prizes in my Cracker Jack bags. So, obviously, just literally getting a legendary weapon constantly, it kind of takes away a lot of the pizzazz that the legendary weapons used to have. If you got a legendary weapon, you were using that for the next, 10 levels because it would be overpowered. Here, it's just like a legendary drops every 2 or 3 levels, and you're just like, well, I guess I'm going to drop this weapon that I was building my entire character off. So it's really I don't know. It's just they don't get what made the Borderlands series fun.
are we all perhaps just blinded by nostalgia? Well, I ruminated on this a lot, trying to think of what made Borderlands Borderlands beyond the skill trees and loot. And I came to the conclusion that we aren't wearing rose-tinted glasses.
Well, you don't.
Instead,
You don't
Gearbox has
say.
been slowly but surely eroding the atmosphere of the iconic series that we have all grown to love.
Because
And
they're
the difficulty
schmucks.
in describing why it feels a little off is because it isn't due to one change in particular. Instead, it's a culmination of many small changes in direction, like a car taking a bunch of slight wrong turns that eventually led it far away from its original destination. So in this video, I'd like to examine why the magical atmosphere of Borderlands has faded and whether the course can truly be corrected. So without further ado, let's get into it, starting from the beginning. The original Borderlands is kind of an odd title. It was such an instant hit upon release, selling over 2 million copies in just over 2 short months, and yet the base game itself feels oddly incomplete. Mostly because the skill trees, especially by modern standards, are pretty basic, and the story is extremely bare bones. Because of this, it may be hard for people newer to the franchise to understand why it was such a hit. Well, it was a combination of things, but I think one of the biggest parts of it was the presentation. At the time, there was nothing quite like it, and to this day, I still don't think anything quite is. When you boot up the game, it instantly makes a statement. It greets you with an opening cutscene that showcases a uniquely striking comic book art style and a high-octane car sequence that leads you into believing that the game takes place in a vibrant world, teeming with character and life. Yet, when you begin the tutorial, you realize that Pandora is anything but. It's a brutal wasteland where everything goes to die. Those who willingly traveled to Pandora to chase ancient legends were considered foolish because of how difficult it is just to get by, and nearly everything in the game supports this. When you get off the bus, your first view is of a barren desert, and you're immediately greeted by the revving of bandit engines and stray gunfire. And just like that, the tone is instantly set. Pandora is hostile. Every other aspect of the game design continues to support this. Almost every time you encounter another living being, it tries to either shoot you, stab you, or
there we go.
eat
It
you.
took a little
And
bit
the
to
few times you
load.
meet people who are friendly, they just seem downtrodden. Meanwhile, every inch of the planet you explore unearths more and more swaths of Mad Max-inspired barren wasteland. The songs in the background set a similar mood. Like I alluded to earlier, the meandering guitar licks of Welcome to Firestone narratively convey that you are a survivor with a long road ahead of you. Other more atmospheric songs, such as Enter Skag Gully and Traversing the Deep, provide a similarly eerie and lonely, yet oddly introspective mood that one would expect from a lone traveler on a lengthy journey. And as you progress, the journey feels more and more like an uphill battle as the soundtrack periodically becomes even more tense while you're working your way through hordes of enemies and long elaborate set pieces such as Headstone Mine and Crom's Canyon. And best of all, there's space. Because there's minimal dialogue, you're able to just wander around and soak this in.
Why is the point
Your train of
all the
thought
way
isn't
fucking
interrupted every
down
few
there?
seconds with how important or dangerous some plot detail is. Sure, there are occasional moments where characters in the story outright tell you how perilous Pandora is, but those interjections are infrequent. They aren't as necessary as later titles because every minute detail of the presentation communicates this. The game doesn't need to spell out for you that Pandora is dangerous. It shows you by having you live it. But Pandora isn't just doom and gloom. In a way, that opening cutscene, whether intentional or not, was the
Bonus
perfect
pack
mission
wouldn't
statement
be
of
a
what
bad
Borderlands
idea.
is about. Despite being in desolate
Oh, I've seen
Badlands,
them all,
the underlying soundtrack
for the
is to
most
the
part.
upbeat tune of Ain't No Rest for the Wicked, and the art style makes everything seem so lively. And that's when we realize that, sure, Pandora is bleak and oppressive, but it's also beautiful. According to Randy Pitchford, this juxtaposition is what Borderlands has always been about. In an interview with All Out Gaming, ironically in promotion for Borderlands 4, Randy goes into detail of what a Borderland is. I'm going to avoid putting direct footage and audio in this due to potential copyright issues, but in it, he states that Borderlands has always thrived on contrast.
I mean, I don't
existing in a
mind
no-man's
watching
land
it
between an
again.
RPG and
Let
a
everybody
shooter,
else
a
watch
comedy and a
them
drama, and realism and surrealism.
while I
But
work.
I think he neglected to mention another key component, the juxtaposition of desolation and beauty. Every aspect of Borderlands 1 was thoroughly crafted to be bleak and oppressive, but somehow it's one of the prettiest games I've ever played. You wouldn't expect that from a world composed of desert and junk, but somehow it is. There are numerous stunning views you encounter wandering your way through the landscape, but they don't feel deliberate. Instead, they feel like a discovery, a small reward for undergoing a lonely, difficult journey. And this carried over to other aspects of the game. It's tough to believe a dump of a town like Firestone or New Haven could feel cozy, but in the context of Borderlands, it was. Due to the ruthless nature of Pandora, a small settlement where you weren't immediately attacked on sight felt like a rare respite where you could relax and unwind. And similarly, the moments where you experienced genuinely positive interactions, such as meeting the altruistic TK Baja or wholesome Scooter, were made all the sweeter because you lived in a world that constantly showcased humanity at its worst. So overall, the original Borderlands, despite having very minimal story, still expertly crafted a narrative. You were a lonely wanderer trying to make it in a horrible universe. Everything from the visuals to the sound design to the characters you met supported this. If anything, the lack of story helped in this regard, as it allowed you to truly soak in the unique atmosphere. Your time on Pandora felt like a deeply personal and introspective journey, having just enough glimmers of beauty in the form of the occasional stunning vista or wholesome social exchange to keep you motivated in your quest to crawl out of the darkness. Going forward, this was Borderlands' DNA. Well, until it wasn't. One of the biggest complaints about Borderlands upon release was the lack of plot. And while I can't say that I disagree that the writing needed to evolve, this began a subtle shift in focus for the Borderlands franchise, one where the designers put story at the top of the priority list and pushed it to the forefront of the gameplay instead of subtly weaving it into an immaculately crafted atmosphere. The series never reached this peak ambiance again, but at the very least, it didn't instantly deteriorate in the next iteration. It's obvious to see why Borderlands 2 is considered the golden child of the franchise. It has 6 popular vault hunters, a charismatic villain, tight writing, and awesome loot. But more relevant to this video, it still has a strong understanding of what made the atmosphere of the first game work. Having heard the feedback from many reviewers and gamers, Gearbox decided to switch up the environment of Pandora, opting to begin the game in the frozen tundra of the Windshear Waste. But despite not being immediately recognizable as Pandora visually, Gearbox applied enough of the principles of what worked in the first game to make it still feel like Borderlands. The opening sequence of Borderlands 2 is arguably even better at setting the stage for the brutal, Darwinian nature of Pandora. The Vault Hunters narrowly avoid their early demise, simultaneously bleeding out and freezing to death. And as they recover, they make their way through pounding snow and howling winds to Claptrap's humble refuge. Accompanied by the epic guitar strums that were quickly becoming a Borderlands staple, and the steady pounding percussion, everything once again conveys that you're on a long, weary journey in a harsh land. But in their quest to focus on the story and hone in on the comedic groundwork they laid in the first game, cracks began to form on the surface, just a little. While there are a lot of memorable comedic moments, this is the first game where people begin talking in your ear frequently, causing the game to toe that delicate balance between desolation and beauty just a bit. For the most part, I still find the game funny, and I'm happy they decided to fully embrace humor as a part of the franchise's identity, but there are still moments of off-the-wall jokes that break immersion. That said, the game still puts the bleak nature of Pandora on full display, and is still a fairly grounded story about survival, so all in all, the formula continued to work. There might be multiple focuses besides atmosphere, but the packaging still delivered, only being a slight step down from its peak in the first game. When the series moved on to the pre-sequel, the implementation was similar. In fact, I find it a bit more refined than Borderlands 2. Although the tutorial sequence takes place on the Helios space station, the Vault Hunters quickly crash land onto the surface of Elpis. And like the 2 games before it, this sequence immediately sets the stakes for what this brand new setting would entail. The Vault Hunters nearly suffocate to death when they emerge from the moonshot, narrowly escaping death thanks to the intervention of Janie Springs. We then get to observe the familiar planetary hostility, with bandit clans, molten lava creatures, sugar rafts, and laser beams all threatening your existence once again. Gone are the gigantic sand dunes or familiar guitar twangs, replaced by large moon craters and retrofuturistic synthesizers, but the game still feels like Borderlands with a unique spin due to their attention to detail. And like Pandora, we still get reprieves from the violence and strangulation with stunning views and visits to the cozy outpost of Concordia. Plus, the story still adheres to the classic trope of Vault Hunters being hardened mercenaries operating in self-interest. The characters still talk a lot in your ear, but a good portion of that is Athena recounting her time with Handsome Jack, so it works for the most part. All in all, the setting, on paper, was wildly different, but the formula still felt familiar, demonstrating that Borderlands was capable of evolution without going substantially backwards in certain aspects of their game design. Overall, the first 3 iterations of Borderlands were fantastic for atmosphere.
It's all in Italian. Good luck for that.
Unfortunately, Gearbox couldn't keep this streak up forever. Realistically, doing so would have been an impossible task. It's just a shame that the next game, in my opinion, was such a steep decline. Borderlands 3 is when the atmosphere started feeling like an afterthought. Now, I don't want to rag on Borderlands 3 too much because that's been done thousands of times and the game is really good overall. But it didn't adhere to some of the tenets of good ambiance that the previous titles did, and is when the series started feeling a bit off. I think a lot of this is apparent from the introduction. The first 3 games did a great job of putting you into a perilous situation, showcasing how the world you are occupying is agonizingly dangerous and why you might be in a bit over your head. But in Borderlands 3, you have much more agency. You kind of just show up, having answered a recruitment call from the Crimson Raiders, and are there, ready to kick ass and take control of a COV camp. And yes, obviously doing so is dangerous and threatening, but this introduction immediately sets a different precedent. You fight your way through some bandits, and everything goes off without a hitch. You beat the mini-boss and help establish a little outpost for the Crimson Raiders. There aren't any narrow brushes with death to establish the brutal nature of Pandora. And suddenly, your character isn't a survivor anymore. They're an action hero. The story only continues to reinforce this, putting you up against fearsome vault monsters and asking you to bail out multiple friendly faces while repeatedly telling you how strong and badass you are. And by doing so, they never adequately capture that environmental harshness that's needed to accentuate the moments of beauty. Plus, the game is by far the biggest offender of distracting you with the story. There is almost always someone talking, whether it's Lilith telling you what to do, Ava giving a whiny complaint, or the Calypso twins obnoxiously waving their live streaming personality in your face.
The Calypso twins are like bona fide the worst villains in the entire series. I don't know if they were written to be annoying on purpose. They kind of were because, they annoy the characters, the main characters. This is something you need to know about writing. If you plan on writing anything, chat, if you are going to write a book, a game, a story, anything, always remember, if you are going to make a set of characters that are going to be annoying, make sure that they only annoy those who are in their world. Because as soon as you make a character that annoys the viewer, the player, the reader, they will fucking shut down. And these guys failed miserably with the Calypso twins.
With their awful jokes. Someone is always demanding your attention, often in an extremely grating fashion, leaving you with little downtime for thoughtful introspection or moments to soak in your surroundings. And that's a shame, because the environments themselves are stunning. Say what you want about Borderlands 3's missteps, but the worlds Gearbox crafted for this game are beautiful. Pandora still has its stark dunes, Athenas has its lush, misty mountains and monastic architecture.
That's about the only thing it
Prometheus
had
has its
going for
imposingly
it.
tall skyscrapers, and Sanctuary feels cozy. Each area is also accompanied by fantastic music that captures the feeling of Borderlands, adding a layer of mystery, intrigue, or tension when necessary. So, not everything was a misstep here.
No, it
There
wasn't.
was clearly a lot of groundwork laid in certain aspects of the game
There was
visually and sonically.
There was a reason why I kept playing the game, even though I absolutely hated most of what was going on. It's because it was fun, but it wasn't as fun as, per se, as the other ones. I would have beat it once and then kept on moving had my game not suddenly decided that it did not want to run anymore and just would crash constantly. That's another issue, is this game went from I can play it to no longer playing it, and because it no longer was easy for me to get to, I just gave up.
It was just unfortunate that the story dictated a lot of the game's tone, and that was severely lacking. I will say though, the DLC packs for this game were all a fantastic return to form, offering intriguing stories that weren't over the top, and environments unique to the series that made me optimistic for the franchise going forward. Unfortunately, that optimism was unfounded. Borderlands 4, as it stands now, just feels off. Being what Gearbox calls a soft reboot of the series, Borderlands 4 brings us to a brand new planet, the planet of Kairos. And with that reboot, they lost a lot of what makes Borderlands feel like Borderlands. Gearbox seemed to at least be mindful of trying to keep the game cohesive with the series. You still have bandits, psychos, hostile wildlife, and some pretty views, but they don't feel natural. They feel like they were included to fill a checklist of quintessential Borderlands staples without having a deeper understanding of what really made a good atmosphere for the series. Let's look at the beginning. The opening tutorial does a great job of showcasing why the Timekeeper is dangerous. However, it doesn't do a good job of establishing why Kairos is dangerous. That might sound a bit contradictory, given that the Timekeeper controls Kairos, but there's a distinction. In the first 3 Borderlands titles, once you begin your journey and set foot on the planet for the first time, you see a barren hellscape of a world. But the first time you see Outer Kairos, it's lush, green, and teeming with life, inviting you with open arms to explore the Fade Fields. Sure, you're still quickly greeted by rippers and some angry wildlife, but the planet doesn't feel nearly as bleak or oppressive as a result. I'm sure this was a conscious decision by Gearbox to differentiate Kairos and begin a new era of Borderlands, given that the other 2 major zones are analogous to the arid Badlands and the Windshear Wastes. But it fails to set the tone of those harsh areas. As a result, the Fade Fields are just beautiful. There aren't any depressing moments to get a reprieve from, so when you arrive at a hub town like the launch pad, it just feels like a town. There's nothing to make it cozy or feel like a home away from home. Unfortunately, the issues don't end there. Borderlands 4 is open world, a decision that has drawn the ire of many longtime fans. And while I don't think having an open world is necessarily a death sentence for atmosphere, it certainly makes crafting a compelling one more difficult. As you drive through the world, there are swaths of nothingness, solely serving to be traversed for the sake of artificially enlarging the world. There are a few unique NPCs, enemies, or world events that make the open world feel alive. And while there are some unique collectibles, there are things like echo logs and puzzles, things that have existed in previous games. There's also very little to separate the zones as far as enemy variety goes. No matter where you are, you're still facing Order, Rippers, Creeps, Cratches, and everything else. This isn't exactly an issue unique to Borderlands 4, but it does contribute to making every zone feel like the same core experience with a different backdrop. But there's one more elephant in the room that I would like to address for Borderlands 4 that would also help make every zone feel distinct. It's brought up all the time, but I'd feel remiss if I didn't mention it. Overall, Borderlands 4 has the worst musical direction of the series. There are a couple serviceable tunes, but overall, the soundtrack is lackluster. Gone are the space western-inspired guitar twangs, replaced by generic rock guitars and industrial synthesizers. But worse, the actual deployment of the songs seems misguided. In older games, you would initiate travel to a new zone, see a brief loading screen, then be met with a new song tailored to that specific section of the map. In Borderlands 4, this doesn't always happen. As you drive through each zone, you rarely hear music at all. You hear it for cutscenes and certain story moments, but rarely when you are just exploring the giant sandbox Gearbox created. When you do hear it, the music usually isn't tailored to the zone. It's just generic combat music that's reused everywhere else. Overall, the music just completely misses the mark. It doesn't fit into the zone, and most of it doesn't fit into Borderlands entirely. And it's like this from the onset. Let's compare the first song you hear in each title, the main menu music. Let's start with Borderlands 1 and 2.
Yeah, that does set the atmosphere, don't it? 2 has some really good music at the beginning.
Notice how these songs make you feel? They have mellow, lonely guitar twangs and some dissonance that make you feel like you have a long road ahead of you. Now, let's look at the pre-sequel.
That one, at least, yeah, and he's not wrong. The music at the beginning of that game does give you this feel of space. I am an atmosphere. Who did that? Who subbed? Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Right now, not doing so hot with the, damn, the monthly goal is somehow 40? It should still be at 20. Oh well. I can fix that, I guess, later. But I kind of need the subscription. Thank you so much. I don't know why it didn't go off, though. I don't know why. Oh, I see. It was Jack. Look at you, Jack. You're now rainbow. Just like you loved and wanted. Now. Why are you also using the Gone Bananas badge? You got the skull now. You have the rainbow skull that you adored. Space. Very spacey in this one. Which is where you are flying around in space, so...
This one has a completely different soundscape with the spacey synths, but it still feels very Borderlands. That's because this song still follows the tenets of establishing the Borderlands feel. It's mellow, a little bit tense, and lonely. Borderlands 3 follows suit.
How did he get on fire?
First of all, banger. Second of all, this one, despite having no twangy guitars, still evokes the same feeling. It feels like a long, solemn, introspective journey. Now, let's listen to Borderlands 4.
Shut up. I'm trying to close you. Gross.
Do you see what I mean?
It's all
This song
in a
doesn't
name.
convey a long journey.
It's
bold,
name.
epic, and triumphant. And once again,
It's
this
me.
early bit of groundwork shifts the focus from a tale of surviving a bleak world to being an action hero beating the bad guy. And as much as I want to push back and say that's not what Borderlands is about, unfortunately, nowadays, I think it is. Like I said earlier, I understand why the story had to evolve from the original Borderlands. But after the success of Borderlands 2, I think Gearbox thought that Borderlands had to be a story about a hero beating the villain going forward. But in doing so, they completely ignored the context of what made Handsome Jack work. Jack felt like a natural progression of the kill or be killed and exploitive nature of Pandora that was fully established in Borderlands 1, essentially showing what happens when someone takes those ideologies to an extreme to become the planet's apex predator. He felt like an extension of the harsh nature of Pandora, yet another obstacle that was a threat to your survival. So in later games, inserting a completely different villain archetype like Twitch streamer parodies felt like fitting a square peg into a round hole. That's why the banding together to defeat the Tyrant plotline works so much better in Borderlands 2. The threat was big enough to convince your playable psychopath that this was a direct threat to their survival. It was much more nuanced than hero beats villain.
Oh, Jesus.
Though I will say, I do appreciate that Borderlands 4 at least seemed to recognize the direction the series was going in and fully embrace the heroic Vault Hunter, rather than try to play both sides. But enough about
I think
that.
it's loading
Let's
the
talk
material.
about the future of the franchise. Is the series too far gone, or can Gearbox get it back on track? Well, to answer my clearly leading question, I think
No,
they
you
can.
did not.
They just need to remember their roots. Now, just so I'm clear, I'm not saying the series needs to emulate Borderlands 1 again. Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel proved that the series could evolve to have new environments, stronger storytelling, and memorable villains without losing its atmosphere. But somewhere along the way, Gearbox stopped trusting the world itself to tell the story. In Borderlands 1 and 2, Pandora was the antagonist just as much as Commandant Steele and Handsome Jack. If you were to remove them from the story, the Vault Hunters would still feel like they were in danger, because every abandoned outpost, sand dune, and stretch of lonely highway reinforced the idea that you were a survivor trying to carve out a place in a world that wanted you dead. But as the series continued, the games placed that burden on the villains. The threats came from the Calypsos and the Timekeeper directly. And suddenly, Pandora and Kairos were
Gearbox is
backdrops for
grinding.
stories rather than
Gun.
active participants in them.
Gun.
So let's go back to where this
He
video
wields
started.
a gun.
Why is it that I can still hear the seemingly unremarkable town of Firestone 17 years later? It's not because
I'm
it had
kind
a
of
completely
upset that
original design or because it was teaming with memorable
this didn't come.
NPCs.
It's got its
because
own
every detail
texture,
of that
but
town told a story
textures
before a
didn't
single
load.
character had to. Its presentation instantly conveyed that it was a comforting refuge in an inhospitable world. That's what Atmosphere really is. It isn't cutting-edge graphics or a bigger map. It's the ability to instantly immerse you and leave you with an emotional imprint long after you've closed the game. As the
Okay.
series has progressed,
That's
we've
working.
experienced moments like this less and less. But luckily, I don't think that feeling is gone forever. For all my criticisms of the game, Borderlands 4 still has glimmers of it. The shattered remains of Elpis and the newly released Hadron Abyss Takedown reminded me that the people at Gearbox still know how to create oppressive, mysterious spaces with a killer soundtrack. Environments like this prove that the DNA is still there. Gearbox just needs to trust it. If they do, maybe
God.
in another decade, I won't be able to hear just Firestone. Maybe I'll also hear what comes next. Anyways, that's all for this video. If you made it this far, let me know your thoughts in the comments. And remember to like and subscribe.
No, don't need a gun.
Thanks for watching.
Clubs, keep
Bye.
God of attack, data attacks. I can. Yes, I can. But the funny thing is, gun is also an intimidating factor. People get intimidated by gun, especially a gun that has, what is that? What is this? Eight shots? No. 10 shots. A lot of shots. That's a lot of revolver right there. Cool looking nifty revolver, I would say. And I like that. I like that about this revolver. So that's why I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Also, I think it's supposed to actually spring. There's a thunderstorm going on outside. I thought I heard something. If my power goes out, I'm sorry. I should, like, literally unplug my computer right now. Shut up, Jack. Evil joke. Never. Darn.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds.
No, you don't. You know what you get? You get muted. Because I don't want your garbage on my stream. Go away.
The planet on somebody's property.
I'm looking at the barrel. Fine.
You're on my property. He's a real farmer because he damn sure came with the pole. Radis was scanning his power level like 5. He got the power level of a jawbreaker. That farmer dude shot at him. He caught that shit, flicked that shit back at his ass.
He caught that. He was like, I think you might want this back.
He flicked that shit like a coin toss.
He shot a fucking bullet out of cannon.
He uses his scouter and tries to sense the strongest power level on the planet.
Because he was looking for Goku. Well, Kakarot.
Radis pleasantly introduces himself to Piccolo in the most horrible fashion. So Piccolo's just standing around in the mountains like, I'm gonna beat Goku's ass one of these days. Just you wait. He turns around and is like, what the fuck is that?
This is it's superhuman.
He's like, I've never felt something so terrible. This energy is worse than mine. What is happening? Radis pull up on his ass like, this one's green. This ain't Kakarot. But now that I'm here, Piccolo's like, I don't know who you are, but leave. Make me.
Bro, when he said that, I was like, ooh. Piccolo's like sweating.
He's like, you know what? Throws everything he has at him. And Radis like, that shit gave me a nice leg shaving.
Yeah, thank you. And it gave me a Saiyan shower. I was like, that's disgusting, bro.
My turn.
Right when he was about to like lace his shit up, he sensed Goku power level. He was like, oh, it's stronger than you. Green man, you fucking lucky. He leaves to catch up on Goku, but Goku's at Master Roshi's crib showing off his kid.
All of them, first of all, were surprised Goku even has.
Yeah, first off.
They was like, you got a kid? You? Of all people?
He said, nah, I can't get this one up. He looked just like me.
Then they were like, you ever looked at the moon? Like, nah, we go to bed like early.
Yeah, we were at like 8.
Like once the street lights come on, we out.
Nah, once the fireflies cut on,
right?
They ain't got no street lights. They don't got a street.
There ain't no street out there.
It's such a happy reunion. Then his brother showed up. He was just like, the reunion's complete.
I surprised.
I was like, bro, who the f is this tall ass?
Kakarot, I finally found you. Krillin was like, you sure you ain't been hitting the toilet hooch? Cause there's no Kakarot here. As a matter of fact, shoot.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
Raditz back-tailed him.
Bruh.
Not backhand. Back-tailed his ass into the house.
He charged his power level tail up.
Goku was like, oh my God, you have a tail too? Raditz was like, speaking of two, where the f is yours?
He said, I got it surgically removed.
You've lost all the power you had. You will never be the same Saiyan again. He's like, say what? Saiyan? The f is that? You idiot. Did you hit your head or something? What's going on? Yeah, a long time ago. And that's when Master
I hit my head.
Yeah, you're an alien, boy.
And he was just like, bro, you was so unruly at first. Like biting people, you was stronger than a regular baby.
Yeah.
You was stronger than a fucking human. Grandpa Gohan had to beat your ass, literally. Beat you into submission. When you gained consciousness, you bit him in the head and fell off a cliff. After you got that horrible injury that almost killed
Those
you,
little
lost a lot of
screws
blood,
in there. That's cute.
He's like, you came out of that coma potty trained.
He hears all that shit and he was just like, hey, yo, bro, just come with me. No all these, man. You were saying, if you just go to random planets and just innocent people, you will enjoy it.
This planet's gonna be destroyed anyway. So you can either come and help me do it, or you're just gonna die with it. As a matter of fact, let me give you some motivation.
That knee that he gave Goku
was vicious.
To the solar plexus, I'm pretty sure I'd have been out too.
Then snatched up Gohan was like, you have 24 hours to collect 100 bodies and lay them just on this beach.
Ooh, no. I forgot
there,
what.
Everybody's like, oh my God, Goku,
Something has
right?
to be done about
like,
the metallic.
He said, bro, we didn't even see him knee you. We just saw you on the ground.
I blinked and you were comatose.
Bro, you could not move.
They're trying to figure out what to do, and Goku is like, let's just go head on. No! Did you just see what he just did to you? Master Roshi is like,
It's been a hot minute since I've had to deal with metallic.
Let's get it. But then Piccolo was like, or I could just help, because
yeah, I gotta do non-color.
And I want to be the person that you and conquers the planet anyway. So let's form a truce until then. Until he's handled, me and you are best friends now. Goku was like, okay, whatever, let's go.
Surprisingly enough, he was very lenient to Gohan.
He was actually attempting to be a good uncle by saying, listen, you're a Saiyan, we are a proud race. You need to stop being a bitch because we are the strongest race in the universe and you need to be a representation of that.
Daddy! I tried. Grabbed this little up and threw him in a cage.
He was chilling out. The scouter picked up on something, was like, what the fuck is that? That power level is over 700, but I don't see anything. Looks at the pod. It's like, there's no way that kid's power level is 700.
That little ain't doing nothing like that.
A body that small can't hold a power level this high. This shit is off. Then he notices another power level flying in his direction. Was like, there's nothing there though. This has to be off. Picks it up again. Is like, oh shit, it actually is two people coming. It turns back to Gohan's like, what the f? There's no way this kid is this strong.
I ain't gonna even lie. I did like how Goku, we always say he a bad father. All he was thinking about is where was Gohan.
As soon as he pulled up, was like, where's my son?
If you just looked behind, he's in that pod over there.
Follow the trail of tears.
That fucking pod was halfway filled with tears.
All you hear is him crying. I'm sure you heard it before you got here. He has been crying since episode 1.
And he was like, all right, I'm ready to lace this shit up now.
Then Piccolo's like, all right, it's go time. Takes the weights off, but they square up like that. Raditz is behind them, elbows them, hits them so hard, lays Piccolo sideways.
Bro, I laughed so hard because Goku recovered and got into a fighting stance. Piccolo recovered and he was still unbalanced.
Yes, he hit them so hard the announcer came through.
On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Then they start actually having their little back and forth. I think he teleports behind them again.
No, he dodged them and it went down. These dashed behind him.
Man.
He literally jump kicks them to start flying.
He bounces off of them to fly up. These two start flying up in his direction. He just puts his hands out, shoots 2 key blasts at them. Them shits disintegrate mountains.
Goku dodged it.
Yes.
Piccolo, not so much.
No. They look at Piccolo, his arm is going, and Raditz being an asshole is like, anybody seen an arm? It's not hard to miss. It's green.
The grass is green.
Right?
He was like,
asshole.
he was just like, yeah, I can't find my arm because it's green and grass. I have to hand it to you. That was a good joke. I was like, oh, okay, you think you're funny.
And then Piccolo was like, Goku, if you have any more moves, now would be the time to pull them out. He's like, what moves?
I learned shit. He said, I figured out how to fish without a fishing rod.
He's like, well, lucky for you, I've been saving an attack for you, but I need 5 minutes.
He said, I can give you 45 minutes, seconds.
Raditz is beating the shit out of him.
Bruh, Goku didn't dodge a single one.
At all. Getting beat barefooted is horrible. All he saw was his toes flying away.
Funny things. I'm planning on funny things with this gun.
Oh, that was actually
like
hard. And then for him to have that level of control, because when he shot,
like I was planning on some kind of redeem for this gun
to follow him. Raditz was taking off.
He was hauling ass, and then was like, you know what? Nope. This stuck his hand out. And
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm messing up the texturing here.
He's about.
And as he's falling down, Raditz is running towards where he's gonna land.
And then right when he was just gloating and shit, he turned at Piccolo. Oh, nope. I underestimated y'all.
Nah, I gotta stop this right now. And right as he's about to attack him, Goku grabs his tail. All right, Piccolo, now you have all the time you need. How long you got left? 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
All that was 15 seconds, bro.
Raditz is like, brother, I swear to you, I was only here to get you. Now that you say you don't want to, I swear to you, I'll leave.
He said, I loved you the whole time. I'll stay here. I'll live a good life. I'll get baptized. I'll do all that shit, bro. Just let my fucking tail go.
You're like a brother to me. I thought we were brothers.
Yes.
He let him go. In this half a second, he let him go. Goku was on the ground again.
As soon as he did that, Piccolo was like, nope, I gotta shoot this. He said, bro, I can't stop this shit.
You see that, the aftermath, that shit has destroyed another mountain. Raditz was like, damn, you missed. That would have been crazy if you hit. Damn, sucks to be you. And continue stomping on Goku. You just hear Goku's ribs continuing to shatter.
I was like, ouch.
And Gohan hears that shit and is like, Daddy, no!
He bust out that sand spaceship like an unruly Pokemon. He said, Gohan, do bulk
something up with this.
Did not listen. Gohan does headbutt.
God damn, something's wrong with the metallic.
Hit him in the solar plexus just like he need Goku in this shit. Rattled after that.
Raditz is like, where the fuck did that even come from?
He was like, look at his potential. A strong kid, Saiyan blood. He still got his tail. I see so much potential. Let's kill him.
He sent Gohan flying to the mountain. Piccolo just destroyed.
Gohan had twirls at his eyes.
And then he go to like try to actually go Gohan after that. That's when Goku came up and grabbed him from behind. Piccolo, now is your chance. Whatever you were gonna do, you got 15 more seconds.
Bro, for Goku to have broken ribs and to hold it stronger than him, and then when he was trying to move, it had emphasis on that little spot where he got headbutted. That's why he couldn't move. Just like you said, it weakened him. And Piccolo, once he realized, I'm about to actually do the move that I've been training so long for on the opponent that I've been wanting to use it on. The first time he did Special Beam Cannon and missed, he just said Special Beam Cannon. He got his full name out. That said Special Beam Cannon Fire! That wanted to shoot the shit out of Goku, dog.
Ran that shit through Raditz and Goku.
It looked violent how it exited out of Goku's back. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma was just like, hey, bro, well, everybody's like, we need to at least try to save Goku. That Master Roshi was like, I want to see a good fight.
Right.
This is the fight of the century. We can't
He's
miss
like,
this.
the two strongest on the planet are now teamed up to fight the strongest motherfucker we've ever seen in our lives. I need front row seats.
Facts. So by the time they show up, like, all right, bro, how does it look? They look down. They see like Goku and Raditz on the ground. Piccolo standing. Piccolo, both of them. Destructo Disc. I would have tried to get that.
As Raditz is coughing up everything he has left in him, Piccolo walks up to him and is like,
yeah, nope. You looking at? Oh, you was gonna run up on me? Kill me. You know I'm lactose intolerant. You was gonna give me a double sundae? I ain't hearing that shit. And I killed my arch rival at the same time. He said, at least I got the last lap. No, you didn't. Goku about to be back in a week. We already got 3 of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls can gain any wish, and they gonna wish that back, and you still gonna be dead. He was like, well, this thing that I use as a scouter just my was listening. Oh. It's been transmitting to them the whole fucking time. They heard the whole conversation. They finna be here, especially for them Dragon Balls you was talking about.
Bug.
Piccolo was like, excuse me?
Now we gotta go help people customize.
No, you get you know what you get? Something up your ass. Which in this fandom means a good time for you. Oh yeah. I've been seeing this in my my feed lately, what you posted here. Okay, I don't want to copy paste it. No. Nope. Who wants to do that? Nope. Who wants to do that? Who wants to be a millionaire? Not me.
You're dead.
Your dad.
We have got to the point where literally...
Shut your mouth. Don't care. Get off my screen. I haven't actually watched this one. I've seen the other one, but not this one.
Is terrible. Really? Yes. Yes. Quite terrible. This tea has all the necessary ingredients, but it lacks the most important one. Balance. I see why your path to the sword.
God, why is this so weird? This guy, I think, answered one of my comments too. He got the joke and he rolled with the joke, and some cringe lord child was like, "Well, what is that supposed to be?" And both of us made fun of the kid.
Path? I don't understand. Then you must show me the way. I cannot. It is not for me to show.
I like that you can actually keep seeing the heavy, which the model is based off of, but the model is so warped, it's crazy that's supposed to be the heavy.
Show you your path. That's fortune cookie nonsense. He knows where it is.
And again, that entire face is the soldier, which again, crazy that is so basically warped.
He just won't tell you. Please.
If I remember rightly, this is made in Blender, not SFM.
You must tell me. That is something you must earn.
Earn.
After everything we've done, everything we've been through, the death, the loss, the suffering. Who are you to deny us what is rightfully ours? Enough. We have lost the sword because of you. I have kept us alive. He's the one who has taken it from us. He knows where it is. No. I've let you consume me for far too long. You're in my way. You are the one who has kept the past hidden. Your anger, your frustration.
The eyes.
You're a fool! You have blinded us. But now I can see. You need me! Now you are balanced.
The ending, being sent to the blue team. You have been sent to the Shadow Realm. In the mouth.
Do is save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Liberty Mutual, never get it. Don't touch it, chat. Don't touch it. It's a terrible company. How's that? How's that? I'm never going to get any. Nobody's ever going to ever give me a sponsorship ever. Because I am so anti-corporate that nobody wants me. You are the Lord. What the hell do I do here? It's been such a hot minute since I had to do metallic. I know there's a way of doing the metallic better, but I don't remember how. I mean, it's not that big a deal if I don't have the metal looking proper. I can make it look proper later. At least it's gun looking. Did I just hear a vomiting noise?
They found a way of holding in more. Memory so special is that it happens only once. It's gone onto you.
What truly makes a game scary? Is it the jump scares?
It's your
the
mom.
constant monster chases? Or navigating endless mazes? While that formula is familiar to the horror genre, one game shifts the focus to atmosphere, dread, and
I
isolation.
need to play Voices of the Void
featuring
again.
a constantly evolving world and total gameplay freedom.
The problem is that all the new stuff kind of is so overwhelming that when I play the game, I just feel like shit when I play it.
It is a slow burn that demands patience and rewards it generously. It makes you crave and cherish the quiet moments nested between pulse-pounding segments. Isolation, paranoia, and the fear of the unknown, the creeping sensation of being watched. What hides in the dark? What secrets lurk beneath the surface?
That's it,
This
video
is an
over.
experience
Win.
unlike any other. Something new, something that knows your fears and offers you freedom. Would you hide from it or pursue the answers? Welcome to Voices of the Void.
Come here. Thank you. Oh, you saved all the strawberry ones, too. Kitty just gave me a bunch of strawberry starbursts, and they're my favorites. Yummy strawberry. Little did you know, Jack, you are the strawberry. Nyah, nyah, nyah.
Voices of the Void is a first-person, slow-burn horror simulation where you step into the boots of Dr. Kell, a young researcher tasked with solitary assignment at an observatory tucked deep within the Swiss
that's
Alps.
small.
Currently in its alpha stage, the game is evolving rapidly. As of now,
Wait, is that
the latest stable build is 0.8.2, while the 0.9.0
That's the
unstable
same
experimental
jacket, but
version
glows.
offers a glimpse into the future of the project. Both are available for free, though the developers provide an option
Why does
for
it look so
financial
different?
support, a gesture well worth considering given the sheer scale of the work here. The developers maintain a remarkably strong presence on an active Discord server, engaging with the
Yeah, like it
community
has
in a way
all
that
the
is truly
same
commendable.
features
We will
as
explore
the other
both
one.
the 8.2
Just
and
float.
9.0 versions. However, because the game is a living project, keep in mind that mechanics and secrets and story may shift as future updates roll out. So what makes Voices of the Void so special? Originally inspired by the indie title Signal Simulator, it seemed to appear out of nowhere back in 2022 with version 0.1.0. Since then, it has received regular, massive updates. In just a few short years, it has expanded far beyond its first versions, constantly drawing in new players and bringing back veterans. As it inches closer to a beta release, major online personalities have begun to shine a light on it. But the game remains
I shined
an
a better light on
enigmatic
it.
beast even for those who invested hundreds of
Such
hours
an
in the
arrogant
game.
asshole.
At its core, your task is technical. You must capture and process signals from far reaches of space using a complex satellite array and a computer system.
Ugh.
These signals are your lifeline. You sell them for points, which act as currency to upgrade your equipment, buy survival supplies, reinforce your servers, and even decorate your base. You can transform your cold industrial hub into a home with furniture, food, and a radio that can stream real-world stations. You are also the base mechanic, responsible for repairing broken machinery and recalibrating transformers to keep the power flowing. Or, in the spirit of the game's freedom, you can ignore all of it. The gameplay offers hundreds of hours of content, encouraging exploration, experimentation, and observation.
It's supposed to...
The story is a
when I do this,
multi-layered
it's supposed to
with
keep
zero
getting
hand-holding.
closer.
It doesn't tell you where to look. It simply exists around you, waiting for you to decide if you want to engage. It is an ambitious, creative spin on horror. It leans into a retro tech aesthetic, a 70s and 80s analog vibe from an era when computers were a new innovation and the space fever was at its peak.
There. Hopefully, there. Why are we all the way the fuck? What has happened to the camera and why has it so fucked up?
There is something deeply comfy about the warm glow of a CRT monitor and the safety of a
Not
shelter
doing what
during a
it's
stormy
supposed to be
night,
doing, which is
until you realize the
I
shelter
should be
might
able to
not be
do
as safe as you
that
thought.
very easily.
Your journey begins as
that way
Dr.
I can keep
a freshly
zooming
graduated
in.
astronomer hired by the Alpine Signal Observatorium, or ASO
Supposed
for
to be
short.
able to hold control.
You are the sole operator in the isolated Dunkeltaler forest. Your official job is mundane. Process deep space signals and send them via drone to your supervisor, Dr. Bao, who resides somewhere beyond the playable map. But as the days count up, the mundane becomes a fight for survival. Anomalous and supernatural occurrences begin to bleed into your routine. The daily grind shifts into a desperate attempt to survive the terrifying nights. Yet it isn't just about fleeing in terror. If you choose to face what is lurking in the shadows, the discoveries range from scientifically fascinating to downright horrifying. The mystery almost mocks you, inviting you into an experience you won't soon forget. But would you accept that invitation? You dictate the progression. You decide how far to push into the woods. Can you figure out what is actually happening in Dunkeltaler? Or will you hide under your desk, waiting for the morning sun to chase the nightmares away? With every update, the crust of this world grows thicker. More threats appear. More secrets are buried, waiting for you to discover them. In this series, we are going to try and piece together the fragments of the Dunkeltaler forest and discover what is so special about this place that it attracts the paranormal on such a massive scale. The secrets won't reveal themselves unless you seek them out. Can you hear the voices of the void? I guess it's what I deserve for falling for whatever this is.
Time for a new canary, then.
Hard to find an astronomer who no one will miss.
I guess they did their research.
No body. Place was a fucking mess, though.
I don't want to sleep. I can sense something.
Kellen, young, fresh from university.
But I refuse to give them the satisfaction.
We told you pack everything and leave.
Why did that not go on there correctly?
A place to send lowlifes with nothing to lose, but a lot to prove.
I know what it has a need. I know what it needs, but I don't know how to make it.
A heroic last act.
We can make the families believe whatever we want them to believe.
He won't last long.
Enough to entice them to show themselves again.
A rat led to die, just to see what would happen.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about
I am going to murder you with prejudice. Did it just start? Oh, I see. It's a series. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Hold on 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. So hey, I guess I don't know, have this.
Code's forces showing up.
Ginyu Force did not let that chance go by.
The second they touch feet on pavement, they post. Yeah, they land on the planet. King Code lets the Saiyans know, hey, I'm retiring, but my son here is about to be in charge. He's finally growing up. And y'all not gonna like this.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
worse than me. He started flexing his strength immediately. As soon as Code introduced him, he said, hey, monkey.
I was like, oh, y'all wildin'.
And then he was like, so I got these new scouters for y'all to upgrade y'all primitive ass technology y'all got. Like, let me show you how it works. Put it on. It's like,
he said this can look at power levels, and it's a communication device, and it shows you power levels just like this. Oh, y'all trying to sneak me. Let me show you how this works perfectly. And thought 4 who had their trained on them.
Now y'all know who y'all f***ing with.
And that castle better be fixed by the next time I show up.
Bye, monkeys.
I was like, oh my gosh, bruh.
King Vegeta goes to check on his son and is like, he's gonna be more powerful than me. Just you wait. Looks over to the side, sees a whole nother baby in the same area as his son. Is like,
who the let a peasant breathe the same air as my son?
And they're not even breathing air yet.
No.
This is floating in afterbirth. They were like, he has a higher power level than your son.
He was like, wait a minute, let's check. He ain't that strong. He was like, no. It ebbs and flows. When he was peaking, he was stronger than you.
When he was hungry earlier.
Bruh.
Get him out of here now. I'm not having this shit. Sends Broly off to a unsurvivable ass planet, and his dad, Paragus, runs into King Vegeta's chambers and is like, where's my son? Why would you do that?
He was like, no, there's a planet that we need to get. You know how our job is. We go, we get a package, and we flip that shit. You sent him to a place where the package was stepped on. We ain't getting shit from that planet. He was like, we still gonna get it. I was like, excuse me?
He jumped out the window and shattered the glass.
King Vegeta was like, please fix that. Frieza's gonna show up in like 2 hours.
He does not like a mess. The Paragus steals the ship, flies to the planet where Broly is. He basically kidnapped another Saiyan. It's like, nah, once I find my son, you can take the ship, we can go somewhere else, and then you can do whatever you want to do. But they get to the planet. They eventually do finally find Broly eating creatures as an infant. They was like, how the f did he do that? He should not be strong enough for that. You see Paragus look at his outfits like, oh, he went Ozaru. That's tears in his uniform.
Yeah, it stretched out. He had to go Ozaru.
They try to go back to the ship, and they realize that they broke one of the little devices that allows the ship to float. Yeah, we can't get out of here, and we can't even communicate now.
We only got enough rations to hold 3 people for a couple of weeks. 3 people? I'm pretty sure it's 2 of us. What do you mean? I'm like 2 of us. I was like, ooh.
You jump time forward a little bit and you see Bardock on his way back to planet Vegeta because Frieza called all the Saiyans back to the planet.
I can't remember what the one dude who saw him said, but he was talking about the Super Saiyan. He was like, oh, Frieza's scared of that shit.
He's about to wipe us out.
And then he explained why he didn't go off the planet, because he was just like, nah, if my pod left too, it'll look suspicious and you can sense my power level. Kakarot really don't got a strong power level. He can sneak out. They just showed this Frieza pull up, and then Frieza dropped that beam, and it showed like Bardock already up, so they skipped him fighting against the entire Frieza force.
Then you jump ahead and see Goku and Vegeta training, and Poma rich ass was telling Beerus, yeah, I bought this whole island because, you know, the boys will be boys. You what?
Nah, that's not boys being boys. Trunks called in saying that the lab had got knocked over.
Hey ma, it's a mess in here. Why you ain't clean nothing? What do you mean there's a mess in there? Yeah, it looked like somebody robbed it. Trunks ran the camera back, was like, oh shit, they did. Them Dragon Balls and Dragon Radar are gone.
They were just like, hey, I'm pretty sure that's Frieza's men. And they sent these weak down so we can't sense their power level.
And Goku was like, why would he mess with us? We brought him back to life.
Shut the fuck up, Goku. And say, hey, you ain't gotta cuss.
Bulma basically already has 6 of the Dragon Balls, so they took those in her radar to find the last one.
She was like, yeah, it's in the ice continent. I ain't go over there because I don't like the cold. I told you this on one of the last movies I was talking about. When Goku left, and he was like, let's go to a place my wife wouldn't go. To the Arctic.
Frieza is trying to strengthen his forces, so he has some of his henchmen go out and look for for anybody whose power level is over 1,000. So they pick up on a distress call from the planet, land on it, and the first person that comes out is Paragus, and that whatever. That has aged. He got a long ass beard that is gray to shit, and he's like, oh my god, thank you so much for coming. Are y'all with the Freezer Force? Please help us. And they monitor his power level. It's like, damn, this shit's like 5,000. Come with us, please. So a random ass monster appears, a creature appears out of nowhere. You just hear him say,
Broly! This was eating another being, and he just showed up and kicked it once
and they monitor his power level. You can see the little numbers go up. His power level was so high they couldn't read it. Get on the ship now. They finally take them to Frieza, and Frieza's like, ooh, Saiyans. Paragus is like, we've been on this planet for a while. We don't like King Vegeta, the whole Saiyan race. We don't give a fuck about them. Frieza was like, oh, really?
Opportunity.
His son. So back to Earth, you see Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and Whis finally confront Frieza's henchmen.
Let's get away, let's get away. They got in this ship. Vegeta just looked. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. They're like, fuck. I was like, bro, you know how scared I would be? That's why they ended up like interpreting Goku different. He was like, look how beastly he looks.
Frieza dramatic ass causes a scene in the sky by shooting this little beam down to clear the entire sky of clouds.
That is how you know that man understands doing a killer ass entrance.
And even Goku was like, dramatic as always, I see. You see Broly step off the ship and just a gust of wind. You hear Frieza's henchmen in the back. Oh my god!
I wasn't saying anything anyway.
Saiyans? I thought we were the only two left. Brothers. Paragus is like, you're gonna pay for your father's
I might be
sins.
numbing on something right at the moment.
Nope. About that. I have nothing to do with that. Go do something with your life. You're free.
You know what, Vegeta, you're right. I ain't got nothing to Broly attack! I was like, yo, wild dog.
They started scrapping. And Vegeta was putting the paws on him at first. We talked about this before, but that little handstand kick he did, whatever that was, to him and then kicked him away, that shit was fly. Bro. All them years of training, like that shit was clean.
He was like, oh, bro, this is interesting. He's actually picking up on this shit pretty good. All right. Then when the fight started getting a little rough, he was just like, I'm getting sick of this getting stronger.
Right?
Vegeta was like, I got something for your stupid ass. And when Super Saiyan, Paragus was like, what the f did he just do? Frieza said, wait, what do you mean? You don't see that blonde hair? That's not surprising to you? Wait, Broly can't go Super Saiyan? That is so unfortunate.
It's like, well, that's disappointing. I brought y'all here for no reason because that boy's about to die. Vegeta again starts putting the paws on him.
And then you see every time that Vegeta raised his power level, when Broly figured out where he was at, he always went past it.
He matched or exceeded it.
So now Vegeta is on the rails.
Guys, I think I found a glue.
Did you find the glue?
Vegeta did something to get away, fly in the air, and then transform to Super Saiyan God. Broly went for the punch. He caught that. Vegeta looked at him. He said, buckle up. He went through like 7 mountains. This like, I was like, bruh, he didn't slow down.
Paragus is like, I don't think he can exceed this level.
No, I think this is it.
Frieza's like, oh well, let's go.
I ain't gonna even lie, Vegeta was trying to.
Yeah, even Goku was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Bruh.
He went for some huge ass attack, shot it at him, parried this in Ice and Lake.
And this Broly sat in there and stewed. When he charged up underwater and how it affected the water,
he created a whirlpool.
He got back up there, boy.
Vegeta immediately was like, Kakarot, do you have any sensu beans? Because this is about to get bad. Goku was like, damn, I left him in my other coat pocket,
he's like, I forgot.
This is about to get bad. And shot mouth cannon at him.
He shot that shit and then just literally evaporated a mountain.
Goku was like, if that would have hit the planet,
that was it.
Oh my god, we need to end this now.
So Goku was just like, all right, it's my turn. Goku starts fighting against him, and at first he did get a lick off. Then Goku started getting punished. I can't remember how it looked when Goku went Super Saiyan God.
Super Saiyan God, he did the same thing that Vegeta did for the most part. Calm down, close his eyes. You see the colors start to happen. Then he just changes right into it. It looks so flawless.
Broly was trying to hit him. This just used telekinesis to stop him. He's like, hey, what's the real problem?
Right?
You seem like a very nice kid. I'm older than you. You always angry. I was like, why you just skip over that, Goku? We like peace here. Shoot, we even got smoke. You ain't never had that yet. He was just like, really? Oh, man. He looked calm for a second. shut your ass up, and reversed the move on Goku.
Goku went Super Saiyan God, and he was still running through Goku so bad he Incredible Hulk this. He grabbed him by his leg, started spinning him around like a helicopter, slammed him on the ground.
When he slammed him one time, Goku was going in and out of consciousness, and then he was just like, no, I don't need you to go to sleep. I need you to wake up. So let me run your face through this ice cold glacier. Goku's like, I'm up. I was like, ooh.
Goku was getting beat so bad, Piccolo had to call him like, bro, what is happening over there? I can hear your screams from here.
He's like, bro, you need me over there? No. Thank God you said no, because I'd be a liability. Right? Stop doing FaceTime with Piccolo. And then he was just like, nope, this shit, bro. I play better when I'm naked when I'm fighting.
Then that's when he goes Super Saiyan Blue.
Good Lord, bro. That transformation was fucking incredible.
Yeah, then after that, that's when they really started getting to it. They were brawling so hard, they completely destroyed the landscape. It went from the Arctic to volcanic eruption.
Yes.
Goku started getting the upper hand on Broly a little bit, and Frieza was like, uh-oh. And him and Paragus were like, yeah, I think this is it for him.
Huh. Goku got stronger when I guess we appreciate your service. What do you mean? This shut down so quick.
He really did.
He shot that in the chest. I was like, oh. He was like, all right. Broly! I was like, no, you fucking don't, dog. Don't.
Broly saw that shit, powered up so hard, he changed the colors like 4 times. Oh my God, this part was bad. That's when Vegeta joins in and is like, Goku, we can't do this individually. We have to work together now.
They started brawling and losing.
Still, they shot a Kamehameha wave and whatever Vegeta did at him,
Gun.
and he blew through them shits. And that's when I was like, abort. Flies right at Frieza and is like, you take care of it.
It's your turn. He was right hooking and left hooking. That looked like Tyson hooks. You know, usually when you get hit hard, you fly that way. This, to stop that momentum, hit you the other way.
Vegeta and Goku instant transmission to Piccolo. Goku
not a bad jacket.
We got a fuse.
Like, I'm not doing
some of this
shit.
That looks stupid for one, and I don't like you for another one. So you want your wife to die and your kids to die. So yeah, they go attempt to do the fusion. Nope. Get up terribly the first time. Have to wait 30 minutes.
That's okay. Frieza's gonna hold them off.
Frieza was like,
get the fuck away from me. You gonna make me use effort? I gotta use energy in a fight. Well, guess who the fuck you meeting? Your worst nightmare. Kneel in front of me, monkey. Golden Frieza is a punk. I was like, bruh.
Then they fuck up the fusion a second time because Vegeta was at the wrong angle. So they gotta wait another 30 minutes and Frieza is still getting his ass beat. So they finally get it right third time.
This Frieza must have getting his ass whooped for weeks to go in front. This right? Getting dragged.
Yeah, he teleports in as Broly is attempting to fight Whis.
That shit did get good.
They were fighting so hard. They tore a hole through space.
But that's fucking crazy, bro.
That's insane. Y'all are so powerful. You tear a hole through dimensions.
They went to Dormammu's verse. They got so strong they went to Marvel. That's crazy, bro.
But as they're fighting,
still haven't watched that movie.
The 2 pirates that names we can't remember. Be like, oh my God, they're gonna explode if we don't do anything. We gotta use the Dragon Balls to wish them away. Kidnap the dude who knows how to use the Dragon Balls on Frieza's force. Gets him to recite everything you need to summon Shenron.
For them to have to put that on paper, that down is a book. You can remember that. He said, "Arise, dragon." Now, what do we say afterwards? That's it. Why'd you write that down? Actually,
why'd you write that down?
As they're going through the process of summoning Shenron, you see Gogeta beating the brakes now off of Broly. It was still so one-sided.
I feel like these black bars are definitely not supposed to be here.
He crossed that shit where he crossed his arms.
That said, Wakanda forever. I was like, yeah. The one move when he was in the air, and then he charged up and shot all those fucking beams at him. Broly looked like he was getting torn apart. And they was like, I was like, bro, don't die.
He was getting beat so bad his pupils came back.
This gained consciousness quick.
As you see Gogeta powering up the most critically damaging Kamehameha wave in history. Compressed that shit and shot it right as they wish Broly away. They do a zoom in on his face. See his pupils back and he's screaming like, oh, I'm done.
I'm done.
And just at that moment, he gets wished away.
So after that, you see the 2 people who use the Dragon Balls trying to escape. And Frieza was just like, if Vegeta can do it, I can do it. This Gogeta teleported there. He was like, bro, don't jock my style. He's like, trust me, man.
This ain't over.
Burning by the nail the recipe.
Welcome to Voices of the Void.
That looks similar to the one that I have. Actually, it is, I think. No, it's a little different. Yeah, no, that's definitely different. Susie. I'm just looking at the original model where I got it from and trying to see what happened here. Yeah, it's supposed to be. It has to be something different. It has to be. It has to be something like.
Millions of years ago, while the Earth was still a molten mass in its chaotic infancy, a violent tear in the fabric of space-time occurred. Through this cosmic rift, an
How do
anomalous
I do
fragment
this?
from a foreign dimension plummeted
How did
into
they
our
do this?
reality, colliding with the nascent planet. This interdimensional parasite, colloquially dubbed the tumor, buried itself deep beneath the Earth's crust.
How do you learn this? How do you learn this history? I don't have any pudding to steal. But yeah, so I don't know what the texture is that it's using to properly get this to look the right way instead of black. So the back, as you can see, is supposed to look like this. This is how it's supposed to be. The way this jacket's supposed to look. But yeah, mine don't look like that. Mostly due to the fact that I'm not sure what they're doing to make which texture is being used because it doesn't port properly. From these videos, Twitter stuff and secret videos? Oh.
Influence permanently within the tectonic layers. While the full scope of its impact remains a mystery, leading theorists suspect it acts as a colossal psychic beacon, warping local reality and attracting sentient entities from across the cosmos. This gravitational pull toward the supernatural is most potent in a singular, remote location. To harness and study this anomaly, the Alpine Signal Observatorium, ASO, was established in the 1950s, though the public recognizes it as a standard astronomical institution. Its true mandate is the classified study of extraterrestrial signals and paranormal disturbances. The ASO is bankrolled by a shadowy conglomerate of global governments and private interests, including the influential tech giant Stolas. In the 1970s, ASO contracted the W. Ziegler Construction Company to erect a sprawling facility within the Dunkelteller Forest, hidden in the jagged peaks of the Swiss Alps. This site was specifically chosen as suspicions rose that it's the epicenter of the tumor's influence. The project was plagued from the start.
Ah, Monique.
The Stolas provided hardware.
By the way, hey up. Did you all see her post a naked Kel? Like from the chest up, but you could tell Kel was naked. I was like, hey up, what the fuck? Yeah, somebody shared me that post of Monique with doing that with Kel. I'm like, huh? Monique, what?
And
what are you
direct
doing?
Associate power, DAP, machinery, was frequently malfunctioning, as if it got rejected by the land itself. The Ziegler Company faced a string of unexplained fatal accidents and logistical nightmares that turned the construction site into a graveyard, though
That's why you find the bodies in the ceiling of the break room.
the observatory was eventually completed. The
Hey,
toll was
bro,
too
dab
high.
me up.
W. Ziegler went bankrupt, fleeing the site and leaving behind heavy equipment in vast unchecked areas in fenced territory.
See, that makes sense.
With the stage set, ASO required a cannery in the coal mine, someone expendable to inhabit the facility and bear witness to the
Dr. Kell is
encroaching
expendable.
darkness.
He eats bugs.
That cannery was Dr. Leslie Maxwell Dundee, once a promising doctoral student in astronomy. Leslie's life took a tragic turn. After marrying his college sweetheart and welcoming a daughter, the pressures of his career and hidden demons led him into a spiraling, crippling addiction to alcohol. As his marriage dissolved and his professional reputation crumbled, he fell into a state of total isolation and debt. Seeing a man
I'll have to
with
fix
nothing
this
left
later.
to lose, ASO approached him with a predatory offer. A 6-figure salary to
Bruh.
act as a solo operator
Imagine being
at
a
the
predator.
Dunkelteller Observatory under the codename Dr. D. Desperate for a second chance, he
He's
accepted,
nuts.
unaware that his scientific credentials were merely a formality. As the silence of the Alps began to scream and the signals from the void grew louder, Dr. D realized the horrifying truth. He wasn't hired to research the stars. He was sent there to die. This narrative framework was further solidified by Monique Santificer, the co-founder and head of 3D development for Voices of the Void. Renowned for crafting the game's distinctive, gritty, high-polygon aesthetic, Monique serves as a bridge between the development team and the community. On February 6, 2025, she released a comprehensive lore video on YouTube named Drunk, providing the tragic origin
I didn't hear
of
about
Dr.
this.
D, confirming that the horrors of the Dunkelteller Forest are not to be taken lightly.
I eat horrors for breakfast. It's how I stayed alive in that game.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was eating the MREs. Those were horrifying.
I don't think there's anything I could do. I guess it's what I deserve for falling for whatever this is. At least I'll be surrounded by stars in some sense. You know, I always loved space, even as a Tucker. Solar systems, Donna. Glow in the dark. Stickers on the ceiling. Said I was going to be an astronaut. Kitty delusion that phased into ideas of being an astronomer. I did it. Went to university. Met Sheila. And after
that's a
few
great
years, I
Sheila.
graduated. We got married. Things felt perfect. I was in love. Stretching my horizons for the perfect job with the company
Son
of
of
my
a bitch.
loving wife. But cracks began to form. I started drinking. At first, not much. But it was clear this was a problem. I don't know why. Maybe the stress of being a dad or some bullshit. By the time my daughter was in school, I was beyond salvaging. That degree was nothing more than decoration. I had no desire to work. This was enough for my wife and daughter to leave. Years became nothing to me. Just prolonged suicide via grog. I was just waiting to go to sleep and never wake up. Until I got that letter. That fucking letter. A prestigious research group seeking my talents personally. 6-figure pay. A Swiss job. In Europe. It was too good to be true. But I fell for it. The first time I felt like I was worth something. It was a second chance to be a dad she could
What is
love.
this metallic shit?
Just a few months in Switzerland. A miracle. A second chance. What a dumbass I was. I was not even seen as human. A rat let to die. Just to see what would happen.
So
I guess they did their research. The ASO. This place isn't some temple of science. Maybe it was at some point, but...
Quick question. I feel like I wasn't... I was paying attention, but they built the facility to monitor the whatchamacallit there, I'm having a stroke. The tumor, right? They found that thing in the sky and they wanted to build a facility to monitor it. And so they built this place. There's horrors here, yes. But why would you send somebody to die just to die? Wouldn't you?
Smile again.
I'm guessing you wanted the information from here, yes? But you needed a patsy. Is that what they're trying to say? It made it sound like... It almost makes it sound like they're just doing it just to get you killed. But no, they just sent you... They sent this guy here just to get the data before dying and just keep doing that repeatedly. Sending a dude there, a person there to do all the work and get all the information. So the idea of latching yourself to the drone is probably the best idea to get the fuck out of there.
Not anymore. It's a killing floor. A place to send lowlifes with nothing to lose, but a lot to prove. Bait.
Hi, Mailcore. I'm trying to
saw
do 3D.
Who I met, but I refuse to give them the satisfaction. That dies with me. And I'm sorry whoever replaces me. I'm not the first, not the last. I thought I could end this. A heroic last act. I smashed what I could, upturned every bin, made the whole place knee-deep in flammable rubbish, made this fucking tomb a tinderbox. Had the Molotov and all. But sobriety hit. Hangover being a laughing chorus of my fuck-up. Stealing concrete doesn't burn, and burning to death is less appealing when you're not drunk. And besides, I lost my Molly and I'm done walking on a broken leg. You won't find me here.
I feel like I need to do a different service. Due to the fact that I keep getting advertisements and I don't want to advertise anyone or anything on my channel unless they're paying me good money. That's good. I'm glad it's working. Man, I wish I was smarter about Blender's texturing. I'm gonna have to start asking questions.
I'm not the first, not the last.
Hard to find an astronomer who no one will miss.
Kellen, young, fresh from university.
He won't last long.
Why? Oh, I see. No, I don't see. Why the hell is it still here? Okay, I had to go all the way down. Damn. What a weird file type. Now, is this the same top hat? Let me see.
Under the oppressive cover of a moonless sky, Dr. Kell arrives at the perimeter gate of the Alpine Signal Observatorium.
No, it's a different top hat.
Above the dense
It's a
tree line
stovepipe
of the
top hat.
Dunkenthaler Forest, the colossal satellite dishes loom like skeletal giants, their red aviation lights pulsing rhythmically against a sea of indifferent stars. A single weathered path carves its way into the darkness, stretching toward the silhouette of the
explains
Alpha
why. That explains why our base is absolutely destroyed.
The facility is a stark two-story monolith of brutalist concrete, appearing more like a fortress than a research hub. Stepping inside, the expected sterile atmosphere of an astronomical lab is absent. Instead, the interior is a tomb of neglect. Trash is strewn across the floor. Grime clings
Maybe
to the
because you've
concrete
been
walls,
watching too much
and
Digital
deep
Circus
fissures
Soul Reap?
snake through the foundation. The silence is
I don't
thick,
hear it.
broken only by the persistent, low-frequency hum of electrical equipment. A sound that oscillates between
Personally,
mechanical
I don't.
comfort and psychological dread.
Ow.
The presence of stiff, lifeless mannequins propped in corners adds a layer of inexplicable voyeurism to the decay. The first
Voyeurism?
floor consists of the main lobby, which transitions into a long, utilitarian corridor. To one side lies the garage, housing a rugged ATV. To the other, a sparse break room and a cramped janitorial closet. The heart of the base is in the operations room, a chaotic hub of monitors and signal processors linked directly to the humming server room. Further down the corridor is the staircase leading to the second floor, and also down to the basement.
I think
A
this is
descent down the
right.
stairs into the dark reveals the heavy incendiary furnace, a roaring iron beast used for fuel production. Nearby, tucked behind piles of debris, sits a mysterious sealed freezer. Peering through its small reinforced window reveals a sickening sight. Piles of raw meat frozen in an eternal, unexplained heap. Up on the second floor is another corridor. This level houses the living quarters, featuring a small kitchenette with bedroom and a
You
bathroom.
can kind of see it. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. How you're supposed
balcony
to do
offers a
this.
view of the
Or maybe like
forest.
that? No.
While
I'm
a
not good
secondary
enough to
storage
Blender
room
to
can be used
realize
for
what's going on
storing
here.
scraps, materials, and spare parts. Outside, the towering radio tower dominates the heights, while near the parking lot, a locked bunker sits embedded in the earth, marked only by a chilling note: "Do not enter." Behind the base, a drone landing pad awaits automated deliveries. Situated near it is a heavy, sealed cellar door, with garbage containers near it. The initial hours are a blur of mechanical orientation. The player can spend the day navigating through the trash, clearing piles of junk to find a semblance of order. He learns the finicky rhythm of the signal computer, rotating the polarity, scanning the frequencies, and listening to the static of the cosmos. It feels like mundane janitorial work until he ventures into the basement. There, a lone chair surrounded by empty beer bottles that, if the player has seen the videos uploaded on YouTube, they realize that this marks the last known spot of Dr. D. The YouTube archives show a man spiraling into alcoholism. ASO claims ignorance of his disappearance, leaving the player to wonder if they are a replacement or a sacrifice.
Both.
The novelty fades into a grueling cycle of maintenance. At this point is usually when the player finds himself trekking into the forest to recalibrate malfunctioning servers, or resetting the massive transformers that hum with unstable power. The ATV becomes his only friend as he races back to the base to process signals before the daily quota deadline. Maybe at this point, they have completed some sales of their first batch of data to Dr. Bao, and used the credits to buy overpriced food and basic tools. The work is repetitive, but the vastness of the forest makes every trip to a satellite dish feel like a journey. This is usually when the psychological weight of the Dunkel-Taylor forest begins to press inward. The routine is now muscle memory, but the environment is changing. Maybe by now, some strange occurrences have revealed themselves, or sounds not quite mechanical,
Never
not quite
seen that.
animal, echoed through the forest. The suspicion that this place might not be what was thought to be slowly creeps in. Maybe the player ignored it. Maybe they decided to look around the forest more, discovering some interesting sights and gathering some items. By now, they possibly got completely used to the routine, but the realization that there is more to all of it is staring them in the face. It is typically at this juncture that a player's curiosity takes hold, driving them to poke around the newly discovered locations and experiment with the scattered equipment.
Should
The
I...
environment begins to pose...
Should I not watch this then? I don't want to be spoiled on certain things in case I run into them in the game.
A series of
I'll keep
nagging
watching this,
questions.
at least for now.
What is the purpose of this bunker? Is there some way to open the cellar? Why has the basement freezer been sealed shut? Does the dense forest surrounding the base conceal something more? These mysteries cling to the player's...
Remember, the meat disappears slowly over time, and at least it did for me. In one of my playthroughs, I saw the meat kind of like... I think I remember, like, the meat... I hear a crunching noise. Yeah. I remember hearing crunching, like, meat noises, and not remember... Like, I wasn't sure where the hell they kept coming from every once in a while. Then I went down to the basement, and I remember looking into the freezer and realizing there was a lot less meat in that freezer than there had been before. So something had been eating the meat inside the freezer. Oh, I don't think I remember exploring the cave, no. I did explore it, but it kept... The RNG for the cave was so shit for me that I kept dying. Remember that? What? How many hours did we spend in the cave? Like 4 or 5 before I was like, okay, I think I've had enough now. Yeah, I kept getting turbo fucking vertical drops or vertical ups and then dying trying to climb either down them or up them, which was ridiculous.
mind like a fever, yet the solutions remain elusive as they continue to navigate the steep learning curve of this fresh experience. As the week progresses, the silence becomes deafening. Isolation warps his perception until every glitch in the server and every shadow feels like a deliberate intrusion. The escalation is slow, surgical, and absolute. This is where things begin to slowly escalate. And if the player pays attention, they can notice that they might not be all alone.
You don't say. I noticed that multiple times. That's the jump scare from inside the vents. Hi, Lucario. Remember when I did that, I literally bailed out the building. I was like, yeah, bye. Tell me if there's any spoilers, by the way. Is there any spoilers other than the story? Is there any spoilers for the event? Like, I don't want those spoiled for me. Wow, I am lagging up a storm. This is a genuine shocker since... Not supposed to be lagging. Is that... Or is that... Maybe it's... Maybe it's no, it's my computer. It's not playing the stream right. Oh, you mean, yeah, Kerfer. Kerfer the Wendigo. Sure, I think I can deal with that. I don't mind learning more about that kind of event. Because I've kind of been always curious about Kerfer. Oh yeah, I remember this person. Let it play, I guess, so we can get through this.
Ain't no harm in wandering.
We're making fun of one with burn all that fucking cowboy. Can we play voices? I'm kind of in the middle of something at the moment.
There is definitely something fundamentally wrong within the concrete walls of the Alpha Base. Cups, plates, and other items can be found in different places than before. Maybe at this point,
I don't mind the idea, it's just that I was trying to get something
Who else
done.
is here? Is it Dr. D refusing to leave his post? If he is still around, where is he hiding in this base that feels both too large and...
I literally just said I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was human or whatever. I just was like, I'm out. Bye.
suffocatingly small. Perhaps a tragedy has unfolded, and he is no longer amongst the living, but a ghost. But if the entity moving stuff around isn't D, then what exactly is roaming around?
My nuts.
This is a very unfamiliar and less discussed topic between players, largely because the hauntings in the Alpha Base are notoriously shy. These occurrences are subtle and easily missed by busy players. However, version 0.8.2 marked a peak in activity, with players capturing undeniable proof of a ghostly presence.
Ghostly presence? What are they talking about? Or is that the Wendigo? Ooh, look at that. All this was done already. That's nice, actually. I didn't have to work for it. Nope, something not even I ever noticed. Oh?
There is a specific cold dread in something so subtle. While the player is hunched over the main computer terminal, eyes strained by the glow of the monitor.
Are you loading?
Something
Is that the
roaming
problem here?
the dark corridors behind him.
We just saw
making
that
its
the
presence
shading
known
was
only
proper.
when the player is not looking directly at it.
See?
If a player chooses to ignore the signals and hunt for the source of these disturbances, the discoveries become increasingly grim.
Maybe it is
in the
loading.
basement, tucked away behind a claustrophobic pile of crates in the far corner,
Yeah, it's loading.
lie a scattered pile of bones and a human skull.
Yeah, I found that. I remember
Are these
that.
the remnants of Dr. D? In his logs, D mentioned he was injured and unable to walk, making the basement his last known location. Yet
He's also
a
covered in
paradox
blood.
emerges. How could a man with a broken leg climb over a massive wall of crates to die in a hidden corner?
Bones? Yeah, I
If these
remember
aren't
discovering
D's
those.
bones, then who was the previous occupant? And why were they left among the trash? Moving from the basement to the closet, a chilling message is etched into the wall.
Wanna go home?
I want to go home. This isn't right. The handwriting is frantic, yet its author is never confirmed. In earlier builds, there was even more cryptic messages and out-of-place objects scattered throughout the base. many of which seem to have vanished or been cleaned up in the 0.9.0 version. This raises the question, is the base still haunted in 0.9.0, or has the entity moved on? In version 0.8.2,
What is this
the
shit?
YouTuber
Oh,
Cricken captured one of the
that's
rarest
why.
sightings
Oh my
in the
god,
game.
look how. Oh, oh, hi, Kraken. By the way, Jesus H. Christ. I don't know if I should be wearing this costume. That's why I paused it, because I realized what was going on here. Look how many motherfucking polygons are on this model. I thought it was literally from here. I'm like, oh, it's black. Why isn't the texture loading? It's loaded. Holy shit. That is an insane amount of polygons, my guys. I don't think you quite understand how many polygons that is. That's so many polygons that if I were to try and wear this costume, I might as well just, I don't know, try to fucking run an entire NASA server to do so. Also, I think my thing's lagging because I'm not moving around all that much. Add polygon, add more. I mean, yeah, look at it. Look at it. Hold on. It goes from, look at that. That's so many. You don't need that many polygons. The more polygons an object has, the more it has to render each and every individual polygon. Also, the texturing is weird. I don't know why it looks so shiny. It shouldn't be shiny. The shirt shouldn't be looking like glass or metal. But that's not gonna work. This is just for looking at. And a solo, like, hey, look at what I made sort of situation. And it's cool, but no. I am not wearing that costume. My computer would literally explode. Hi, Jake. Yeah, I'm not an expert at this. 2B? Who's 2B? Or not to be? Whoa. Yeah. Somebody's outside. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that shadow. Somebody was either... No, they couldn't have been outside because the light's inside. Look,
The
look,
rarest
look.
sightings in the game.
Look, look, look. There's the light. That's the that light there. Somebody, a shadow was running across the hallway.
Sightings in the game.
You can hear him running. You can hear it running. Remember how, chat? Remember, I had heard sounds before that sounded like running. That wasn't me. And then when I went to go investigate, I found nothing. Well, it wasn't just my fucking imagination now, was it? Exactly. Exactly. How many times did I see did a haunting happen and I didn't see it?
Wait, what? Look at this. Up there. I saw that. I thought it was my shadow, so I didn't react.
No, I would have immediately reacted. I would have been like, that wasn't my shadow. No, no, no. The way the shadow moved, like when I first watched this video, even if I wasn't watching for anything, my immediate and visceral reaction was, that was not me. That shadow moved from right to left, not with me. That was something. Exactly. I didn't have a light ever. I always used the upper lights. So I never saw something like this.
That this capture was during the 0.8.2 version of the game, and so far, it has yet to be captured in 0.9.
Crazy.
Another video was shared by players where a mysterious figure was captured in the second floor corridor in the 0.8.2 version.
Yeah, you saw that. I remember seeing not seeing stuff like that, but again, if it might have made an audio, like I said, during 8, when I was playing 8, during that time, again, I heard running. And I assumed either it was me or maybe there was something outside making the running noises, but I didn't think it would be ghosts inside the fucking building.
Seem random, some are chillingly precise. At exactly
exactly, Jack.
On the 5th day, a scripted event occurs. The sound of something crawling through the ventilation shaft.
If you go up there, you find that
The
somebody
vent
has been in there.
Before the event, exploring it afterward reveals a hidden crawl space filled with a disturbing amount of MREs, a solitary chair, and a desperate note. 2311. Taking a note for whoever reading this. Saw the figure standing next to the concrete pole. Couldn't get a good look. My eyes were blurry from the lack of sleep.
I remember this
Maybe
note.
hallucination. Who knows? Keep your eye on this. Update 840. Came out investigating the place. Saw footprints at the exact same place where the figure was last night. Update 1709. I do not feel safe here. I want to leave.
Who is this then?
The prose style.
I don't know if this is D or maybe somebody between D and now, but it feels like it has to be D because D was put here and you can see the remnants of what he was doing here. Unless somebody came here before D.
Specifically the habit of dropping the pronoun I strongly
That's exactly what I was thinking. It might have been somebody before D.
Mirrors Dr. D's frantic speech patterns seen in archival videos. It suggests that D wasn't just losing his mind, he was being watched.
Okay, so this is D.
The note correlates with
Just
another
weird
chilling occurrence
that he was in the vents.
Where humanoid footprints appear near one of the concrete poles. Even more disturbing are the reports of footprints appearing directly in front of the main entrance door, leading inward. Did Dr. D accidentally let something in? Or was the haunting actually a physical intruder, or something that was already occupying the base?
With that game, you really don't know. With this game series, you really don't know because Dr. Knows is so mysterious about pretty much a lot about what's going on in the game. You might as well try to draw blood from a turnip. Like he said, Monique is about the only one that gives anything away in the game. Since there is also a bone in the vents, this is also true. Nah, bruh. I would have seen that. I'm sorry. I'm really good at spotting movement because I have that kind of eye. Seeing that chair move immediately caught my attention, and I would have been like, "The fuck? The fuck is that? The fuck is happening?" I would have flipped my shit. It looks like a chair from here, but it's a table. Yeah, because the table's over there. Yeah, look at it. I cannot believe Pryken didn't see that. Because, like, it's too close to where I normally, like, you're looking at the numbers, right? Like, you're trying to get the bars to match. Like, right there, you're trying to get the bars to match the thing, so you're just like, do. And immediately, because it's so close to where the bars are, that immediate movement catches my eye, and I'm like, fuck. No, I would have seen that for sure. I think I've seen props move in the old base, too. Don't I have, like, clips or something where I saw that? I always thought, yeah, because I assumed those were the Arreros. I always assumed anything that was moving to be the Arreros once I learned that the Arreros were invisible. But that's too subtle for it to be the Arreros. Adds to the scare because you never know if it's the props or whatever. It could be the collisions.
In older versions, players reported the sound of the entrance keypad being pressed from the outside.
That could be
as
a
if
Rails.
Someone or something was trying to guess the code to get inside.
That being said, again, I don't remember mine ever doing that.
While these events remain unconfirmed in the latest...
But the Arreros always ended up usually just marching in. They didn't need a key code. Their technology was too mundane.
0.9.
They do make a noise when they walk in. The door opens, but they don't press the buttons.
Update. The feeling of not being alone in the Alpha base at night remains heavy. The base can be unnerving, especially in the middle of the night with the lights off. A perfect situation for the mind to play tricks on for something to make its presence known. Dr. D implied that he wasn't the first working in this observatory.
Yeah, that's true.
Could there be someone else around? Maybe the bones and skull in the basement belonged to someone that used to work there before Dr. D. The question remains, what is the source of the hauntings? What or who invited himself to the base? How long has it been there? And what must be done in order to find it? The answers may not be in the signals we pull from the stars, but in the dark corners of the base we call home. But what if Dr. Kell and Dr. D are not the only ones who encountered the phenomena in Dunkel-Taylor Forest? Did the construction workers experience something similar?
Oh, I'm looking at this. Shut the fuck up. Not dealing with your nonsense. Hey, they got my herd, deer, bird, deer, all leader, bird, shoulder, bird, deer. Oh, buy coffee or no, you're the one smell is yes, bird, bird, shut up. Your mom. You can hear them walk, yes.
Right from the beginning of the game, next to the gate entrance, there is a security booth that seems to have been occupied at some point, but abandoned not long ago. The door is bent with visible scratches on it, as if something was trying to get in or get out. Inside, there is a desk with a non-functional computer, a cup of coffee, a shovel leaning on the wall, a crate full of beer bottles, 3 file lockers, some random items like books, a clock, and wooden crates, but probably the most weird is the drive with recorded signal on it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Upon picking up, the drive evaporates for unknown reason. For now, we have no idea what happened.
That didn't evaporate for me. It was a food object, which was weird, right? I remember it being a food object, which didn't make any sense because you're like, what? Why? Yeah, it was chocolate. Yeah, exactly. It made no sense. But it disappearing is a far more interesting concept.
In the security booth. Was someone in it not long ago?
You are dead! Not a big surprise!
What do you mean, I am dead? That ported in pretty perfectly, actually. The motor being there, that would be pretty warm, wouldn't you say, right underneath you? Touch me. And with my satisfaction. Is this supposed to be
Going
this
to the
tiny?
north side
Guess
of the
so.
forest, right next to the fence, there is a notebook with the writing. This shit is ridiculous. We told you to pack everything and leave ASAP, but you wouldn't do. And buy as much gas as possible. You got it? It is easier to get, and we do not have much time. Use bottles to pour the right amount. After all, it is. Metal pipe. Look in the metal pile under my workstation. You should find something as a tube substitute and make. Seal with plastic. Look at the scrap pile again, right next to my table in the workshop. Improve by gluing together an electronic part to the tube, fix it with plastic, and strap it to the tube. Not a joke, alright? I hope this piece will reach your destination. Best of. Discovered far from the main base, this notebook appears to contain crafting instructions.
I remember this. I remember finding this during the Halloween special. And I thought it was part of the Halloween thing, but apparently had been there in 0.8 for God only knows how long.
However, its author and intended recipient remain unknown. It may have been written by a construction worker explaining how to escape the forest to a colleague. If so, what dangers did they encounter out there? 3 additional notes can be found in one of the transformer rooms. From the ground, like an undead, it was chasing me all the way up to the booth, tried to lock. Bones, glowing eye, making weird, ungodly sounds. Hammer, this thing does not care. The bite felt like a hydraulic press, kicked its leg. And they keep the money. This is a cursed place. No wonder they drop less and less people. The fence. I do not care if they shoot me from these towers. The first is dense enough.
Forest is dense enough. Yeah, I remember the...
Pour gasoline in an empty bottle. 2 pieces of paper. Craft. Enough damage. Collapsed into pieces. More this night. They keep. It appears the workers encountered a sentient entity that pursued one of them back to the booth. Likely the security booth next to the entrance gate. He barricaded himself inside, while the creature relentlessly clawed at the entrance, which explains the bent door and the deep, jagged gouges marring its surface.
I don't remember the door, but I think that was new.
With a makeshift Molotov cocktail.
I think that was a thing.
Short-lived, as more of these entities emerged from the shadows the next night. This leaves us with a chilling uncertainty.
It couldn't have been Kerfer, because if it was Kerfer or Furfer, it would have been only one, because Furfer is only one entity.
What exactly was hunting him? Further exploration reveals another transformer room containing a workbench littered with a gas canister and metallic scrap. This matches the description of the workshop mentioned in the notebook, which purportedly contains the vital instructions for escaping this facility. More notes can be found. One of them in a small fenced area with a sealed metal lid.
Looks like there might actually be
kind of thing. Open crystals, couple
some
of them.
more stuff in
Your
here.
hands
Yeah, there
on
is.
welding apparatus.
Kind of cool, actually.
The possibility that this note describes how to open the metal lid is not out of the question. However, going west of the main base, there is a construction site with some abandoned equipment, trailers, and another small fenced area. In the center, there is a hole that goes deeper beyond the eye can see.
Yeah, Furfur's not really hostile. Exactly. He's not really hostile either. He's kind of spooky, and he kind of like hovers around you, but he's not really trying to kill you. Even though he's a Wendigo, and obviously he should be eating you by all accounts. So it makes me wonder, what was it that these things, what were these things? Were they the pig creatures? Which I don't think they were. The pig creatures wouldn't have been able to probably pry open a door.
Implies that while constructing the observatory and the satellites, the workers stumbled upon this hole. This is supported by the note found next to the hole. Day 41. We finally got more financial support for our mission.
Okay,
we
that's
can get
good, I
deeper
think,
this
for
time.
now.
But today, I noticed something interesting. The hole made one deep bassy sound.
Bassy?
I couldn't record it, and I don't know if it was...
Are you an AI? What the fuck? Why'd you pronounce it bassy? It's bassy.
A naturally made sound, but it sounds like a really deep metal squeak. This hole is pretty weird. Near the construction site, there is a patch of dirt with a human bone and another note that seems to be written before the one next to the hole. Day 14. Is this thing infinite? I don't know. It keeps going down and down and down. We have no rope already. At least these yellow metal walls have ridges on them, so we do not have to climb on dry concrete walls. We don't give up. We are going down for answers. Another note found just under the bridge near Alpha Base seems to be the first entry of this scattered journal. Day 4. Alright, we decided to go down. I can't see the bottom, but I see the non-concrete walls, and it looks so deep I'm getting nauseous. We got a 500-meter rope, and I hope we can reach the bottom. I don't think what I want to find in there. Just a weird-ass well, a secret bunker, an alien base, something else? I don't know. A portal to hell? I hope this is not something unnatural or weird. I gotta go get dinner, and tomorrow we can start our journey to the center of the Earth.
I remember that
one. The
one.
fate of these workers remains a mystery. While constructing the observatory, they discovered a deep fissure and attempted an initial descent, but failed to reach the bottom. Weeks later,
I think
they
we
secured the
did.
funding for specialized equipment to complete the journey. However,
we reached the bottom, didn't we, chat? Yeah, I remember that. I forgot what was down there though.
The record stops.
Wasn't like anything spectacular.
There's no confirmation of whether
I think it was
they reached
unfinished.
The base or what they discovered, though they apparently managed to record the sounds emanating from the depths.
Yeah, the
as a signal
Rosadals
drive
come to
was
muck
recovered
about.
near the opening.
The bird guys, the metal bird guy. Yeah.
Right
Dancing
next to
metal
3,
tentacle guy.
buried beneath the trash is a note in which someone wrote instructions for building computer coolers. And do not forget the coolers. They are quite expensive, so I found a way how to assemble them by yourself. And you will need 2 accumulators, 4 metal parts, and 4 sets of electronics. Scrap of metal. You can find some for GPUs. You will figure out how to assemble. Metal scrap as slot. In the game, players can buy a frame, which is a Bitcoin farming computer, supplied by GPUs in order to farm extra currency. The coolers can be used to increase the farming speed. Aside from serving as a hint, the note indicates that someone was farming money before Dr. Kell's arrival.
True.
Probably a couple of construction workers were scheming in order to earn some extra cash.
But this was way before Bitcoin.
The sheer volume of scattered...
Because that don't make any sense, because there's no way, if the place was constructed back in the 60s, 70s, there ain't no way it would have been them, because Bitcoin is fairly new. It only was invented back in like 2014, 2015. So it couldn't have been Bitcoin. It must have been either in this universe, Bitcoin was invented early on, way before. Well, my bad. It just wasn't that long ago that it took off.
Notes and discarded equipment
Even
suggests that the Dunkelteller...
It still doesn't change matters at all. This place was built in the 60s and 70s. Obviously, Bitcoin still was not around 40 years later. So it would be something along the lines of somebody fairly new. Like maybe the last guy or the guy before they sent D to do this. So
observatory was once a hive of activity, yet the current silence is deafening.
Yeah, exactly.
There used to be a lot more notes in previous versions, but many of them got removed with the 0.9.0 release. While the construction company reportedly abandoned the site following a string of fatal accidents, evidence suggests the area isn't as empty as it seems.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Recovered from a ventilation shaft claims a figure was seen lurking near.
I forgot about that. One of the machines has I remember discovering that myself.
The concrete pylons. A chilling report corroborated by
good time
heavy
travel
footprints in the dirt. Within a small fenced enclosure lies a note written entirely in German. Given the game's Swiss setting, this likely belongs to a local rather than a contracted worker. It reads like a suicide note or a final testament, written by a lonely soul who claims to have no family or friends. The translation reveals a grim generosity. I have no family or friends, so no one who would be willing to take part in such a life, whoever that is. I transfer ownership of my valuable equipment to you. You may find it at 175 by -460.
That turns out to be the fishing rod.
Leads to a fishing rod buried in the earth. A strange
remember
treasure
getting that
from a man who perhaps preferred the company of the river to the living. The traces of habitation extend to the surrounding roads. A bent, slippery road sign stands as a silent witness to a violent impact.
Another accident.
Just meters away, partially submerged in
yeah,
the
you
river,
can find that
sits
car,
a car
right?
with a broken window.
I remember
There
that.
Are no bodies.
That was
questions.
New. That wasn't that in 9? That was in 9, right? That was in the 9 upgrade. I don't think that was in the 8, 0.8. I think that was in 0.9.
The driver managed to escape, or did they perish under the water's surface? Every piece of evidence, the notes, the wreck, the buried tools, points toward a mass exodus or a silent disappearance. Were the workers driven out by fear, or did the mountain claim them? As you move between the skeletal satellite towers, you can't shake the feeling of being
7,
trapped. Did anyone manage to leave Dunkelteller?
There's been so many updates, it's hard to remember when that stuff comes in. I'm getting old too on top of it. Lots of shit goes on. Especially during those streams. There's a lot going on in those streams, so it's kind of hard to remember certain things except for big events. Oh, you'll see. You'll all see why I did that.
Of human remains found within the perimeter gives a grim suggestion. But the question remains, is the player truly alone?
No. What? What was that?
Right from the beginning.
I've never seen that before. What the fuck is that? I've never seen this before. I am concerned about spoilers. Where is this? I've never seen that before. That's gotta be... I've... Even in 8.2 when I was playing it and whatnot, I don't remember that area. What the fuck? How the hell do you get into this place? I know I would have seen it or found it. It must have been... There must be a reason you can't see it. Because of all the lag, that's true. Because it was so unstable. Actually, screw you. This stupid thing. You wanna frame drop? Well, screw you too. What was the... I was supposed to download a different browser. I can't remember which browser was suggested to me. Hold on. 1 second, chat. I'm going to get a new drink. It's a static place you can visit? I've never visited it. I can somehow break the texture on the skull I'm working on. How the hell does that work? Weird issues. Don't you love coding? I've never seen this place. Never. There are features. So many wonderful features. Yeah, the village. Where is
In
this?
version 0.8.2, a restricted area marked by ominous warning signs.
Fuck, that was like the one place I always kept forgetting to go.
Sits on the northeast side of the map, housing a crumbling, long-abandoned ruin.
Yeah, I kept forgetting to go here.
Inside, the half-collapsed walls and roof.
I am quite upset because every time I was going to play it, ADHD kept making me forget to go here.
Shelter tell a disturbing scene. Cryptic symbols etched into the floor, a cold fireplace, and walls stained with what appears to be blood. The origins of these ritualistic markings remain a mystery, but the house's malevolent energy is undeniable. Any observation camera placed within its vicinity will frequently malfunction without explanation.
That's cool, actually.
However, the true terror lies just a few feet from the structure. At night, a ghostly green fire ignites, vanishing only when the sun rises. This isn't a typical flame. It exerts a powerful gravitational pull on the player, dragging them toward a painful, scorching contact. Naturally, you might wonder, can it be put out?
Fuck you, fire. Take this. Take that. I don't remember the green fire. Really? We're using that sound effect. Okay. The 682 roar? Okay. What do you mean? Drop your flashlight?
While a fire extinguisher will indeed douse the flames, the consequences are violent. A blood-curdling scream pierces the air, followed by an explosion that spawns a rare green fire rock collectible, often launched into the distance by the force of the blast. But the player may soon regret their curiosity. Once extinguished, the fire never returns. In its place, a sentient black liquid emerges. Like the fire, this goop actively chases the player. If it catches them, It drags them beneath the earth into a terrifying sub-realm known by the community as the Goop Dimension. The center of this dimension is a structure.
I'm genuinely upset. How much of the game did I miss? I am actually genuinely upset.
Made of white stone, and a green fire at the top. On the ceiling are black splotches similar to the black liquid. Outside of the structure, the ground is almost completely made of black liquid.
I'm such a dumbass for always forgetting to go here.
There are stumps.
I am genuinely upset, ma'am. I am genuinely upset.
Trees and logs scattered around, as well as a few piles of bones. Mountains of black material surrounding the center, accompanied with tall walls. The player can climb these mountains if they have enough stamina, and on one of the corners there's usually a door, maybe an exit that leads back to the Dunkeld-Taylor Forest, a way out. No, this hope is a calculated cruelty. Upon interaction, the door vanishes into final mocking joke from whatever entity governs this realm. There is no escape. The player is simply left to wither away in this suffocating void. Returning to the ruins in the waking world, the mystery only deepens. For years, the community has been obsessed over the cryptic symbols etched into the floor, theorizing about their ritualistic origins. However, the true significance of the house and its connection to the Goop would remain a haunting enigma, and with the release of the 0.9.0 update...
You know, I would say, nah, man, it can't be. But the thing is, there have been SCP references in this game before. There's been a couple of references to the SCPs. So, in fact, that could be a 106 SCP reference.
The mystery only expands.
No. Let's talk about the other one. Oh, thank you.
The other one, no.
The place has become a whole village, looking like a place from Resident Evil 4. The village consists of 4...
Wait, what is this?
Mystery only expands.
What happened? How? When? This one building turns into an entire village after this? Is that what happened?
The place has become a whole village, looking like a
Why? Wait, how does that happen?
Place from Resident Evil 4. The village consists of 4 house ruins, including the one from the 0.8.2 version.
Oh, is this changed now?
A barn,
so
a
now there's all of this.
A fireplace in the center, and a small church or chapel with a strange-looking statue.
I'm quite upset I still didn't go to that one thing.
The whole place is surrounded by wooden walls, with the only entrance being a wooden gate. The village doesn't only serve as a new location to explore. It holds secrets and can be very dangerous. When the sun sets and the day turns into night, a blue-like aura appears surrounding the outside of the walls, and if the player tries to cross it, this happens.
They're hitting you with fucking mortars.
Trying to enter the village at night is a poor choice. The daylight is the player's ticket for exploring this ominous place. In the barn-like building, more symbols can be seen on the walls. These symbols still remain a mystery. Looking behind the barn, there are strange-looking illustrations resembling eyes or tall figures. Right next to the barn is the chapel, and inside is the strange-looking statue with more symbols on the ground
There's a
and on the
blast.
statue itself. Next to the chapel is the crop field with some old digging tools that seem to be useless and serve no purpose other than being items the player can dispose of or use as antique display. There are also some wooden crates with random items inside. At the center of the village is the fire pit that seems to be where the green fire used to be. Though, would the green fire still spawn there, like in the previous 0.8.2 version of the game?
Legit demon symbols?
Is there something more to this village, though? Well, visiting the place at night is a bad idea. But what about during rainy weather? The
the green
statue is
fire.
now glowing and is surrounded by stolus herbs. These herbs restore health when eaten, and once the player picks up all the herbs...
Stolus? Like the fucking demon Stolus? Not, and I don't mean hell of a boss Stolus, I mean the actual biblical Stolus. People forget that a lot of the shit that VizzyPop came up with was actually legit fucking demon stuff from the Bible. Huh.
Why are they called Stolus herbs? The same name as the Stolus company. Is it a coincidence, or is there some correlation?
I mean, like, Stolus, the Stolus demon was also noted to look like an owl, hence why Stolus looks like an owl in the series. He was supposed to be a great horned owl or something like that, if I remember rightly. It looks like a great horned owl.
Else too. If the player enters the chapel,
And I mean, here's a bird, a demonic bird with 6 eyes.
When it's not raining and hits the statue with an item, the same lightning strike occurs, and the top of the front exterior breaks off. Was hitting the statue a good choice, though?
As one of the tiles, actually.
Despite that, the village still protects itself during the night. But is it still generous during the rain? The village was implemented with the 0.9.0 version, which came out not long ago, and is often updated, so maybe more discoveries will be made in the village.
It makes it a little more interesting, maybe something to do, because we know in this universe that demons and the supernatural are real. We know that. So that begs the question, was this a place where they worship demons like Stolus? The Black Square? What do you mean?
What about the symbols? Are they just random meaningless scribbles? Or...
I mean, also...
What about the symbols?
Those are planetary symbols. Stolus was, in the lore of the Bible, a demon that could see the future, if I remember rightly. And, it used some kind of, if I remember rightly, it used planetary, the ability like planets as a means to see the future, I think. And you can definitely tell these are celestial bodies. You can see Saturn and everything. So this is definitely Stolus. This is meant to be Stolus.
are they just random meaningless scribbles? Or do they mean something?
Yeah, no, this is legit supposed to be about Stolas. What square? Why'd that turn the fuck back on? Piece of shit. I don't know what the hell you were talking about. Take off your square, your black square. That don't tell me jack. Jack? Just like, what? Just sitting there confused. Confertled.
All according to plan.
Yes, exactly. I don't know how much more I'm gonna watch this because it's giving away spoilers to things that I did not know. Like, legitimately didn't know about the village. I legitimately didn't know about the building or the fire or the blob. This is good. I mean, what is I thought that odd, like the whole time that we got to see the new art and everything, that Stolas, the building, the company that owns this building, was also had a character that was an owl, a black owl. I always thought that was strange.
By the time a player reaches the end of their first week, they have usually found their rhythm.
Oh, right. That's not biblical. It's Solomon, right? Which was supposed to be a book based on the demons of the Bible. Like, it's supposed to be real, quote unquote. It's supposed to be real, right? Like, it's so the Solomon writings are supposed to be, oh yeah, they're pre-Bible, like the really nasty shit.
The base has likely been transformed from a trash-filled observatory into a cozy home.
Yeah, right. How many days did you say?
Base has likely been their first week. By the time a player reaches, has likely been transformed.
Unless you're literally working on it day and night to clean up the place, yeah, fucking good luck.
Formed from a trash-filled observatory into a cozy home, complete with rearranged furniture and scavenged items from the transformer rooms. However, as the player explores their surroundings, they might have...
I took 3 days to fix the bases. Listen, I don't know how you would do that because, I don't know. I guess maybe because I tried to save everything. I mean, if you don't care enough to do that, then you might be able to do that within a week. Especially if you just throw everything out the door. Like, if you don't care about trashing the stuff outside.
Noticed throughout the observatory and its perimeter these symbols scattered around various locations, and wonder if there is a meaning behind them. On the second floor storage room,
this is where you can summon Furfur.
Can be seen on the wall.
The Furfur plushie is
like
right
a
here.
Random drawing at first, they might hold a deeper and scary meaning. They were removed in the 0.9.0 version.
I noticed
but
that
could still
too.
be found on the back of the vending machine. In the 0.8.2 version of the game, more symbols haunt the garage roof, where strange etchings resembling a sideways 3 can be found. And just above the garage door, another set of graffiti marks the entrance.
And the K too next to the smoking.
Isn't all. Within the break room, tucked away under the table, there is a drawing of a creature hidden from plain sight.
That I never noticed.
These illustrations and symbols have been removed in the 0.9 version of the game,
That's
except the creature drawing in the break room.
Why'd they do that? Lame.
Those are not the only ones found within the base. If a player is curious enough to use glitches to peek into areas they shouldn't be able to see, even more markings can be spotted in the 0.8.2 version. But we won't talk about those areas and ignore the symbols seen there, because they were removed in the 0.9.0 version, and these places are supposed to be inaccessible. Stepping outside Alpha Base, more symbols emerge. Above the village gate, on the statue in the village.
It really does. Every time I hear more about 0.8.2, the more I'm starting to wonder if that was just peak. That was the peak of this game.
Chapel, and both inside and on the back wall of the barn-like building. Let's also not forget the two symbols within the house ruins. And those who have begun scouring every nook and cranny for secrets probably found a symbol on the roof of the Transformers.
I did find this myself.
This one persists in both versions, 0.8.2 and 0.9. Another permanent one is found.
No Gen I, which apparently feeds streams. Oh no, I knew that, Aaron. Like I found that out day one through the grapevine, and we already destroyed that. Like, I've talked about it several times. Turn it off. Because even if you're a non-streamer, they'll still steal your content. Your images, like your avatar and stuff. Yeah, no, they'll steal that.
Statue behind Satellite Whiskey. The plaque there identifies it as William the Protector, a guardian of the forest. This statue itself is a source of some unexplained events. At unknown times, he will be missing from his place and can be found in random locations around the forest.
I've never had him do that.
The reason for that, though, remains unknown. The symbol is seen.
I wondered if he did stuff like that.
On the foundation of the statue at all times, but doesn't propose any context. Moving away from the statues and the village and towards the satellites, we find another enigma. At some point, a symbol will appear at satellite uniform. However, this doesn't shed any light on a solution either.
However, it does look like the other symbols that I've seen before.
We aren't just dealing with symbols scattered across the map, but with the added possibility that some only appear at specific times. Despite being deeply intriguing, their meaning remains nearly impossible to decipher, as even the timed symbol graffiti offers no clear answers, only more questions. This layer of complexity has fueled intense player speculation, but something even more head-scratching is the video titled 1,000 Miles Below Thy Forest.
I remember that video.
To Monique's YouTube channel.
I remember this video. I like how she reacts to Vinny Vinesauce's old Tamagotchi streams. And then all of a sudden in the middle of them, 1,000 miles below thy forest. I remember this. There's that symbol that appeared on the wall.
In the video, a compilation of symbols appears in a cryptic
There's that
sequence,
3, the sideways 3.
synced to the music and set against the backdrop of what looks like a descending elevator.
Which there's Furfur, which by the way, the elevator is also, we remember the elevator was something that happens randomly during when you're playing when you're playing with the cameras. It can just suddenly appear on one of your cameras. Yeah, exactly, at the witching hour. And I remember we got that once, that happened once before.
Mysterious wind.
Yes, very
Is Monique
mysterious.
trying to hint at something? Or is it just an ominous video made out from enthusiasm? It almost appears as if there's a specific order of the symbols showing up. The first batch share a similar circular style, and some of them are the ones the player probably has already seen. One can be found in the house ruin. We also see symbols resembling triangles, followed by the familiar batch of circular style.
That's the funny thing is that we haven't even gotten to the Areros yet. This is just all the symbolic stuff that happens in both the buildings and the base, which is crazy.
But we do see another familiar one, the group of threes symbol.
Yep.
The same one spotted on the garage roof in 0.8.2, missing from 0.9. Could there be something special about the number 3? We got another batch of symbols, one of which is the creature drawing that can be seen under the table in the break room in both 0.8.2 and in the 0.9 versions. The more the video progresses, the more symbol variations we get.
Yeah.
At one point, the same symbol appears 5 consecutive times, but the symbol itself doesn't look familiar.
Not in the game.
What is familiar, though, is this one that can also be seen above the garage door in 0.8.2 and missing from the 0.9 version. And the one that resembles a pair of eyes from the second floor storage, also missing from the 0.9 version, but still seen on the back of the vending machine. This video is very ominous.
Yeah, this is all very esoteric demon stuff, which, again, it's all like, it's the aliens take precedence because the aliens are big, loud, and not abrasive, but they're big, loud, and in your face, whereas this stuff is kind of like more hidden, more esoteric, as you said.
Maybe there isn't a special order of their appearance, even if it seemed like it at first. But let's not drop the idea that there might be a meaning behind them. At first, it appears that some of the symbols seen in the village are missing in the video. But the one we can see on the entrance, the barn-like building,
Both YouTube and Twitch are dumpster fires.
And in front of the statue, is actually there, hiding inside the circles, and it is the first symbol that appears on the video. No matter how much time we spend looking at them, there is no way to figure them all out without having context. The symbol's meaning remains a mystery, and the video serves as an ominous reminder of their existence. Unless we look outside from the game.
And we listen to the voices in the void.
The one seen on the goat statue is from the Goetic grimoire Ars Goetia's 72 Sigils. The Ars Goetia is the first and most famous section of the 17th century grimoire, the Lesser Key of Solomon, which details the summoning and controlling of 72 demons allegedly bound by King Solomon. Each sigil represents a demon. The one we see here is Laray. He is a mighty great Marquis of Hell, who has 33 legions of demons under his power. He is set to cause great battles and disputes, and makes gangrene wounds caused by arrows.
I love a boss comes out, and not only we see Luna in the game via stickers, but now we get Stolas too. Yeah, Stolas' stickers in the game too. I remember seeing that. Yep.
Arrows.
Yeah, ain't that weird now I think about it? I mean, there's a lot of stickers. You get a lot of different things. You got like Invader Zim, obviously Alien, but you got like what else did you have? You had I'm trying to think of that one. Um Oh yeah, the cat from uh oh, that night game. You know, I can't remember the name of the game, even though I played it. The one where the cat had accidentally discovered some entity beneath the mountain.
He can make a lover come to him and also send them away. He is depicted as a gallant and handsome archer clad in green, carrying a bow and quiver. Larray has been referred to by numerous other names in various texts, including Lerage, Loray, Oray, and Leriac. But why can his sigil be seen here on the foundation of William the Protector? That is a question without an answer. The one on the village entrance that can be seen on the ground in front of the village statue and the barn-like building is Stolas.
Yep.
He is the great...
I told you, Stolas.
Prince of Hell, seen as a fallen angel and commands 26 legions of demons. He is depicted as either being a crowned owl with long legs.
That's the classic look of Stolas, was the great horned owl with a crown, long legs.
A raven, or a man. Stolas teaches astronomy, history, and the knowledge of poisonous plants.
I told you. I had remembered some of this information. You know, he's the great horny owl.
Herbs, and precious stones. Is it a coincidence that the Stolas company carries the same name as the demon? Or is it a foreshadowing for future updates? However, there
I don't believe in coincidences.
Seems to be some correlation here. On the statue, there are some sort of cosmic-style symbols, and the statue itself
I noted that too.
Like a bird. Not to mention the plants' names that appear during rain.
Yep, Stolas.
The symbol seen on the Transformer is not on the Ars Goetia list, and doesn't show up on the video, but it can be found in the village, more particularly in the ruined house that survived the 0.9 update. This house ruin is the only one in the village to have symbols inside. It might be far-fetched, but could it be that this symbol refers to a power source? For example, the Transformers are a power source for the observatory, so maybe this house was used as a power source in the past, produced by something supernatural. However, this will imply that the Transformers' electricity production might also have something unnatural to them.
I mean, you never fuel them. Think about it this way. You never fuel them. They only need maintenance to keep running. But there's nothing keeping them really running. There shouldn't be anything keeping them running. They're not solar powered. Maybe they're wind generated. But if they're wind generated, why are these power plants so far away from those wind turbines? I think only one is ever really that close to the wind turbines. Power of Friendship or fucking demons. The files are confusing. I don't know about that. I've never had a problem with the confusion. Merp.
Interestingly, the third symbol that shows in the beginning of the video is also a demon sigil. This is Furfur, the great and mighty Earl of Hell, or a powerful count. He rules over 26 legions of infernal spirits, and his seal must be worn when he is summoned. Even without the proper usage of materials and ritual, Furfur answers to his children, and further aids their livelihoods with answers and promises, which are both communicated through direct thoughts within the mind. A single known cult for his praise is known, though his worship and learning is considered private, and entwined to single persons. He appears in the form of a deer with a fiery tail. He will always lie to the summoner unless he is compelled into a summoning triangle. Once he is forced into the triangle, he takes the form of an angel, and he speaks in a rough and hoarse voice. It is highly possible that the creature illustration under the table in the break room and the symbols resembling a deer in the video is Furfur.
Yeah, because he shows up in the game.
So maybe there actually is some sort of order for the sequence of the appearance. At least now we know that many of them have a meaning, which increases the chance for the
It
others
seems like
to
a really,
also
yeah,
refer to
really
something
bad
yet
idea.
to be discovered or implemented in the game. The symbols we covered so
Furfur
far
soup.
can be found at their designated locations at any time, except the one that can show up on the uniform satellite. Could that mean that more symbols can be seen during a particular occurrence or event? Once the player has accumulated enough funds, they can purchase Kerfur, a multi-purpose assistant robot designed to handle the tedious task of repairing distant servers.
The Kerfur is real.
While this little machine is an invaluable ally in the maintaining of the base, it can also become a profound source of horror. Although its battery is built for longevity, it eventually requires a recharge. It is during these periods of downtime that things can take a chilling turn.
Never had this.
Powered off, there is a rare chance for Kerfur to reactivate on its own and wordlessly wander out of the base and trek toward a random location in the dark woods.
I've never had it happen
Upon reaching
before.
its destination, the robot collapses next to a grotesque pile of meat. But the horror doesn't stop there. In even rarer instances, the meat is replaced by a half-buried, rusted, broken Kerfur. This doppelganger will slowly claw its way out of the earth, becoming hostile and hunting the player down.
Now this, I've never had this happen before, but somebody had that happen to them recently. Cypher had their artist was watching their artist play this game, and Cypher was like, MalO, we need your help. Like, what? Like, he's like, and he posted the thing, and he's like, and I go to the guy's stream, the artist's stream, and sure enough, he's facing up against that. The Kerfur, the evil doppelganger Kerfur. I'm like, you're on your own. I never had that rare, like really rare moment ever happen to me. I had known about it. So I've been told about it, but I never had that happen to me. So I'm like, you're fucked. Good luck. Also, in the bases I made for you, I did leave a fragment of the old Kerfur between the decorations. Do you mean the one that would have unburied itself eventually? Yeah, from what I saw from their fight, he was a pain in the ass. Would it have spawned it? Yeah, there he is.
The methods of its destruction are varied, leaving the player to discover the consequences of this nightmare firsthand and figure out a method to defeat it. Interestingly, etched onto the side of the broken Kerfur is a cryptic symbol, the exact same illustration found on the village statue. Given that both the ancient statue and the malfunctioning robot exhibit a haunting sense of sentience, it raises a chilling question. Could this symbol be a mark of possession or a deity being involved? Despite being able to put a meaning behind some symbols, there are many other on the video that still remain highly mysterious.
Like that one. This one. Not that one. Where'd he go?
That still remain highly mysterious and have yet to
Nope,
be
I just
there
didn't
are
go
many
back
other on
far
the
enough.
video.
That one. This particular one has been seen in the 8.2 version of the game, and I remember running across it a couple times. I don't remember where, but I remember it was drawn in chalk.
Video that still remain highly mysterious and have yet to be connected to anything. But now that we know the uniform satellite graffiti can be seen when they appear, and the one on the broken curver can be spotted
Top of the
only
garage
during
door,
this terrifying
gotcha.
event, a question appears. What if seeing some of the other symbols isn't a question of where, but when? The player might be walking past empty rooms, places, and uninteresting areas every day, but under the right circumstances, these locations might actually reveal secrets and maybe offer answers to the ever-rising questions.
Wouldn't be surprised, because the game's so damn cryptic. Nah, brah. Whatever this is it? What is this? This looks like an event that I have never run across. Is this an event that I missed? Fairly old event? Okay. I don't mind if it's really old. I don't like... The problem is trying to find these super duper rare events is nigh impossible. Unless you are playing this game constantly. So I don't mind finding like super rare events. But things that, you know, kind of spoil the game, like, you know, the finding like something that's new in the game, like that whole village, that kind of irks me a little bit. But oh well. I'm just kind of waiting for this game to release the full version at this point.
What? You just gotta stretch. What? What the absolute? What? What the f?
Yeah, that's an extremely rare event. I've never heard of the church before. Hi, Lily friend. I'm already stretching. It's too late. I don't need to stretch no more. I'm already stretching out. Yay, okay, Malcore. Out of place, out of mind.
It is now the second week on the job. The paranoia that anything can happen at any moment has set in. Players begin to dread the nights and distrust the false security of daylight. Things are changing, though rarely in Dr. Kell's presence. Observant players may notice that the mannequins eerily occupying Alpha Base
Disappear.
have vanished without a trace.
Yeah, they generally will
They
disappear
might
like
have
one at
heard
a
the
time, or
phantom
all of
tolling
them.
of a church bell echoing through the forest.
That I've never,
Discover a mysterious door that shouldn't exist.
That I've seen. We've had the mysterious door that appears out of nowhere multiple times. That used to happen on a regular basis in the older versions. Also, I would have remembered hearing a bell.
Standing just outside the base.
This was like
a car rolling.
That I've had that happen. I've had the car come out of nowhere before.
Down the hill near Transformer 3.
That scared the shit out of me that day. This thing fucking appeared out of nowhere. Like, that was later too. That was in 8. That was in 8.2, I think. I don't think the car is a story event. It just appears at random. It's RNG.
Truly eagle-eyed players might even notice the radio tower vanish, only to reappear later.
That I've never had happen, as far as I know.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The out-of-place mannequins eventually disappear from the observatory.
Yeah, they all
just
disappear.
Yep. Piled like waste near Satellite Uniform.
I remember finding
Their migration
that.
remains a mystery. It's not as if they gained consciousness and walked there, right?
Some of them did.
There is a slim chance for a red Toyota Corolla to appear.
Oh, I've never seen that before. That's fucking terrifying.
There, right?
I've never had the mannequin. We all know about the moving mannequin. We all know about the moving mannequin because the moving mannequin always shows up after a while. But a mannequin like this that is holding a shovel. I've never seen a mannequin hold a shovel before. Yeah, you need cameras everywhere to see shit like this.
There is a slim chance for a red Toyota Corolla to appear and roll down the hill whenever a player is near Transformer 3. While it cannot be interacted with, one wonders if it's connected to the wreck at the bottom of the river. The colors and models don't quite match, making a direct link unlikely.
Yeah, it realizes it's being washed and stops moving.
It may simply be a nod to the famous ghost car myth from GTA San Andreas. Regardless, the vehicle eventually vanishes, leaving no sign it was ever real.
Yeah,
the two occurrences happen in both
I think I remember it disappearing too.
8.2 and 0.9 versions of the game, and are not too rare. The mannequins one is even bound to happen, while the car is a random chance. However, there is one that many veterans of the game have yet to encounter. The church.
Which is weird.
While the player carries out their routine tasks, capturing deep space signals, recalibrating servers, and maintaining the transformers, the oppressive silence of the Dunkeld-Taylor Forest is suddenly shattered. The heavy, rhythmic toll of a church bell echoes through the trees, a sound that feels both impossible and deeply threatening. Following the sound leads to a chilling discovery. An old, dilapidated church sitting in a clearing where nothing stood before.
This is an SCP
level
thing.
0.8.2
An appearance
and
of something like
0.9.
this.
This structure serves as a haunting landmark that deepens the game's growing mystery. Though the interior remains inaccessible, the building might be a canvas for cryptic lore. The exterior and interior walls are riddled with symbols. Some of them can be seen.
There's the Stolas one. No, the first one is at the top. The Stolas one is on the door.
In the 1,000 Miles Below Thy Forest video. While this isn't the first time these markings have appeared, their presence here suggests that the various supernatural phenomena plaguing the forest are part of a singular,
is that what it says?
Interconnected web. By peering through the dusty windows, players can spot illustrations that are also seen in the village. One specific symbol matches the mark found behind the barn-like building.
Yeah, that
while
one.
Next to it is another illustration that is seen on Monique's video.
There was a hole? That's what the thing on the floor, I think, said.
An illustration on the church floor depicting a winged deity. This illustration includes the symbol from the house ruin and the Transformers.
True.
And also the same wing.
It's got the wings on it. This is the full version. Notice the legs are bird legs. This is Stolas.
House ruin.
Another representation, I think, of Stolas, judging from the way the wings are shaped, the way the legs are shaped. I think this is supposed to be Stolas.
Transformers. And also the same wings that appear on the chapel statue.
6 eyes? Does it? I can't even tell it has 6 eyes. Well, it does have 7 arrows, but I don't see 6 eyes. Could be Stolas' head. It does have a weird shape to it, almost like it has a beak on the bottom.
In the village, and the broken Kerfer. Many clues found within the church point back to the village, suggesting that the ghost church is a spiritual or psychic projection
Crown's true
of the
because he
dark
does wear a crown.
history hidden
He's a
within the
prince.
village's wooden walls or the forest itself. Looking at more details in the interior, there is another illustration of what appears to be a tower with a humanoid silhouette. This chilling drawing
Or
does
door.
not appear in the video, and so far has not been found anywhere else, making it a one-of-a-kind. But the same goes for the deity illustration on the floor. But that is not all. There is a demon sigil on the church tower interior. This is Bune, a great Duke of Hell, mighty and strong, who has 30 legions of demons under his command. He was one of the many angels that resided in heaven like the vast majority of his Goetial cohorts. Bune fell from grace alongside his rebel cohorts when fighting against Michael, and since then is depicted as a three-headed dragon, with his heads being like those of a dog, a griffin, and a man. Although according to some scholars, he has two heads like a dragon and the third like a man. He changes the place of the dead and marshal the demons that are under his power to gather together upon those sepulchres.
He changes the places
Bune
of
makes
the
men
dead?
eloquent and wise, and gives true answers to their questions, and can bring them wealth. He speaks with a calmly high voice. On the church exterior, there is the Furfur sigil that can also be seen in the 1,000 Miles Below Thy Forest video. But below it is another sigil. This is Glazia Labolus.
Oh wait, no, I thought that was...
Glazia Labolus is a demon who rules over 36 legions of infernal spirits, and his seal must be worn upon summoning him, or he will not obey the summoner.
And probably eat
He
you.
appears in the form of a dog with the wings of a griffin, and is capable of teaching men of all the arts and sciences in an instant, and is an
Damn.
author of bloodshed and manslaughter.
Damn.
He can tell the summoner of all the things in the past and what is to come in the future. There are also some cryptic writings.
There was a hole here.
There was a hole here, and wish upon a star. They are not your friends. Chilling messages indeed. Maybe the first one is a reference to Silent Hill. If we look at the symbols video, one
The
can
hole
notice
here,
that it
yeah.
includes music from Konami's horror game Masterpiece, and knowing that Monique is working on the 3D design for Voices of the Void, perhaps she is a Silent Hill fan. But enough with the fun now.
I mean,
Back to the
that whole video screams Silent Hill, because there's like a couple of moments in Silent Hill games where you're going down an elevator and everything goes shit because the horn sounds off, and then you gotta fight demons inside the elevator as it's going down. I don't remember which one it was. I want to guess it was 3, but it might be wrong. It might have been 4. But I do remember that.
horror.
Again, always tempting with promises of power. Seems like always a bad idea. No wonder people think the elites are demon worshippers. Seriously.
A phone booth might appear out of nowhere in version
Mortal Shell
0.8.2. And
Used to
another
got a game called Mortal Shell
blue
2.
phone
How was
booth
it?
has an extremely
No fucking
low
way.
chance to show up in front of the base for unknown reasons.
I have heard about this. I didn't think it was real. I didn't know the TARDIS would show up in the... Like, I had heard tellings of the TARDIS showing up in this game, but I didn't think they were real because nobody showed any video footage or images of the TARDIS in the game.
Low chance to show up in front of the base for unknown reasons.
Yeah, that never happened for me either. Well, at least if it did, I didn't see it.
The blue one would vanish in front of the player, while the red one would disappear after some unknown amount of time. Due to the rarity
Yeah, there
of these
goes.
events, it is unconfirmed, but highly likely They also show up in the 0.9 version.
Doctor visits you. That's kind of interesting.
Phone booths, church, red car. Could these objects be residual occurrences of what was residing in the Dunkeltaler forest at some point? It appears as though the boundaries between the past, present, and future are beginning to bleed into one another, with the forest acting as a temporal sponge that borrows objects from different eras or places for fleeting moments.
A series.
This would categorize Dunkeltaler not merely as a hotspot for paranormal activity, but as a metaphysical bridge between timelines, places, and perhaps entirely different dimensions.
Are we going to the SCP dimension?
The cryptic symbols found throughout the forest likely act as markings or a warning regarding the hidden horrors, anomalies, and maybe demonic forces, leaving the player to navigate a landscape where everything is possible, as well as nothing is truly permanent.
I also like that the demons basically are saying don't trust the people from space.
But occurring constantly.
I was non-consensually forced to see it at my first girlfriend by how my many prolonged stays at the hospital.
But the story of
depends on which
symbols
doctor
does
you were watching.
And here. A very obscure secret resides under Satellite Foxtrot.
Is this the...
If the player waits for the clock to hit 3:33 and destroys a specific part of the Foundation wall, a hidden passage
I never
is
found
revealed.
this.
Inside seems to be empty, but the floor can be destroyed. In the Foundation clock to hit...
I think I remember finding this and not thinking anything of it because the texture was off, but I didn't think that there was anything there. So I just kind of, you know. If you probably did, but then forgot because, you know, funny.
3:33 and destroys a specific part of the Foundation wall.
Top 5 ghost videos. Jack was saying the same thing.
Revealed. Inside seems to be empty, but the floor can be destroyed. And under it is something very strange. An underwater area. Lots of symbols and illustrations that appear in the video. A strange-looking altar with a pentagram above it, and the Furfur sigil. The platform with Stahla's sigil from the village chapel, hand illustrations that can be seen in the video, tree-like illustrations also from the video, a triangle with 3 circles again from the video, and more. Even the human figure illustration that shows up 5 consecutive times resides here.
The altar is
repetition
new.
Of the symbols and sigils feels like a cruel mockery. Rather
like a
than
heartbeat.
offering a definitive revelation, each new discovery only serves to escalate the
Does it
riddle.
not? Does it not look like a heartbeat or some kind of monitoring system?
The symbols act as breadcrumbs leading deeper into a void and leaving the player to speculate on a narrative
There's the
that
logo of
refuses
the
to be solved.
symbol again.
There are many more things that can be found out of place, including a swing, 2 gravestones next to each other.
That I found. That I found multiple times, and I was supposed to go up there with a shovel. And was the graves never... Did we try to dig up the graves? I feel like I remember thinking, hey, I need to go back up there with a shovel. And I remember trying to get back up there. Did I ever get back up there? To try and dig it up? Or did I fuck up and forget? I don't remember now. But I do remember the duo graves. I thought they were a permanent addition. It do be weird. Kind of looks like the Vitruvian man. What's the Vitruvian man? Never heard that.
strange-looking rock with red lines, like blood, and many more.
Yeah, there's the locker, the Stonehenge. Is that one of those? Is that the stairs to nowhere?
Rock with red lines, like blood, and many more.
Like, I've never seen stairs to nowhere before. There is lore. I think there's like stories and lore about the idea of stairs that go to nowhere. That there are many. There's a couple tales, if I remember rightly. There was the one where you should never go on those stairs. Yeah, exactly. There's that you're never to go up the stairs that go to nowhere, because basically you're sealing your own fate by doing so. Nothing might happen to you right then, but I believe you basically are dooming yourself. It's been a hot minute since I've gone. Remember hearing the tales of the stairs that go nowhere. I just remember that's a big no-no. You never climb the stairs that go nowhere. Oh, you can't get there to a normal. Oh, I thought you meant. Like you're not supposed to climb them. There is the stories. Hold on. Let me see here. Stairs that go nowhere. Stairs that go nowhere. Stairs to Nowhere refers to a viral internet urban legend and creepypasta about mysterious standalone staircases found deep in the remote forests and national parks. According to online folklore, these stairs lack any connecting walls, foundations, or buildings, and climbing them supposedly triggers eerie sensations or supernatural peril. Which was popularized by a post back in 2015. The tales claim park workers are told never to talk about it or go near isolated staircases. Urban legends link the steps to missing persons, portals, or feelings of intense dread. Remnants of old structures, most real stairs in the woods, are durable concrete or stone remnants, yeah, exactly, of old homesteads, hunting lodges, fire lookouts, or resort chateaus. Yeah, these are real. These stairs that lead to nowhere, they're real because they're the only things that outlasted the building. Like the famous Madame Sherry's stone steps in New Hampshire, where the wooden parts decayed or burned down. Yeah. This is I think the old post too. Yeah, this is something of that akin to that because this looks like this could have been a part of an old tower. Yeah, look at the crane. This was definitely something that used to be here for some kind of tower that was built up this way, and now it's gone. It looks like they lead down too. There was something underground as well. The Vivarian Man? Oh, right. Yes. This is the Vivarian Man is from Da Vinci, right? The writings and whatnot of Da Vinci. The whole concept of a body in motion tends to stay in motion. What's a Zaxby's? I've never heard of a Zaxby's before. How do you pronounce it? Vitruvian? 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 The term Vitruvian most famously refers to the Vitruvian Man, which is a 1490 pen and ink drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, illustrated human proportions. It is also the name a modern digital home gym platform and ancient Roman architect. Thanks. Created by Leonardo da Vinci, it shows a man in two layered positions inside a circle and a square. Pronunciation of this word. Vitruvian. Vitruvian. Vitruvian.
Sheer unpredictability of Voices of the Void and its dense layers of
It's supposed to be like a chicken restaurant where they serve wings, tenders, nuggets, and even sandwiches. That sounds nice.
Secrets and overlapping mysteries leaves even the Wikipedia community struggling to document it all.
Yeah.
Due to many of the phenomena being governed by extreme rarity or complex triggers.
I tried that.
A significant portion of the game's
I really tried. Jesus, what the fuck is that? I tried to get some pictures put on there before when like the newest update came out and they were still getting things. I tried, but didn't work.
Content remains absent from official data.
What the fuck?
A significant portion of the game's content remains
It
absent
just
from
disappeared.
official databases.
Was that a what?
In an era.
What? It just became day. It went from night to day instantly.
Bases.
You can see it's 11:38 at night. It's almost like that spaceship. There's a spaceship there. You can see it.
Databases.
You can see something's there. You can see there's like this orange thing in the sky. That's wild. I've never seen that.
From official databases.
Look at that. You can see something's there. Something ain't right. And then as soon as he looks at it again, the light so intense, it becomes fucking day. It just immediately becomes day where that orange dot was just at. I do remember when the lights go out. I do remember that. I just didn't think about it being okay, right, it's in the morning because this is not the turnover clock. It'd be 21 if it was at night.
In an era of instant information.
Got the spicy Korean wings and the Carolina Gold wings from Wingstop today. Best choices I made yet with fries instead of the corn. I got pulled pork cheese fries like yesterday. Those were really good. I had some extra in the fridge today that I consumed.
The game manages to remain an elusive enigma. Many occurrences are never officially recorded, surviving only in the memory.
Juliet broke down. I sent Omega Kerfer to fix it. I watched her through the camera. And when I saw her coming back to the base, I started scanning signals. When she arrived, I let her in and got on the computer where I saw the Kerfer camera said, camera disabled. And behind the text, I could see the forest. Like she was out there when the camera got disabled. I started to think that it might be a random event where Omega Kerfus gets replaced by an entity that pretends to be her and then does not something. And since nothing appeared after a while, I thought it was a glitch. I saved, left, and joined back, and when I joined back, she was no longer there, not even on radar. I asked for help on the Discord, and someone edited my save file and teleported Kerfer back to my base. It was near the edge of the map, turned off. That is weird. Remember I've had this happen a couple times where Kerfer ends up getting teleported to the flesh zone. Fuck you.
Memories of the fairy.
They added that orange thing now. When the lights go out, the sun gets replaced with that orange thing, which if you zoom in, you can see it's a black hole. Really? I never seen that.
Few players, lucky or unlucky enough to witness.
Weird signal. So I was minding my own business, doing my job, as you do, when I got this strange-looking object. It looked like a square with purple on it. When I listened to it, it kept saying, interrupt. And then my vision got blurry, staticky. It killed my power too, just wondering what the fuck was that?
Only in the memories of the very few.
Hi, so I really hope this isn't a repeat topic, but I'm genuinely stumped about something that happened to me yesterday. I'm fairly new to the game as a player, but I've been binging information about it for months while working up the courage to play it myself. As a result, I know about most of the entities and spawn requirements, but I'm not an expert either. Now imagine my surprise when I paused on my ATV after spending a full day in-game, cleaning a transformer, either T1 or 2, turned around while heading back to base, and I discovered a red skeleton had been chasing me for some time before I'd even gone looking for skulls. I'd like to be extremely clear, I never picked up a skull before, literally just obtained my first one today. There was none in my shower, there was none on top of the radio afterwards, and just appeared somehow. Is this something I hadn't heard about? Like a really, really rare event or something? This was day 11 or 12 in the story mode, FYI. Easy plus mode because I'm bad at video games, Lamau. Or did I just get a surprisingly unlucky / jarring bug encounter? We're doing Voices of the Void. We're watching videos about Voices of the Void lore and some of the stuff that I never did come across in my playthroughs, which I have a lot of. Hours and hours and hours in that game. Multiple playthroughs.
Few players, lucky or unlucky enough to witness them. This creates a unique culture within the Discord server, which is frequently flooded with reports.
One day I was playing, I saw a yellow humanoid entity for a few frames in a specific spot. I will find him in 0.9. Assist me in the search for Dinkelberg. I don't know if that's real.
That most players.
Some minutes ago in game 0.9, while taking hash from Lima, was her early morning, still dark. I heard small, fast female laughter and nothing more. I little shitted myself. This new small event, or is just schizo? Just don't find out any info about it on the wiki.
Even veterans have never encountered.
Even I never got the red skeleton without triggering it myself. I've never even got the red skeleton. I never found all the bones. The skull.
The many events and occurrences turn the game into a living urban legend, where a programmed feature, extreme coincidence, and even a haunting glitch merge into
Oh, that was
other.
definitely
Extreme
human.
Coincidence. And
that is too humanoid in shape to be a glitch.
And even a haunting glitch merge into each other. Given the constant barrage of anomalies, one has to wonder what else the game could possibly throw at Dr.
I've had
Kel.
3 skulls, but it never
But what
spawned
if,
for me.
In some instances, things are reversed, and it's not about something appearing out of place, but something that does belong gets removed from its place. But
Is that a meat man in the window? That's where the meat pile appears in version 8.2.
something that does belong gets removed from its place. The Kerfer Omega, an updated
Hey, I wonder what this is about. Who's streaming this?
Model of the Kerfer can be crafted by following the manual and gathering specific items. This updated model is much more reliable, as it can now also fix transformers and even acquire server hash codes. However, something rare and disturbing can happen.
Yeah, it's if you give them the code. Fuck, what was the thing that you gave them to that Kerfer would get annoyed and try to murder you? It was some dumbass meme. Never got the portable watch. Yeah, this. I've had this happen a couple times. Oh yeah, it was Skibbity Toilet, right? Then they try to murder you dead.
While the player
Twice.
is not looking, Kerfer Omega will vanish. It will no longer be visible on the radar, and checking its camera on the computer will show that it is now trapped in a pulsating room of flesh. While that is happening, if the player looks out a specific window of the base, randomly chosen each time, a terrifying entity resembling the missing Kerfer covered in blood would walk past the window and vanish.
I've never seen that.
After that, the missing
that
one
much
will
I didn't
reappear
know.
again on the radar, showing him idling in a random location near the base. This event serves as a grim reminder that in Dunkeltaler, even your most trusted tools can be subverted by the forest's shifting reality.
So the first time it was the normal Kerfer that it happened to, because I had the normal average blue Kerfer, and then I had the Monique Kerfer that when she ended up in the flesh dimension.
We are now back to following the days of progression. It is around the middle of the second week. The player has probably stumbled upon more unusual locations.
I never got that open. You need to get all the tiles in order to open that.
One of which is possibly the well.
I've gone into the well.
At first glance, a well in a forest might seem mundane, but peering into its depths reveals a grim tableau. Human remains and a grappling hook are found at the bottom. Was this a fallen worker, a trespasser, or a predecessor of Dr. Cal?
Does it look weird to you, chat? Is this the newest version of it? Because it almost looks like it has teeth. Does that not look like a mouth?
Trespasser.
Look at that. Look at those teeth. Tell me that is not teeth looking. I know you can see them on the wall, but those definitely look like 2 rows of teeth and a mouth.
A predecessor of Dr. Cal. The game offers no closure, only silence. However, the well is more than an unusual sight with a grim discovery. It is a gateway. If
you
the player
sleep here.
brings a sleeping bag and sleeps at the bottom,
I remember doing this.
they are teleported to a pitch-black stone chamber that feels like another layer of the forest's mockery. With many deer skulls on the wall, etched with some of the cryptic illustrations found in the 1,000 Miles video, and the hidden room under Satellite Foxtrot, including the reoccurring humanoid silhouette, plus human remains in the corner with an old rusty knife next to them.
I remember the
and
rusty
symbol
knife.
from the uniform satellite on the ground. There is no physical exit. The player is trapped in this symbolic prison until the game eventually crashes, suggesting this area may be a work in progress, or a deliberate narrative dead end designed to break the fourth wall. Another inexplicable object that
I need to figure out why the faction is so aggressive. Be so angry. MalO angry.
that eventually manifests near the base is the White Door.
I remember this.
Its origin and purpose remain entirely unknown, but its behavior suggests it acts as a fragile portal to another dimension.
Now, I've never had the door actually open up to anything. It just stood there, and if you open it, there's just like a wall on the other side.
Door presents a unique challenge
Yeah,
to the
see?
player's curiosity. Any attempt to approach or investigate it results in the door closing shut
Yeah.
with an echoing slam. It remains sealed, guarding its secrets until it eventually reopens at a later, unpredictable time.
When did it ever do that? I don't remember it ever being open, but that might have been because it was early iterations of it.
This
Terrifying. Getting raided by a bunch of MalOs is terrifying. Well, they're really fucking strong, so yeah, I would say.
Distance ensures that the interior can only be observed from afar and remain a mystery. The brief glimpses of what lies beyond the threshold often feels strangely familiar, evoking the surreal, nonsensical architecture seen in the player's own in-game dreams.
That's true.
This suggests a disturbing link between Dr. Kell's subconscious and the physical manifestations occurring within the...
It did open, though. Maybe you looked at it by accident, so it closed before you could see it open. That's true. Maybe I saw it out the window and it just shut when I was out there looking out the window and I didn't see it. They decided to grab people. They did the, "You're my friend now. We're going to have soft tacos later," and then kidnap your people.
Is the door a gateway to a physical location? Or is it a tear in reality through which the player's own psyche is leaking?
I've never had that dream happen. A furfur video, or furfur dream. Oh, we're gonna learn about furfur and the sleep demon. Two entities I got very close to.
Oh, what is that? Oh, not that way, Team. No. No, no.
Oh, I've run into that guy too. Come on, man. Put one of my streams in here. Come on. Come on. Put one of my streams in here. It'd be great. I'm hoping to see my stream in here. That would be amazing.
No, no.
That's a black hole. That's a black hole.
Is this? What is this? What?
That's just Joel.
Jesus! What the hell is this?
He just went into the burger dream and he was lipping his shit. Of course I don't. What? I'm not big enough. I'm so small. Uni. Said MalO. I just need to take over everybody's stream from now on. Just hack into everybody's stream, take it over, and everybody will know who I am.
Ground have we truly covered across this series? Looking back at the breadcrumbs we've followed, one has to wonder, is this enough to grasp the full picture? Or have we barely scratched the surface of a much deeper, more jagged reality?
More scrungly
Perhaps the narrative
reality.
is becoming overly complicated. Or maybe everything is becoming too ominous. Every new discovery feels like a breach of a boundary we weren't meant to cross. Are we following the mystery, or are we delving into a labyrinth of complicated cryptic riddles that are not to be solved or looked into yet? The deeper we go, the more the game seems to push back.
No aliens.
The more mysteries we cover in these series,
We're just
the more
we're just going through the whole cryptic shit, like demon shit.
Implications and branching explanations manifest without confirmation if one is on the right path to answers, suggesting that some truths are better left buried beneath the static. Perhaps it's all
Those are
of the
called
above,
cognito hazards.
a massive amount of horrors, but it still barely scratches the surface, constantly throwing stuff at the player that might mean a lot, or almost nothing. It's mockingly elusive, almost as if it doesn't want to be exposed, but also doesn't stay too out of reach. Complicated, but also easy to be ignored, and not required to be figured out in order to progress through the game. That is the uniqueness of Voices of the Void. The village, the well, the green fire, the goop dimension, and everything else simply exists, waiting to be found. But the game's true depth isn't just in its cryptic clues or the horrors roaming the night. It's in how it reaches into the player's psyche. By blurring the line between scripted story and pure psychological manipulation, it weaponizes universal story and pure psychological manipulation.
I really am wondering if this guy is a fucking AI. I mean, he doesn't sound like one until he says words like that where you're like, everybody knows it's manipulation, unless you're foreign, like you don't know English as your first language. He's too fluent to be... He sounds very fluent, so he should know how the language works, but maybe I'm wrong.
It weaponizes universal...
I'm not, like, pointing fingers, it's just weird. Maybe it's an accent or a speech impediment. I'm not saying he is AI, it just feels weird is all.
Fears, darkness, claustrophobia, and isolation.
It's too... I think it's too human to be AI. Because there's a... When it comes to AI, there's usually an undertone of strangeness. There's like no tone difference. There's no tonal change. There is some, but not enough. Sometimes, a lot of times, the tonal change will sound odd.
It's a unique experience that proves even the supposed safety of the alpha base isn't.
Also, I keep hearing him getting a little too close to the microphone. I keep hearing like hard P sounds and whatnot. His microphone sounds a little scrungly. So I think he's real.
Illusion. Picture yourself venturing out at night with only a flashlight as a light source. You navigate the pitch-black woods, jumping at the sound of a falling pine cone, racing to fix a transformer while knowing that the world is shifting around you. The game forces you to distrust your own intuition, intruding into your mind without you even noticing. Cleverly playing with the shadows, the sense of isolation, but also being watched. The feeling that something is hiding just out of sight or behind the corner.
That's why I never wandered around at night, because it was terrifying to do so.
This is just some of the many ways the game explores
Not until
the player's
later.
fear and phobias.
I started getting really more, like later in the game, I started getting really
Players are
confident
familiar
about going
with the
outside at
infamous
night.
Text, "I don't want to sleep, I can sense something," that advanced players grew similar with. But let's pull back a little and look at what this meta-paranoia is. Advanced players are all too familiar with this infamous text, and it tells us that in Dunkill Taylor, things are happening constantly, regardless of where Dr. Kell is.
That's that goddamn fucking coffee machine with the skull.
Whether these events are scripted or random, some of them refuse to let the player rest, and when they start, the ambience shifts to a low, ominous tone.
Yeah, this ooh. Even if you can't see what's going on, some event is happening. Have had that happen so many times where I went outside looking around trying to figure out what the hell was happening.
Becomes impossible, and even hitting escape fails. The pause menu glitches, refusing to stop the clock. The game is still running, and whatever is out there is still close or not over. This is meta-paranoia, An invisible threat that refuses to explain itself, leaving the player to hunt for the source or wait for it to be over and live with the dread of never finding it.
I don't remember. Was that a thing that happened before?
The game finds even more ways to mess with the player's mind. Whenever Dr. Kel's hunger drops under 20, he will start hallucinating food. Burgers will start spawning.
Version: low hunger caused hallucinations that manifested as fake burgers. Updated to conclude various food items, not just burgers. I remember burgers.
Trying to take one will only result in them vanishing. This hallucination continues until Dr. Cal eats and raises the hunger level. A clever way to make the player mind the hunger level. But what happens when the sleep level drops?
I wonder what
A common
does.
mistake new players often make is letting the sleep counter fall almost to 0. In Voices of the Void, sleep isn't just a mechanic, it's survival. If the player doesn't go to bed, the game will make sure it's a mistake they will regret.
Hello. Damn, that was a hell of a jump scare. Fucking the sleep demon was hiding behind the door. That's fucked up, man.
While in this vulnerable state, terrifying hallucinations often flicker in the corners of the screen, vanishing the moment you turn to face them. However, the game masterfully blurs the...
Imagine being a newbie. I remember my first interaction with this thing. I was like, what the fuck? What is that? What the fuck is that thing in the eye with the eyes?
Line between a tired mind and a dangerous reality. In Dunkeltailor, the question isn't just whether you are seeing things, it's whether your lack of sleep has lowered the veil, allowing hallucinations to become physical. A large, dark, and skinny humanoid figure that can't be seen when looked at directly.
Look at that thing. That's the most I've ever seen of that creature.
It will force the player to look at it, and if the player stays below 20 stamina for long periods of time, it will get more visible over time until it becomes active and hunts down the player to force them to sleep.
Oh god. Here it comes.
This creature is named by the players the Insomniac. And sleep is not just a way to pass time. It is a gateway to surreal dream sequences. These sections
God, here's the burger
as
dream.
mental trials that the player must navigate. Upon successfully completing a challenge, Dr. Cal's stamina is significantly restored, though the occurrence of these dreams is entirely random. Many of these sequences appear to manifest Dr. Cal's subconscious anxieties regarding his role as a solo operator. A prime example is the work dream,
this
which
one.
places the player in a claustrophobic, compressing room.
I still don't know how to fix or, get past this challenge.
Containing only a table and various scattered items. This specific dream serves as a visceral metaphor for the crushing presence of maintaining workflow and quotas, a daunting challenge that every new player faces as they struggle to manage the facility's demands.
Yeah.
To win this dream, the player must crouch and get under the table, thus shielding himself from...
That's what I thought. Like, that's what I thought, but I thought I got... I was pretty sure I got squished anyway.
Another dream is the boulder dream. In this dream, the player spawns on a steep incline with a boulder rolling down it.
I remember this one.
As
I beat this one.
Goes on, the boulders begin to move faster. To win, the player has to dodge them for 60 seconds without getting hit. The burger dream. The player finds himself on a platform made of burgers and must collect...
This one's scary because the fucking burgers are terrible to try to jump across.
10 floating
You don't want to try to walk over those edges. You can easily just slip and fall.
All burgers without falling off within a time limit. Small burgers without falling off within a time limit. The climbing dream. Deemed as the hardest one to complete, the player is in a tall room, Thin pillars with beams sticking out of the sides occupy the room, while water is rising from the floor. The player must carefully climb the pillars and reach the door before the water catches up with him. Climbing can be a bit finicky, so some getting used to the climbing mechanic is recommended. The flooding dream. The player spawns in a massive room with large walls, while again, water rises from the floor. A random wall in the room has a door that resembles the entrance door to the base, which must be reached before the water submerges the player.
I've tried that one. I think I've gotten that one like 5 or 6 times. I've never been able to find the door because there's so many damn walls that could be on.
Some have interpreted this dream as Dr. Kell's struggle not to get lost in the woods and reach the Alpha base before nightfall, which is the water rising. The parkour dream. In this one, the player is on a pillar in a room with several other pillars, while one of them usually in the corner of the room.
Almost always find it. The door is usually near you, so if you walk too far, it's
has a
over.
door on it.
I never
Below
had that. I'd
is a
never known
large
that
amount of
knowledge.
water. The goal here is obvious.
I thought it was just
Reach the
random.
exit and don't fall off the pillars.
Oof.
Shed. Now this is a more interesting and scary one.
This one I've never seen. This dream might have been removed from the game. There is no evidence of it occurring in versions 8.2. Yeah, I never saw this in the older version.
It starts with a shed on a flat plane. After a few seconds of waiting outside, a UFO comes by and abducts the player. There is no challenge here. All the player has to do is wait.
I guess I can see why they would get rid of this one. No, no!
The mannequin dream.
I remember this one.
The player is in a room that continuously spawns large shadow mannequins chasing him. To win, he must avoid them for 2 minutes.
Done that. That one is easy.
The hallway dream. In this one, the player is in a small cramped hallway with white static rushing in through behind them.
I have gotten this one before, but I didn't realize what was going on until, like, if you don't start moving fast when you get this one, you're fucked. Because this thing catches up to you insanely fast.
From the start,
before you
they
realize
must
what's
sprint
going on.
immediately forwards to keep themselves
See, like you said, you have to sprint immediately
ahead of it and reach the exit. The environment of this dream much resembles what is seen inside the white door. Maybe a stretch, but some similarities can be noticed. Version 0.9 introduced a new dream sequence, probably the most unsettling one. The player finds himself in the break room of a wrapped and distorted version of the Alpha base, almost as if the place is destroyed. Several areas are manipulated out of place and overlapping. What is even more creepy is the ghostly moans heard in the background.
Base fuck. Base haunted. Damn. That's wild. Dreams haunted. Yeah, that's where the stairs was supposed to be, I think. This is where...
Destroyed base, ghostly moan-like cries. Maybe it's up to you to interpret this one. These dream sequences the player experiences can happen randomly, except for one. The Furfur dream.
Never seen this one.
Yes, Furfur actually shows up in the game.
Yes.
A tall, lean, humanoid creature with a deer skull for a head and strange, long limbs, just like it's described in Goetic Grimoire Ars Goetia.
He looks a little different.
It cannot be seen through
Is that the 9-point version of him?
cameras, but the red glow it emits can.
His
Furfur
hands look a
can
little
rarely
different.
appear around the map and disappears the moment it is spotted by the player. But why is there a dream involving Furfur? And what is the way to force it to happen?
Fur.
To answer that, we must look at a place hidden within the forest. Tucked away near Satellite Uniform, a silent, decaying structure.
I ran
sits
at him
hidden
before. I ran when I did the whole like activation, throw the thing into the microwave. I saw him. That's when you do the whole like he activates and then you're just like, ah, you go outside, you can die in the darkness. But I ran straight at him into the darkness, like, what the fuck? I'll get you, fucker.
Paths. This is the abandoned shack, a location that practically breathes unease. Accessible only through a hole in the roof, the interior is a macabre time capsule of a life long since abandoned.
It's a very
Scattered
interesting
throughout
place.
The cramped space is a collection of rotting furniture, a shovel, a meticulously hidden axe, several animal head trophies, and a deer skull. The moment the player drops inside, the silence is shattered by a bone-chilling, monstrous scream. A clear, guttural warning.
Weed? Do you mean the red bush? Which it can teleport you, right? The red bush can teleport you someplace? Remember right?
Trespassing on ground that doesn't belong to him. The environment provides its own clues of something hiding within the shack. Heavy, cloven hoof prints are pressed into the dirt floor, and a bizarre plant thrives in the corner can pique the player's interest.
Weed? Maybe it's time to make a mod for RimWorld called SCP-420J? Nope. In a crack in the wall, you can find weed. I've never seen this. I never saw this.
Was once known by the community
Damn
as
it.
the Wendigo House, but is
Yeah, the
now
Wendigo
mostly
House.
known as the Abandoned Shack. The true danger, however, lies in how the player
That was before the update. Now it's updated.
chooses to interact with the remains found within. Taking the skull and burning it, or placing it in a microwave. A haunting accompanied with metaparanoia is triggered.
I've done this.
By destroying the relic, the player has effectively angered Furfur. From this moment on, Furfur will begin to haunt by continuously spawning around and placing totems with terrifying frequency, manifesting in the player's peripheral vision and surrounding the base with bones. The psychological toll is immediate. This cursed state is persistent, lasting until the save file is reloaded. Even then, the haunt leaves with one final parting gift. The very first time Dr. Kell manages to close his eyes and sleep, supposedly the Furfur dream should happen, ensuring that even in safety, the entity has the final word.
I don't think I ever slept.
These instances were not the only way
After that.
the game tries to mess with Dr. Kell's and the player's mind. There is also the bush rustling that can be heard just outside the alpha base that the game never reveals the source of.
Yes, I did. I slept a lot in that game. Hear that? Something's coming from your right.
An unknown swing of an item can be heard right next to the player that also has no explanation, whether it's a sound glitch or something intentional. There was also a theory made by some players that suggests that Dr. Kell might not be sane, and that maybe some of the events and occurrences are not real.
I mean, bro eats bugs. It's canon that he ate bugs before he even came here, so pretty sure he was already fucking loopier than a loon before he even came here. I mean, that's probably why they sent him here. Cockroach psychosis. I mean, they did send him here. I mean, they knew why they sent the individual people, because they knew this place was haunted. They're like, fuck it, people die here all the time. Just this Dr. Kell's a weirdo. Nobody's gonna miss him.
And only happen in his mind, like the Insomniac and the White Door and such.
Damn, that's a spooky version of the Insomniac.
Including another event that can occur rarely.
What?
Oh, what?
Bro, what the fuck? Everything disappeared. It's night now. Is that a fall? It's a... You got teleported. The whole facility got teleported. Now you're back here.
Oh, that's weird.
This is... Don't you get teleported back here if you fall out of bounds in the game?
Whenever
You're lucky then.
inside the Alpha base, there is a very low chance for the player to be suddenly teleported into a version of the base lacking furnishings and lighting, floating inside an empty dark void. If the
You hear those mouth noises? Oh, this guy's real. He's not an AI. For sure, 100%. It's just that he's got a weird influctuation of words sometimes.
player falls off the base into the void, they will spawn back at the gate. The influence of the Dunkeltaler Forest seems to even intrude in Dr. Kell's mind and dreams. But why is this random forest deep in the Swiss Alps so special?
That is
Why
a good
here?
question. Yes.
Why not some other place, some other mountain, or other continent? Is there something hiding in it?
There might be a reason. Is this the cave? I think that was the cave where the centipede Wolfgang lives. I bet you it's the centipede. Sounds like somebody moving around. You hear that? Not this sound, but the other sound. The one that's like, it sounds like hands rubbing against skin or like clothes rubbing together. I do. How much into the depth of the cave does it get? There's the lake. Is it still on about the lake? There's the uranium. I have so many traumatic moments. I'm sorry, I was thinking. I'm like, do I want to watch this and learn the horrors of the cave, or do I not want to do that because I really, really don't want to go back to that cave? I have traumatic fucking everything from that cave. You need to be fully stacked with supplies. I couldn't even get to the fucking uranium, man. Like, at all. And I had full stack of supplies and shit. And I'm like, I never reached it. I kept dying again and again and again. I really don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. As much as I would love to explore it, the game really hates me and don't want me to explore it. So, fuck it. Let's see what's it deep dark in the cave. The worst part, man, I'm getting flashbacks to that moment. The worst part was always when I'd be going up or something like that. Yeah, especially up. where I'd be going up a ledge. And like you would think, oh, you don't really have to worry about the ledges so much. Just as long as you keep hooking them, you're good. But I remember you get whiplashed sometimes because if you try to climb, you like went too fast upwards, especially if you were going over a ledge, you could accidentally whip yourself up too far, too high, and then you just come slamming back down because of the whiplash, because of like the rubber motion of the cord. And I remember dying multiple times due to that fact, where I'd lose my ability to stand, because then I'd be like, oh, I broke my ankle going 1 mile per hour too fast. And then all of a sudden I'm falling down the ledge, tonk, 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 tonk. Now all my legs are broken, everything is in red, and I'm dying. I'm bleeding everywhere. Great. That happened so many times. By the time, after like what, 4, we tried that twice, didn't we? We tried going into the cave like twice. Two times in a row, and we spent like 4 or 5 hours trying to get into the caves and trying to actually get to the furthest of the caves. And every time I tried, the game's random generation screwed me over. And I just said, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I love people who move furniture at 4 a.m. You know they love that meth. Crack cocaine. And hopefully it's better, but I don't mind treacherous, because you saw that I was able to handle treacherous fairly well, except for when, the fucking going up or down was, I don't know, at least like 10 stories. Then we had problems because one mistake and it was fucking doom. Those were ridiculous. I remember moments in the game where I was like, this doesn't feel right, because I'm going down or up for like a good 10-15 minutes and still haven't reached where I need to reach.
Stepping into the world of Voices of the Void, the player is exposed to an unfamiliar and unique horror experience.
There's a very good chance of getting lost now? Why is that? Is there splitting paths now? Great.
It encourages patience, exploration, and observation. A
Oh,
slow
God.
burn that rewards.
You're gonna have to bring, like, string or chalk or some form of way of marking your locations, then. Minecraft torches, there you go.
Or punishes with chilling encounters and scary events. The game does something unique. It introduces the player to the environment, allows them to settle in, and gives them a fairly long time to get familiar with the surroundings. The satellites, the Alpha Base, the Transformers, the tasks, the signal capturing progress. Then, the game slowly starts to unveil its curtain, but keeps its secrecy and mystery intact. It slowly creeps in by putting something scary, unnerving, or downright terrifying into the player's familiar environment. It is now probably near the end of the second week. The player is well equipped with tools, electronics, and an updated system for quick signal processing. Maybe they have seen some videos of the lore, and can now identify the abandoned machinery from the W. Ziegler and Albertson Waste Management, another company that was hired to work alongside Ziegler. The map and satellite locations no longer seem hard to navigate through, and the Transformers are now updated to last longer, making the maintenance trip to them a rarer task. The nights keep escalating, but as long as the player is prepared, it all goes well. Maybe at this point, they have seen the anti-breather, a non-hostile creature resembling a deformed spider-like alien with stitched-together skin, metallic scythe-like arms, and eyes that glow in the dark.
I really, really, really do not want to say how long it took me to realize that this thing was non-hostile.
Despite the disturbing appearance, this creature is passive and would even avoid the player. It would mostly spend its time roaming around the northwest side of the
Unless you get real close to it, then it fucking hits you. You can see him with shrooms in his mouth. I never seen him do that. That's really interesting.
the map during nighttime.
There's a lot to this game. And I mean a crap ton to this game. Like the guy said, there's so much that's undocumented that people still don't know how much there is in this game. There's events that even were happening in version 6 and 7 that people are still discovering.
Why there, though? Could there be something special about that area?
It's always been that area since even version 5, I believe. Anti-breather's always been up that far. And it's the cave. The Wolfgang cave is up there, but I don't know why he... Isn't there something in Wolfgang's nest that lets you get the... It's both their nest? Really? It's both Wolfgang's and the anti-breathers? Now that's weird. Those things, they two entities living together? That's interesting. That explains why you can make Kerfer, anti-breather Kerfer from there.
If curiosity overcomes the player and they decide to explore where the anti-breather usually roams to see if
the
there's
anti-breather
something there,
plushie,
they might get their answer. A cave entrance, hidden within a pile of huge rocks. This cave is blocked during the day, but open during the night. Is this another goop dimension situation? Or
unless you give Wolfgang a pumpkin.
Or a crash waiting to happen upon entering, like the secret stone room under the well. Inside, there are 2 nests. One belongs to the anti-breather, but who is the owner of the second one? That is a question we will not answer yet. As the player moves deeper into the cave, they encounter a small passage. The game warns them that saving and pausing will be disabled once they stepped through.
Yeah, I remember that.
In order to describe the experience of the cave, we will switch to a different perspective.
You have to... Oh man, this game. I've got so many hours in this game from version 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, and then 8.2, and a little bit of 9.
And follow the player.
Jack's even got more time than I do. I only played it on stream because I never wanted to miss events.
A whole new atmosphere welcomes Dr. Kell. A new level of uneasiness. The goop dimension and the pitch black stone room were eerie and scary.
These lights are new.
Feels worse. The small cavern is lit only by 4 industrial lamps. It's clear someone has been here before.
Like all the plushies?
Workers, perhaps? Or ASO employees? As the player pushes deeper, a chilling realization sets in. This isn't just a cave. It is a vast, subterranean cave system made of corridors and steep slopes, plunging into the darkness. The Alpha base almost seems like miles away, while the familiar hum and beeping from the radar are now replaced with threatening ambience, with the only sound being the footsteps of the player on the cold stone. Going further deep, the atmosphere changes from bad to worse. It doesn't just feel weird, it's stagnant. As if time had stopped, but only for the player. Panic might start setting in.
Which it
This
kind of does,
labyrinth of
doesn't it, in
stone
this game?
corridors reaching into the darkness isn't.
Yeah, this whole like labyrinth shit, you definitely need some kind of marking system. Hi,
nightmare
Zyler.
scenario. Getting lost.
Again, I'm sorry for everybody who's in stream right now. No, I know I'm normally my energetic self, and I'm usually really into what I'm doing. But today I've just been really kind of not doing so great energy-wise.
In it is easy, while the way back to the surface slowly becomes harder to remember with each step. The flashlight becomes the only guide for the player, and running out of it is a death sentence.
Yeah, unless you have the
How deep does this
unless you had the goggles, unless you had the, which I did. I remember I had the goggles, the night vision goggles.
cave system go? Is it leading to something horrible? Or will it reward the player with some useful item or material they can use for crafting?
Uranium.
The further the player goes, the stronger
Jesus
the urge
Christ.
to turn around and rush back to the surface. However,
So many turns.
let's keep pushing down. Now, the memory of the way back starts to blur. The flashlight still has plenty of battery, so maybe just a little further before turning around. All of a sudden, an unknown sound penetrates the silence. This is where it's probably smart to look around and make sure there is nothing roaming in the cave system, or at least near the player. The flashlight sweeps the surroundings, and the shadows almost seem to retreat just a fraction of a second too late, as if something within them is scrambling to stay out of sight. Is the player truly alone? Further deep, the way back now feels like an unsolvable equation.
There's
leaving
uranium.
No choice but to keep going.
Yeah, like here's the thing. That's a lot of uranium. That's the reason why they chose this spot, I'm guessing. But also at the same time, if like this guy didn't even have to go up a massive hill, or at least he didn't show it if he did. But he never did have to go up no big massive hill or down no fucking giant hole like I did. That was nightmare fuel.
Eventually, a new sight emerges. A green crystal that glows like a welcoming gift. It illuminates a small pocket of this cursed place, offering a small hope
radiation.
of safety. But that hope is a lie. Though these crystals...
Yeah, there were some pretty steep descents, but not sheer drops. Exactly, like I had to deal with for God only knows how long.
Are scattered throughout the cave and can be mined for resources.
I will always be bitter about that. I genuinely will always be bitter about my RNG for those caves.
They emit a deadly radiation that causes damage to the player. The deeper we go, the more green crystals can be found, but no sign of end.
If you bring the pickaxe, you can get chunks of uranium to use for Kerfer building.
Approaching the halfway point. If the player doesn't have any substitute, the end of this journey through the cave system will be cold and dark. Sprinting through the corridors in hope to reach the end before the flashlight runs out becomes the main strategy. That is until another sound. Footsteps. Is someone else?
That audio, the way the audio is, it's always in the right ear, so I don't know if that really is something there. I think that might be shenanigans.
Else here. Another sweep with the flashlight. No one. Step after step.
Like I said, you can buy the night vision goggles, and I think they're better. You're better off using that. It would be butt clenching, though. I never did hear the footsteps.
The liminal environment starts to feel the same. Dead ends and course corrections become the player's repeatable act. Almost as if the cave system changes and shifts.
Like I said, you probably would have to bring...
The flashlight is now half gone. There is no turning back now. Another small
I mean, unless you brought fucking flashlights with you, or batteries.
Lit up section by a
Probably a
green
good
crystal.
idea.
It emits radiation, but so what? At least it offers some safety from the darkness. While near a green crystal, an idea comes to mind.
Do you hear? This is not
Turning
so
off
bad.
the light when passing by it would prolong the inevitable death of the only light source. Continuing through the journey, another unexplained sound echoes. This time, no sweep with the flashlight. Instead, an unfazed march towards the never-ending descent. No time to pay attention to the scary noises.
Ambient noises.
The flashlight is now below half battery.
Oh, there's a recharge. Is it one of those ones where you crank it? Hey, Frazzle, by the way. Mr. Frazzle Dazzle, how's you been?
The tactic of using the glow of the crystals in order to save the longevity isn't working too well, due to the fact that the crystal...
Oh, yeah. I think I bought that. Wasn't that back in 8.2? I remember it.
...are few and far between. More dead ends, more backtrack and course change.
Oh, I remember correctly this time.
Everything looks the same, and whole sections seem to be repeating.
Because they are. These sections they're randomly generated, but they are the same sections again and again. That would explain why I kept getting giant fucking holes in stuff, is because they randomly generate. No, actually, this is the way they generated was. It seemed like the tunnel system was generated by like a hole, where the game said this hole has to follow a certain criteria, but it didn't have to be exactly like sections, like room sections, which is what a lot of games will do when they do random generation. They do like, hey, this room has this in it. Hey, this room has this in it. And they just basically randomize what's in the room and how they're connected. Whereas the one in 8.2 was literally fucking off the wall random, because there was no rooms, there was no like anything like that. It was just random pathing with a bunch of rocks that would overlap enough that you could get through. Now, if I remember rightly, Jack, do you remember when I was playing that and I found a hole in the wall and I actually got out of the tunnel and got to see what the tunnel was like from the outside? Because I do remember that. I do remember seeing the outside of it. I'm pretty sure that I found a hole in between the rocks because of the random generation didn't quite cover everything, and I got out and I fell. I fell into the abyss and I didn't get teleported out. I just fell into the abyss of the game because I was not meant to go that way, but I got to see the random generation and it was just all rocks. It was just literally a circle of rocks made into a tunnel to form the tunnels instead of just rooms. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I remember. Falling through falling. I'm like, well, I was thinking to myself, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained at this point.
Loop, and
I'm frustrated with all these damn tunnels.
Is only going in circles, but it definitely doesn't feel like it. Or maybe it's a work in progress. However, the game hasn't crashed like it does at the stone room under the well, so maybe there will be some kind of reward at the end. The battery is now down to 25%.
Like I said, you should have brought more batteries, my dude.
Not long now until the darkness consumes all.
Actually, I see more batteries in his thing, so...
Desperation slowly turns into surrender. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a new sight. A pink crystal.
Interesting.
How odd. It's emitting a purple light, and seems to make weird noises.
That's new. Wait. That's the same noise as the what are they called? The blitter? The guys that are from the bird. The rosidals. Yeah. That's the same sound the rosidals make. Are the rosidals rocks? Like literally rock people? Or is this some form of like technology of the
Maybe
rosidals?
this is a sign that the end of the cave is near.
Yep, the robot is their mech suit basically. I thought that makes a lot of sense.
Even if it results in a dead end, at least the player can cross the cave off their to explore list.
It makes me wonder what would happen if you hit it with the pickaxe, but it also terrifies me to think about hitting it with the pickaxe. To the idea of angering the rosidals is not a good one. We know that their technology is insanely powerful, so...
The flashlight is now down to the single digits. Nothing else to do but keep going until one can't go any further. Step after step. After step. Until...
Flesh. Oh god, the flesh.
Red flesh, like the inside of intestines, replaces the stone corridors.
That's
a change in environment,
good.
but not a good one.
Yeah.
The disturbing sight is intimidatingly inviting the player.
What is a hole? A miserable pile of flesh.
Is it a good idea to step into it? If one approaches and crosses the threshold, the sound from the footsteps turns from boots on stone to fleshy squish.
Disgusting.
The quiet ambient is replaced with muffled whispers.
This is some Cthulhu shit. Eldritch horror nonsense. And you can hear like the bubbling of like you're inside a stomach or something of that nature. You have 1 point. No, I knew you would say that. Maniacal laughter.
This is the tumor.
The thing. Ah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. This is the thing that they were looking for.
Reason for all the nightmares in Dunkeltaler. This is why this secluded place in the middle of nowhere is so special. Why the ASO is so interested in it, and where this parasite has nested itself when it collided with planet Earth. Walking into it, the haunting whispers and fleshy sounds are quite disturbing. But it seems like the corridors keep going. Every second feels like a nightmare until
you start taking damage. You can hear breathing. It's a shame that he didn't bring enough light. Is there more to this place? Inside the tumor? Is this why this place is so fucking haunted? Is this strange tumor-like thing is growing in the ground? The tumor.
The cave system is a procedurally generated map for the player to explore. When inside, random unexplained sounds will play such as footsteps, weird like growls, and mechanical noises.
Remember hearing that, I think. I never knew about the tumor. Where'd the information on the tumor come from, by the way? Was that given away by Monique or something? Metal noises are bad.
However, there is no monster or anyone roaming around. The main incentive is to gather resources that can be used for crafting, such as quartz and radioactive crystals. If the player falls asleep inside, the screen cuts to black, and the sounds of the anti-breather begin to creep closer.
So the anti-breather saves you?
Dr. Cal is carried out by it and wakes up at the entrance. This feature is very handy for exiting the cave system.
There he goes.
Despite being procedurally generated, going to the deepest parts, the player eventually encounters the tumor. Creepy whispers can be heard while inside it, but it's unknown if this fleshy passage has an end due to the fact that players will gradually take damage over time when going into it, and eventually die no matter how much health restoring items they brought. This isn't the only time the tumor makes its presence known, however. In the northern part of the map,
makes me wonder what would happen if you went in there with invincibility.
There is a small...
Yeah, there's the hole here. So the tumor, it's not just like underneath that mountain. This entire area is the tumor's area. Because if we go back to the map,
its present contain.
I don't know if how far the map zooms out here. So the cave's over here past N. It's over here past T3. It's like over there. Over there. For it to be this fucking far out, if it's both the tumor, because it makes sense, because I remember the fleshy hole underneath the lake. If this is the tumor, that means that that thing is huge. It's fucking huge.
In the northern part of the map,
it would be... This is one of those things that would be considered a super organism. Meaning that if this thing were to wake up or you would try to kill it, it probably would cause untold amounts of damage.
There is a small lake that contains a hole at the bottom.
Just need the little sippy.
This hole appears to be part of the tumor itself.
Yes. I always wondered about this fucking flesh hole.
But
I didn't know about the tumor.
Let's go back and look at the event where Kerfer Omega disappears and a bloody doppelganger passes behind a random window. During that event, if the player looks at its camera feed, he can see
you're in a
it's
flesh hole,
trapped inside a flesh pulsating room. Yes,
you're in the tumor.
He is actually trapped in the tumor for a short time before being teleported to a random location near the alpha base.
So why would the tumor want to try to consume it when it already seems to have some kind of weird tumor version of an Omega Kerfer? Unless that's another Omega Kerfer. Because remember, you learn how to make Omega Kerfers from whoever made the Omega Kerfers from before. But they say you shouldn't trust them because the one thing says don't trust the Kerfers or something like that. Something's up with the Kerfers. So maybe the Omega Kerfer is he wants to take over more Omega Kerfers to do whatever the hell it wants to do. Interesting.
Aside from the tumor, probably the most intriguing is the pink crystal. This rare pink glowing crystal is typically seen once per trip, or sometimes not at all. It emits a bright purple glow, as well as ambient sounds. It cannot be mined from materials with a pickaxe.
Okay, never
Attempting
mind.
to do so will cause it to glow intensely before setting the player on fire.
Makes sense.
But what is most interesting is the lore behind it that expands outside of Voices of the Void and unveils a whole.
Aha, this is this game. This is the game made by Mr. Dr. Knows for a Baldi's Basics clone. That's where the anti-breather came from too. The anti-breather is from this game.
Whole universe.
Yeah, there was multiple games that Mr. Dr. Knows has kind of interconnected, which is interesting. I think I remember reading up about this. Very interesting fact. It's very interesting the way Dr. Knows has put a lot of like lore behind multiple games. Rosal.
Hello there. My name is Victor Strobovsky, and I'm your first teacher. Go to the next classroom and solve the first notebook. When you completed all of the tasks, come back, and I will tell you what to do next. You should not have done that.
It's all right. Beep. I love my lore. My glitchy lore. Even a little stretch.
With every new update, the game meticulously layers in more mystery and buried secrets. Some of these enigmas sit patiently, waiting for an observant player to stumble upon them.
That was the anti-breather, right?
Patiently, waiting for an
Yep, that's the anti-breather. You can see it stick like legs.
Observant player to stumble upon them, while others are.
It makes you wonder, what is Wolfgang and the anti-breather? I've always kind of wondered that, but now knowing that they both sleep together, like in the same cave, and he protects you if you fall asleep in the cave, makes you wonder what they're doing. A couple. It's a weird couple. I mean, if Wolfgang is sentient, you definitely can tell that the anti-breather is sentient, because he follows you into the cave and brings you back out. I don't know if how he does it, because he's got scythes for arms, but it's very interesting.
And manifest for only a brief moment before retreating back into the shadows and leaving the player to grapple with the confusion of what they just
I remember
witnessed.
the lights being weird.
As the community unearths
it's happened
these
before.
fragments, the sheer volume of hidden lore expands. It has reached a point where the narrative is so dense that the players can no longer simply rely on a quick
I've never had that happen before. A giant eyeball replacing the moon.
Search or a handful of lore videos to understand the full picture. The rabbit hole only goes deeper, even when
this game is such a fucking insane game. That's why I played it so... Sorry, I heard a beeping and I was wondering what the hell that was for a second. But I remember this game has so much to it. And that was the reason why I spent so much time playing it. Is because the random events, the weird things that would happen.
Game provides
exploration
a semblance of context or a long-awaited answer, it inevitably raises half a dozen more questions in its wake. This constant cycle of discovery and doubt is what keeps the mystery alive. But rather than rushing to the bottom of the pit, we should take our time. Let's begin by...
I think I remember the 0G anomaly. Didn't I get the 0G anomaly? Yes. Yes, I did get this at one point in time. I don't remember when, but I did get this at one point in time. And yes, if you had a really nice organized area, you better had had everything nailed down or it's over, man.
Carefully unraveling the strange and complicated lore of the pink crystals.
Sorry to keep a lady in waiting.
Sorry to
the
keep
cave
ladies
system is
in
one
waiting.
of the most unsettling places in the game. It's a compilation of corridors that leads to the tumor, the reason for all the nightmares in Dunkelteller. It tells us that whatever is happening isn't just coming from the stars and the forest, but also from the underground. Without a heavy-duty light source, the player is effectively blind the moment they step past the small lighted cavern. Inside this labyrinth of descending corridors, there are crystals embedded in the walls and ground. These crystals can be
all very
harvested
interesting.
for points or used for crafting, provided the player has the right tools.
I didn't expect to be streaming this long. I kind of knew. So here's a thing, chat, and I haven't been saying it. I didn't want to talk about this much, because I want to plan this in the future. But I'm going to. Things have been really, 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 really rough this month. And I've noticed that a lot of people are having it really, really rough this month for everywhere. But here's the thing. I genuinely need to... I'm going to start streaming like throughout the days here. I need to plan it first, but I want to start streaming more throughout the day. And what I'm planning on doing is I want to raise money because right now I'm kind of like down to my last $50 bill here for the rest of the month. That's all I got. That's everything. And I really want to start streaming more because I need to like start earning something. I need to start earning some money. I need to start pushing towards monetization more. And if that means I have to stream during time where I wouldn't normally stream, like working on the streams during stream or working on other projects during stream, like, you know, the 3D stuff that I was working on today, or just reacting to stuff on stream, I'll fucking do it, man. I'll do it because I kind of need it right now. I am so far into the hole right now. I got some money to fix the situation, but I don't have a lot. And the money that I was promised is that for selling my half of the business has not been given to me the way it should have been. Instead, I have been only given one payment out of 3 months. So I'm kind of like in trouble here. So, and I haven't been talking about it, but there was an issue. I very, very, very gently talked about it in the Discord, but there was an issue and we had differences, and I don't want to go into it too deeply, but Carmi ended up leaving and the relationship And now we're kind of stuck here in this location where we moved down to be with her. And, kind of, no, we're not trapped here, but it does suck. So I need to start really pushing for the monetization of the stream. I really need to start, because I don't like doing it. I feel scummy for asking for money. I feel gross. I feel skeevy. I don't like doing it. I would like, and I feel like I don't bring, like, I want people to be entertained. I want to entertain people, but here's the thing. If I don't feel like I'm entertaining people enough, then I feel like I shouldn't be asking for more money. But kind of need it right now, and I know a lot of people are hard up for money, so I'm not going to be like pushy about it, but I still am going to talk about it more and just kind of like discuss it so that I can pay off this massive fucking debt that I am kind of under right now. Like, massive debt. It's not like humongous amounts of debt. I feel like I could possibly get out from underneath it without the help over time, but it's still enough of a worry that I am currently like, oh no, I need to do something very soon. Yeah, like right now, I could even do this where I should have done this a while ago. I'm just too lazy, but I need to stop doing that. Like, I switch over here and saying reacting to, I don't know, what's Voices of the Void lore, and that might get me some, garner some attention there. I just need to play the cards a bit better. I don't like playing the cards. I don't like playing the games. I don't like to do that. It feels disingenuous and it feels manipulative, but at this point I really need to do something about it all.
Except for the pink ones. These are known as the life crystals and cannot be harvested. At first, players might think that they serve no purpose in the game.
Just follow the meta. It's not like you have to watch stuff you don't care about. Exactly. That's kind of why I don't like doing that sort of thing. I don't like following the meta. It's one of my things that I've always hated. I like doing stuff that interests me. I like doing my own walk of life. But right now I kind of need to do a little bit more of the meta so I can actually make ends meet right now.
Since they cannot be interacted with and are not found anywhere else. But these pink rocks hide extensive lore and connect to the game's story and its mysteries. However, understanding what they actually are leads to a whole other dimension that we will get to. But first,
my face.
To get a glimpse of what
God.
they can do, we don't need
just
to look
falling
far.
down. Oh God,
Instead,
no! Stop.
Wait for the game to introduce
Trauma.
us to something that was hinted
I'm
in
having
one
trauma.
of those notes.
I'm having flashbacks to the traumatic moments of falling down those damn cave holes.
In Transformer 1.
On the ground like an undead. So it was maybe a Rosalotl?
The second week has ended.
Rositl?
The player is now around day 15 or 16, and the scary occurrences only keep escalating. Thankfully, the player has a radar in the main base that alerts and tracks anomalies when they appear. Some might be items, some are objects, some are entities. Sometimes the detected anomaly remains unexplained even when the player tries to investigate it.
Deer. Sometimes
However,
it's
with
deer.
the days progressing, more dots are detected on the radar. Some show up for a short time, some are permanent, and some roam around like the anti-breather. Around this far in the game is possibly when another red dot shows on the radar roaming around at a random location. Those curious enough to investigate
I
become
noticed
the prey
I noticed some white dots that I've never seen before. I wonder what those are.
of something aggressive and relentless. The Fossil Hound.
I've never fucking seen this thing. I have never come across a fossil hound before. What the fuck?
This entity is a creature with the appearance of a dog-like animal.
Yeah, we never came across the bone wolf, remember? Yeah, we never come across this one, which is weird. I mean, I did end up staying in the base quite a few times during the night until I started getting more brave and wanted to see what these entities were. So I started going out at night, but yeah, we never really saw these.
Made from fossilized bones. It usually spawns randomly and often roams near the fence. Once it spots the player, it will give chase and try to bite them. This fossil hound is included in both 0.8.2 and the 0.9 version.
Wait, what?
Both 0.8.2
Okay,
and the
so it's
0.9 version.
8.2. Maybe it's even older than that.
A glowing pink crystal can be seen embedded in its eye socket. Could that be the reason for this undead entity's existence?
That's interesting. So, yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it is a Rosiotl, but the pink crystals are alive. All of the pink crystals are alive. Maybe because it's a small fragment. That's why it doesn't. It's not like alive, and it's kind of like vicious. And when you have a bigger fragment, it's more intelligent.
Going back to the cave
Yeah, I've
system,
never run into one
as
of
we
those.
established, the player has a
Never. I would have remembered that. It's a bone creature. I would have freaking remembered everything about that.
low chance to stumble upon these pink crystals found in the deepest parts.
6?
Usually right
Yeah, and I've been playing it since 6, so damn.
before reaching the tumor. These are known as life crystals. They make weird, almost mechanical noises, and trying to mine them with the pickaxe will cause the crystal to glow brighter and set the player on fire, almost as a defense mechanism. Furthermore, the Fossil Hound makes the same noise as the life crystals in the cave system, which confirms that the shard in its eye socket is exactly that, a life crystal.
Yeah, and like I said, you could also hear those sounds. You could also get signals too that had those sound effects, couldn't you? I also remember signals that sounded familiar. Yeah, you can hear it.
It appears that somehow a shard from these crystals has attached itself to animal remains, bringing it back to life, digging itself out of the ground and attacking anything alive. This suggests that they bring to life whatever they are attached to, hence the name.
Undead.
Maybe that is why the cave system is procedurally generated. The life crystals might be manipulating its structure.
Could
However,
be.
the question is the life crystal the reason for its hostility, or is it the Fossil Hound itself? And why are they so special? But once again, before we go further into the lore of these life-bringer crystals, let's go back to the 5th video of this series, The Others. In that video, we looked at a note found in Transformer 1, describing a creature that was
that's the
chasing
same
one of
thing.
the employees.
I had been wondering. I had never run into the bone dog before, and I always wondered about these bones, glowing eyes message.
It said that it made weird noises and collapsed into pieces when killed. This creature was undoubtedly a fossil hound, and to solidify that is the mention of the weird noises it made, which can also be heard
Where
when
that
the
notice?
player
That's right. And I pointed that out, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I pointed it out that the bones in that transformer are different from the bones that we find, like for human bones, because they're darker, they're more ancient, they're older.
Encounters it. Furthermore, the fossil bones that can be found on the ground
they're
next
fossil,
to the note
fossil
confirm
gibbs.
it. So we have now an answer to what the note was describing. Therefore, let's not avoid it anymore. Let's go back to the life crystals and open that can of worms, or in this case, a can of lore.
Eat it.
Knowing that they play
become
a
life.
bigger role than just a bizarre find in the deepest part of the cave, their story expands
Give it a
outside
hug.
of Voices of the Void and unveils a whole universe.
Give it a hug. Hug the crystal. It's probably lonely down there.
Oh, hello there. My name is Victor Strobovsky, and I'm your first teacher.
I remember this game. I actually watched somebody play this game a long time ago. Eat it like Popeye and get massive brain.
Go to the next classroom and solve the first notebook.
I think,
When
was
you
it
complete all of
Markiplier?
the tasks, come back, and I will tell you what to
Might have
do
been
next.
Markiplier, that, or it could have been
Advanced
Manly Badass
Education
Hero
with
at the
Victor
time.
Strobovsky is a game made by Mr. Dr. Nose, who is the main lead developer of Voices of the Void. Released in June 2018, the game started as a short, free-to-play
Hard to
indie
believe that
horror
was 8
survival
years
game
ago.
in which a young girl finds herself in an interdimensional school. She must escape while avoiding the staff members and demonic creatures who reside there, while uncovering the dark truth and solving the math problems. At first, it was labeled as a fan game of Baldi's Basics, but since its release, the game was often updated and has expanded with a larger variety of characters, updated mechanics, and plenty of deeply
There's that
hidden
thing.
secrets
Wait.
of characters.
So that thing right there, isn't that a part of the, if I remember right, Voices of the Void? This thing is in the Voices of the Void? I'm pretty sure.
Updated mechanics.
And I think this is this is like the quote-unquote anti-breather again? It just remotely has a woman shape.
And plenty of deeply hidden secrets, completely separating itself from being just a fan game. And
Neither are in
evolving
VOTV.
into its
I'm pretty sure I saw something similar to that.
own thing. Those who dig deep can uncover a whole iceberg.
I remember there was somebody who came into our stream, and they sent me video footage of something like that.
Content and hidden story. Just like Voices of the Void, the game is rich with secrets. Digging deeper, it gives a few answers and context, but opens up a whole new series of questions. It contains hundreds of interactable objects and items,
Hundreds, huh?
and many of them make an appearance in both games. Even some characters from Advanced Education show up in Voices of the Void.
Yep, like the
Some
anti-breather.
levels and places in the two games seem suspiciously similar.
Yeah,
This makes the
area.
connection between the two undeniable. But as if searching for answers for Voices of the Void in Advanced Education wasn't hard enough, the game went through multiple changes, making it hard to point out what content is canon, and what isn't, and what has been removed. But let's go ahead and give it a try. In Advanced Education, there is a level called Panacea Pap Station, which is the fourth unfinished canon level of the game. How is the station connected to the school? That's a good question that will require even more explaining. The short answer is that the two places are connected via portals. The long answer is the theory that the school is actually part of the station and used as some sort of experiment. This theory is supported by one of the rooms where the floor is broken and part of the station is visible. But let's not look too much into it just yet.
The spoods. The little
life crystals
spooders.
can be found
Yeah.
in the
Weren't they part of the Rotivas or whatever? Weren't they in that around the hole? Weren't they? Yeah, because they protect that area, right? Yeah. When what's his name is, or the big bird creature, the Razatl, is doing his thing around the hole. Those things are standing guard.
Panacea Pap station level, and appear to have the same attributes. They are described as conscious beings that can possess anything and turn it into its vessel. Not only that, but the anti-breather also makes an appearance in another level of the game, as well as other things, making it clear that the two games are not just connected, but take place in the same universe, or should we say, the same multidimensional universe. Maybe in future updates we will get to visit these levels in Voices of the Void. Several powerful items contain life crystals in them, which is the source of their energy, such as the spear and the shield, while the robots in the Panacea Pap station level have a life crystal in their core, like the Oracula, which are spider-like robotic entities that appear in one of the station's many sections. They try to stay out of sight, but they are easily noticed due to the sound of their footsteps. They are used to transport energy and life crystals around the station, and they are one of the few robots that are not hostile. Another creature is Fidelectrici, which are small snake-like creatures made of electricity. They are extremely dangerous and hostile towards any living creature. They also drop a life crystal shard when killed. Even the station itself is powered by these pink rocks, which suggest that they are a valuable resource for the place. Now, not only do we have the ever-mysterious Voices of the Void that often keeps its secrets hidden, but also Advanced Education with Victor Strabowski, or AEWVS for short, which might hold answers to the many anomalies and mysteries in Dunkeltiller Forest, while at the same time bringing in a whole new series of mysteries. And, as if even that is not enough, there is another game in the picture.
This one I've only seen bits and bobs of, I believe. Yeah. I've never watched the gameplay of this one. I've just heard about it.
UD Game was released in November 2021. In it, the player explores the depths of procedurally generated mines full of treasures, secrets, and entities. Life crystals are found in this game too, and can be used as materials. The player encounters many monsters that roam the place, including a fossil hound. Even a well-known food source for a particular being from Voices of the Void is also found here in UD Game. Now, we have 3 games that might hold the answers to each other's mysteries. But we are sidetracking again, so let's go back to the life crystals.
I mean, if it's an interdimensional game, that means that it's interconnectable to anything. At that, it's a shrimple? What do you mean, shrimple?
In Advanced Education, it is revealed that the crystals are alive and hold souls inside them. Each crystal has its own personality and can even become corrupted and turn hostile. If shattered, it will still produce energy, but the souls contained within will separate. The shards can still contain as much power as the larger ones. However, containing too much will cause the crystal to become unstable and explode. So where exactly do they come from? Space? Another dimension? The answer is not clear, but in Voices of the Void, the player can capture a signal of what is presumed to be a life crystal floating in space and calling for help.
Told you this was the one I was talking about. Where is it? Where is it? Serving is boring on in space. Close one. Help find. Where is it? Come. Serving in. Serving Diphententis? Diphententis? Is that a word? What is that? Is that like part of a word? Or is that like trying to say... Okay, wait. It's pulling up something. It pulled up a song. This Diphentensis. It's a kind of, what language is this? It's a word in a different language. Hello, Quilvid. A razutal. This is an actual word. It's just in another language. Is a Greek word that means director, manager, or principal. Serving, okay, so he's serving a... You know, Rosals have names, right? No. Serving, so if that's a name, the name means they're a director, manager, head, or supervisor, meaning that if this is not a title, then that means that this person is probably up there in as a manager or something. Kind of like that's their name and they were meant to be one or something. Boring. Space dust. Close one. Help. Find me. Take me. Boring. Oh, space dust. Close one. Help. Find me. Take me. So I'm guessing it's hard to it's such a interesting meaning because it does sound like it is a cry for help because it sounds like it's stuck in space calling out for somebody to find it. It's bored because it's stuck out in space. Son, the bird's name is Igitus. I always forget its name. It's calling for a hero. I'm sorry, I change.
Will happen where a purple beam would appear from the east.
Oh yeah, damn.
What? Hold on.
Isn't that where that one place is?
If the player rushes in to check, this happens.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh damn.
What?
I've never seen this move before.
Well.
Hot damn, there it goes.
Okay.
Was that that was a risotto then?
God.
That was a risotto. Was that the risotto?
This is very odd and suggests...
So that suggests that the risotto was the one sending the signal for them to come and help. God damn, the risottos are like... He was a risotto. The risottos seem to have a lot of pull and power, don't they? And then you spawn the purple Argemia doll.
That the life crystals are capable of some kind of communication. Could this mean that the noises they make are actually the way they communicate? Maybe, or maybe not. We don't know yet. This event happens in both 0.8.2 and the 0.9 version of the game.
I've never had the purple
Perhaps
beam
in
come
future
down.
updates, we will get more information about these life crystals, and maybe the ability to interact with them, like in advanced education.
I did get it? I guess I
In
misremembered.
AWVS, life crystals are mainly
I don't remember. I guess I never went outside to figure out what the fuck that was.
used to power most of the robots. In UD, they can be used for materials, but another intriguing occurrence expands their complexity. Under unknown circumstances, they can become independent from the souls contained within.
I'm the grandest master of this game. I know, forever
happens,
promise.
the crystal can
I
develop
go on the wiki all the time.
consciousness of their own and take on a different form. In the UD game, the player can encounter the Aphitanian, a life crystal that became independent from the souls contained within it. Its appearance is made from blue flames with a white mask. Creepy looking fella, but AEWVS has its own creepy moment with the life crystals.
So if a soul leaves the crystal, that's what it looks like?
The player can acquire an empty necklace, insert a gem in it, and wear it for various effects. However, if they insert a life crystal shard into the necklace and wear it, they will be possessed by the souls contained within the crystal, resulting in a game over.
Damn.
3 games, all connected between each other, holding secrets for one another. The search for answers for the ever-rising questions and voices of the void just became harder.
The Rosatl sound, Rosatl. They sound like a very, I said it before, but they sound like a very powerful race. Like, you see the technology they have. I mean, you see what they're like. They can literally be put into pretty much anything and take it over. They're very, very strong. I think they would be one of the top tier classes of aliens then. One of the strongest aliens we've come across.
They're eating my flesh.
You sure about that, Flowery?
That expands out.
They seem very industrious, protective, but so long as you don't fuck with them, they don't fuck with you, which is nice.
Side of the game.
Yeah.
But are still an unusable item for the player.
It makes me wonder, what kind of relationship the Rosatls, however you pronounce the damn thing, Rosatls have with the Argemia?
They are a source of energy for another group of entities, which make their appearance in UD Game and Advanced Education, and also can be encountered in Voices of the Void by progressing through the game. The story, mystery, and lore of these entities is bigger and even more complicated. They
Igneous.
are known as the Rosatls, and they are what we will look into in the next video.
Oh yeah, the purple light. The did that get an update? Did he get an update? Because he looks different than he did before. He looks a little different.
It's like an effing washing machine. Doom, doom. What the hell's that? Something on the map? There is stuff on the map. The hell? Uh-oh. What the hell? Curver, deactivate. Curver, deactivate. Curver, where are you? Curver, deactivate. No, Curver, deactivate. Things like this can kill him. Things like this can kill him. I don't know, but events can kill him sometimes. Curver, deactivate. So
Shut up.
Oh, no, he fell.
Pink.
I have a strong feeling like I might know what this is. Yep, alarm's going off. Alarm's going off. Cut it back on. Nope, let me in. Shit, let me in.
Panic.
Everything's alarmed. Everything is alarmed. Cut it off. Okay, the alarm's off. Okay, the alarm's back on.
There he is.
The hell, look at that. Look at it. It's massive.
This is the risotto.
It's like War of the Worlds.
The risotto that saves your dumbass from the fucking wisps. Yeah, that I didn't know. Like his tech does look like the Razadals, but I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. Now that I see it, I can see the tech how the tech kind of correlates. But with him, with the pink glowing or purple glowing eye, it definitely is a dead giveaway. That was that Razadal ship. Remember that? I remember that. We had that go overhead with us one day.
Okay. Whoa,
oh, here we go, Joel.
What's that? What's that? What's that?
I've had this happen. Yeah, they warn you about the yellow wisp. That is, I remember seeing that in the in my base, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Holy, get inside now.
I hid in the garage. I remember that. I hid in the garage and watched it fly overhead through the window above us. Xbox. It really is just a chunker of a ship, just a square.
Third week is slowly passing by. The radar shows the anti-breather each night, roaming around his usual area, while the occasional fossil hound shows up in a random location, and the green fire keeps making its presence known in the village, if not put out yet. Nothing new is happening. Maybe the paranormal occurrences have calmed down. Around this time in the game is when the mannequins start their stalking by walking towards the player when not observed. This is a repeating occurrence that they do for some time, and although not hostile, they can be a source for some startling moments.
Yeah.
One way to get rid of their stalking is to repeatedly hit them with a tool until they break, stuff them in the wood chip machine,
Done that
or
so
place
many
them in the
times.
incendiary furnace in the basement.
That's not a good idea.
Setting them on fire, however, will make them become hostile and hunt down the player. However, they are easy to deal with, and their stalking phase will eventually end, and the mannequins will not ever show up again. The player's time is mostly spent capturing signals and maintaining equipment. It's back to the daily mundane tasks. Occasionally capturing scary-sounding signals, the player is now left wondering if that was it. Nothing new has shown itself, but what else could possibly happen? It feels like the game is out of obstacles, a false feeling that quickly fades within the following days. This far in the game is when a very bizarre signal can be captured by the player. A strange triangle object shows up during the download process. It kind of looks familiar, maybe something those who have seen the 1,000 Miles Below Thy Forest would recognize. A short time later, an event might occur where the player receives a strange group of messages on the computer that spell, "Look outside." Doing just that, the same triangle object shows up. It's a spaceship, a visitor cloaked in mystery. The alien spacecraft quickly vanishes when the player steps outside the base.
I think that was the Aurora
This
one.
is something we will come back to in the future videos.
I remember that. I'm pretty sure that's the Aurora.
And we are now on day 25. Maybe some new discoveries were made and some strange, subtle events took place. But day 25 is very important. This is the day that a scripted event will happen where something will make first contact. Something that expands beyond the voices of the void and holds a strong presence in advanced education.
Yep, I remember that. Wee woo, wee woo. Yep, this. They send this to show wisps are bad. Can you unbury this? I just realized. Yeah, because I remember seeing somebody had it in their base. Yeah, they just... I like how they show pictures instead of trying to explain things with words.
PM when a large boom is heard. An unknown object has fallen from the sky, landing just outside the base. The crash causes a shockwave and the alarm goes off. It feels as if something big is about to happen. By investigating the crash, the player finds an object which activates and projects a red hologram, a warning for what is coming next. This object is known as the obelisk. Its design relates to the cylindrical, ship-like device that activated and then vanished. Both share a similar aesthetic and appear to be built with the same technology. The atmosphere feels heavy. The big turbines have stopped
My
moving.
ass
The
is
forest
heavy.
is quieter than usual, even during the day, and birds can no longer be heard. Instead, a howling wind is dominating the ambience, which almost sounds like whispers and screams. That same night, after midnight, something begins to roam around the alpha base.
That's a yellow one. You don't want to go near. That's
Bright
bad.
yellow
That's
light,
bad.
illuminating everything around it. This yellow light is known as the Yellow Wisp. It is a dangerous entity of unknown origin
Son,
that
run.
the obelisk warned about.
Run, son.
Several of them will start roaming around the forest from day 26. They will start chasing the player when spotted, and can even infiltrate the alpha base.
Yeah, I've had
If
that
Dr.
happen
Cal
where I was
gets
like,
too
ah,
close to
fuck
them,
me.
this happens.
Yeah, rip the shreds, my bro. Why they rip you apart, I don't know. You can see that they have a limb. Like they have like a hand. You remember how I found a deer that was ripped apart by one of these guys? I remember that. They want the yummy flesh? They don't want the yummy flesh.
Things are now going
If they
from
wanted the
bad
yummy
to worse.
flesh,
Not
they
only-
would have not only eaten me, they would have eaten the fucking deer that they had left behind. So they don't want the flesh. They're vicious for no good reason.
The fossil hound has the constant threat of spawning and roaming around the forest, but now killer yellow wisps have also joined the horror. Not to mention that the game's unpredictability is also a factor. Now the player must be highly cautious when exiting the alpha base and always be on the lookout. But let's go back to the obelisk. Who
Here is
sent
yummy.
it? That is a question that, although not directly answered, Day 31 gives a strong hint. But the day before that, the player can capture a particular signal.
Now, did I get this signal? I think I remember this signal. Yeah, because I remember I got the triangle or the pyramid. I got that signal because you got to get it. Yeah, I got that. I remember I was like, "The fuck is that? The hell is that fucking object flying around? What's that noise?" And then yeah, it invades, and then you're just like, "Oh my god, holy shit, I'm going to die. I'm going to poop my pants because of a big pyramid." I even remember that particular stream VOD got in trouble because of some dumbass kids that I'm eventually thinking about doing something about.
Is this another threat that would soon arrive? Isn't the fossil hound and wisps enough?
It's Horus and his heresy.
Like
They've come to take your fucking lunch money.
Enters a new stage from day 26, and with each day forward, things just keep escalating. Day 31 rolls in. Something new is detected on the radar. Another threat? Looking outside, a frightening sight is revealed. A giant pyramid with a huge purple eye and scythe-like legs is walking around and causing the ground to shake with each step.
I remember this.
The base alarm once again goes off. There was nothing like it until now.
I ran the fuck away from that.
Happens. Instead of causing problems or aiming to harm Dr. Cal,
We hid in the basement when I saw that thing.
The machine pays no attention to him. It roams around and collects the yellow wisps. It's not an enemy, nor a friend, but still feels like a hero who came out of nowhere to lighten the burden.
I mean,
after it finishes collecting the wisps, it will simply leave.
Like, I mean, obviously, it must like you. It must care about you enough that they left a signal saying, "Hey, human, stay the hell away from these wisps. They will murder you." So obviously, the Risotto care about the humans in some way. God, that thing is huge. You can see it, the light off the fucking mountain.
The yellow wisps are now gone. Dunkel Taylor feels more...
And he's not talking about the other wisps either, because there was a green wisp. We ran into a green wisp. Remember that, chat?
Peaceful. A sigh of relief.
Well,
we
Jack
are past
would.
day 31 now, and the player probably has realized that the further he progresses through the game, the more active the forest becomes. So a question rises. What's next? 2 days go by, and the radar detects a group of anomalies.
I remember this.
What now? Is this another threat? Transformer 3 goes off prematurely.
There's many
as
more
if
rare
whatever
wisps.
this group of anomalies
Interesting.
are, it's trying to lure the player outside.
Yeah, I remember this and going out there and be like, "The fuck?" They fucked me up.
6-legged machines with 3 eyes are scouting around and would attempt to scan the player when spotted.
They
try
ripped
to
me
run
off the...
away and avoid being scanned for too long.
Brother, they ripped me off my fucking ATV, remember? In fact, remember they destroyed my ATV. It disappeared. So I thought they just wanted my ATV. We didn't have an ATV after that.
machines will become
I don't know if the ATV got bugged out and went through the ground or something, but remember, after this event, we didn't have an ATV no more.
hostile. If scanned, they will peacefully continue their tour and eventually leave the forest.
They're more arousable.
However, while they are present, the player should keep Kerfer Omega hidden in the base. Otherwise, these alien robots will attack it on sight.
Wonder
what
why.
tricks is the game pulling now? After turning the forest into a deadly hazard with the wisps, it introduced bizarre encounters that are not necessarily hostile. Another 2 days later...
Again, it makes you wonder why the Rositol are here and what they're scanning for, and why do they want to destroy Kerfers?
Another bizarre encounter may occur. But unlike the six-legged machines in the giant pyramid, this encounter is by chance.
That's not good. Is this... Oh, is this one? Is this the one? Yeah! This is the guy that fucking scared the living shit out of me. I wasn't paying attention, I was talking to chat. Yeah, there he is. Because he was cleaning he was cleaning the ATV. I wasn't expecting an alien to be inside the garage. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to chat. And then the next thing I know, I come into here and I see this thing. I'm like, Jesus, I'm out of here. Bye. Fuck this. I screamed too. I was like, no. The hell with that. The hell with this.
While the player is inside the base, the front entrance door becomes jammed.
I never even noticed that would happen.
Try the garage exit. As soon as the player enters it, another alien machine is seen cleaning the ATV. This one is not only non-hostile, but seems to be avoiding the player as it will quickly flee when spotted.
It's a cute lady, sweetheart. Oh, wait, I just realized. Look what he's got in his fucking... He stole the goddamn chunk from the village there and put it in his base. He must have attached it to his ATV and drove it all the way over here.
As it will quickly flee when spotted.
That's funny. Yeah, it's just a souvenir, little souvenir. That's pretty much what you do with this game, is just fucking gather souvenirs.
The six-legged machines are scripted events that occur in the span of 10 days. But what's the deal with them?
What's the deal with alien food?
And do they have some connection with the life crystal, since their eyes are the same color?
Okay, chat. I hate to do this to y'all. I'm gonna play a song. Am I gonna play a song? I'm gonna play something. I need to use the bathroom. So, the little MalO room. I'm trying to find you something. Just something to pass the time. Thank you for the pets. Let's see. Is there... Let's see. Something that small, short. Hey, here we go. Have this. I'll be right back, chat.
Seek fluid intake.
Okay, Jack. I will see you later. Night night. Take it easy. Like to finish the video and then watch more later. Okay, hold on, chat. I am here now. I just got back. I was like, oh, music. Get back here in time before next song plays. Caleb? Caleb? Was that Caleb? Caleb? Caleb. Was it Richard? Richard? Is that yeah, Richaab, Caleb, which is like Richard, Caleb, I think. I don't know how you pronounce his name, but yeah. Yeah, that's Caleb. Yeah, it is. Also, hello Telcho, welcome back to the stream. I'm sorry I was on BRB. I am back now for now. We were just kind of finishing up this video here. I'm not sure if I'm going to watch something else after this, or if I am just going to take off for the night after this. But we were watching Rosato. Actually, I should have just put it on just chatting. Now I think about it, man. I need to think about these things. I'm a bad streamer, but I've been streaming for 10 hours, mostly relaxed stuff because I'm just kind of not playing a game or anything like that. We're just watching lore on the Voices of the Void, a game that I've played like a crap ton. And we're on like episode 12. I think there's 15 episodes, but I can come back to this later.
That we must once again
it's almost
look
midnight
outside of the game. Rosatals are mechanical
Rosatal.
species first appearing in the Advanced Education with Victor Strabowski. They are robots inhabiting the Panacea Pap Station and make constant appearances in Voices of the Void. All Rosatals are brought to life by the Life Crystal. Each one of them has a crystal in their core.
And that
since
frame
we
rate
know
in that
now
game looks
that
terrible.
The crystals are sentient, this means one of two things. The Rosatals are actually the life crystals who constructed tools, machinery, and robots in order to give themselves mobility, or the Rosatals are using them as fuel. However, the life crystal signal we showed in the previous video leans more towards the first theory. When the signal is captured, we can hear a life crystal calling for help. Where is it?
Hold on, chat. 1 second. There is the beepy noises. This is important. Okay. Hey chat, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Serving Deepthintus. Boring. Ah, space dust. Close one. Help. find me. Take me home. I'm sorry. It is believed that this crystal was banished from the Panacea Pap Station, or somehow got lost in space. This SOS strongly supports the theory that the life crystals are the ones in charge of the Panacea Pap Station, and the Rositals are just robots constructed to be their vessels. They are made out of a powerful material called amperphysium, a substance found in Advanced Education and UD game. There was an event in Voices of the Void where giant gears made out of amperphysium would spawn in random locations around.
I remember that. That happened for me. I remember that. That was kind of like almost like the Bad Sun event.
Around the forest.
Oops.
However, this event was removed from the game after the 0.6.3 update.
Which sucks, but I remember that.
The amperphysium makes the Rositals immune to almost anything. They are mostly quite complex, often having technology which gives them unique abilities such as increased strength and telekinesis.
It makes you wonder, what came first, the robots or the crystals? Like, did the crystals somehow gain sentience? Well, I mean, the crystals have souls in them. What allowed them to have souls in them to be able to do this? And how were they able to make their own machines? Because this is kind of like the theory of what came first, the chicken or the egg? How did they start making their own machines and robots and stuff like that?
The design of their ships is simple, yet odd, taking the shape of a cylinder or giant cubes. It is also confirmed in Advanced Education that the Rositals created the Anti-Breather, who also makes an appearance, though significantly more dangerous than in Voices of the Void.
Interesting.
The Pyramid, the Obelisk, the Cylindrical Device, the Six-Legged Alien Machines, and the Shy ATV Cleaner are all Rositals or Rosital creations.
So many Rositals.
The six-legged ones are known by the players as Rosital Scouts, while the ATV Cleaner is named Saltomia. The Saltomia robots are something like janitors for the station
Saltomia.
and have access to the pipe system for extra mobility. Now we know that the cylindrical device is quite possibly a small Rosital ship. We also now know the origin of the Anti-Breather and who sent the obelisk. But the Rosital lore doesn't stop here. In Advanced Education, the entity in charge of the Panacea Pap Station is Diephthintis, a Rosital with 3 eyes on and 4 arms which he can extend and move around with. He is the leader and creator of the whole Rosital species.
Really? Interesting. So he is the leader.
Remember the life crystal signal? It mentioned serving Diephthintis. This explains why the station has life crystals on board, and solidifies the theory that the Rositals are just robot vessels for the life crystals. And the Panacea Pap Station is not only their main mothership, but also their home. However, Diephthintis hasn't made an appearance neither in AEWVS nor in Voices of the Void, but it is confirmed that he's the leader of the Rositals/Life Crystals and the one in charge of the Panacea Pap Station.
Interesting.
Let's go back to Dunkel Taylor. It is now day 38, and during the daytime, another scripted event happens where an enormous rectangular Rosital ship slowly flies above the forest. This event takes around 8 minutes to complete, and it is quite the sight.
It's huge. Boy, mate, it's massive. Such a weird bottom to it, too. It looks like a bunch of wires and pipes all just kind of made into a wall. That's what she said. Oi, 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 oi. Sorry.
That same night, when the moon rises,
The
bright
moon is
purple
rising?
beams will show up near Satellite Yankee.
I remember this. And I went there
If the player
myself.
decides to investigate, small Cavodia Rositals will defend the area where the beams
Yep.
are.
These are the gun
shooting anything on
guys.
sight, including Dr. Cal. These Cavodia robots also make a strong appearance in advanced education, inhabiting the same role: mobile turrets designed to neutralize trespassers. Getting through them, the player becomes the witness of a very bizarre sight. Next to the hole which was sealed before, stands a humanoid robot known as the Pagonioploegetis. Egetis is something like a commander of the Rositals, but does not make an appearance in advanced education, although is mentioned in the notes found in the Panacea Pap Station, giving orders to other subordinates. Here, in Voices of the Void, it's standing with the device attached to the hole's surface. When approached, Egetis will walk over to the other side of the device before taking out a capsule from the machines, and then drop it inside. The yellow beam that goes downward will disintegrate anything it touches, making it very dangerous to the touch.
Damn.
Interestingly, the Cavodia will no longer be hostile towards the player, and Egetis is also indifferent towards their presence.
It's probably because I'm gonna hazard a guess, they probably don't want to shoot at Igtius there, and you know, start a bullet, you know, be stupid and fucking shoot at their own commander.
The event is over, the hole will stay open, finally allowing the player to go down and see what made the construction workers so weirded out. To do that, it is required to use a hook and cautiously descend down this mystery.
Now I wonder if they changed
falling down to the bottom as a ragdoll.
what they did. Oh my god. Whoa.
The player will be teleported back to the main gate. That is, if they survive the fall. At the bottom of the hole, there is more Rosital machinery, and the design strongly resembles the Panacea Pap Station. So far, it is unknown what it is used for. We finally can see what is at the bottom of the
lens.
hole, but sadly, the purpose of it and what this machinery is
There's
remains
bones.
unknown.
Somebody died down here.
At least, we now know that the hole was made by the Rositals.
But it was made for me.
But let's pull back a little and acknowledge that Egetis, the Rosital commander, who was only being mentioned in the Panacea Pap Station in Advanced
Look at that
Education,
tiny little tail feather.
is actually making an appearance here in Voices of the Void. What it was doing here, now that's a different question. Unfortunately, at the moment, we do not have an answer for it. This is the last scripted event involving the Rositals that would occur in Voices of the Void version 0.8.2. And since 0.9.0 is still a fresh update and keeps being worked on, we can't be sure if they make any other appearances in the following days. So what are they doing in Dunkeltaylor? Are they searching for something? What is so special about that hole? What is this big ship that passes above the forest? Could that be the Panacea Pap Station? What about the pyramid tripod and the scouts? If the Rositals are nothing more than machines and robots constructed for the life crystals, then where do these crystals come from? So many questions, yet the game keeps the answers ever elusive and unreachable, at least for now. The Rositals are very intriguing and strange creatures, or should we say robots controlled by the life crystals. They are not friendly, but also not hostile unless provoked. The Benicia Pap Station is their main base and current home, led by Deef Thintus, their creator. The reason for their recurring visits in Dunkeld remains a mystery, but they do, however, also make their presence known through the signals. And the signals that the player can capture offer their own series of chilling results.
Uh-oh. Is this the next video? Yeah. Is that the skull? Yeah, this one you delete. You delete this one immediately. You delete that one before that becomes a problem, because it will kill you. I've had that happen to me. You need to get rid of it as soon as possible, yeah. Converted. We don't know what happened, why Dr. Kell got destroyed by that thing, but that'll have to be for another time. That'll have to be for another time. We are going on 10 hours here. And I know it's been a very relaxed stream, but yeah, I think it's time that we started heading out, everybody. We're gonna find somebody to raid out on. Let's see. I haven't seen Amphronasia Bun in a while. Let's see. Is there anybody else doing anything interesting? Eddie Ooze is playing Scrandle. Ogle. I would go raid Eddie Ooze, but this bunny is playing a funny looking pixel styled click adventure game. Looks neat. I've never seen this game. They're playing with a friend. This ought to be good. Okay, and for everybody, here, have my raid message. Here you go, everybody. Take that, and we go infect the bun. Everybody, again, thank you for joining me. I will be doing more of these types of streams coming up, to start raising more funds for the stream and for my, issues. I would like to thank everybody who joined me today. If you want, you can go to the Discord and YouTubes to see what I keep content creating. I also need to go back to video editing because we gotta go back to the thing and start working on the audio again for the Vera Lovelace project. Anyways, everybody, I will see you again soon. Take care of yourselves. Make sure that you you stay safe. Don't overexert yourselves. Try to stay. Don't like put yourself in a financial burden or anything like that. Make sure that everything is a-okay. I want you to be all safe in these trying times. Well, it was too late. And thank you, everybody, and everybody in YouTube. Hi.
What am I supposed to do? I'm a whip it? Now I.
You want to tell me? Come on.
Okay. What raves are you doing for those who don't know him? After Nature Bun, you can call me Afro Butters Afro. Writing streamer after as an artist. How was your stream? You just poop darkness? Yeah, I feel like that sometimes. You know, sometimes it just, it just gets out there. We're playing the theropods right now. We're doing some... Okay.
I'm learning about dinosaurs.
Yeah. These things, they're scary. Okay, I have a spear now. What do I do with it?